Oh, yeah, get you in the mood. What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Politi-tics. I am your host, Jake Johnson, and tonight we're going to talk about lesbians in space and what that means for the country. We're going to talk about the Trump-Biden debate, the culture war at hand, or civil war, general news, and obviously we're going to talk about you, which is why we're really here, to talk about you. The chat. Welcome. Come on in. Take your side, take your position, and let's get the conversation started. How is everybody in the chat? It is a Saturday night. It's 8:30. I got my hair down. I'm ready to rock and roll. How are you? Christine Marshall, first in the chat. Got it going on right off the bat. How are you? You get the gold star. Amanda, give this lady a gold star. Amanda says, here's your star. Okay, something's wrong with my chat. Hang on. I can't scroll up. There we go. Amanda says, Banhammer. Amanda Banhammer. She's German, I think. She says, hi, chat. Good to see you all. Hi, Jake. How are you tonight? I love the title. This is going to be fun. Let's get this party started. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes or something. I don't know. We'll do something, even if it's wrong. Tonight's episode is brought to you by this hot cup of coffee. I have mine. Do you have yours? If you do not, you can get a Jake Johnson mug right down in the description. Check it out. Also, hit the like button, subscribe, and share. And there's a super chat function if you want me to read your comment for certain, because I'm sure it's going to get crazy over the next hour. If you want to make sure I read your content, consider doing it in a super chat, and that way I'll definitely see it because it's big and colorful and it's right in my face. Otherwise, I might miss it. So, this is a political talk. I will be doing a lot of talking, which means I will not be doing a lot of reading. So, go with the flow, see what happens. Amanda says, Christine, here's your gold star, and congratulations. This is your first gold star. If you collect 10 of them, you get a set of steak knives. Amanda says, looking good tonight, Jake. Why, thank you. Appreciate it. Cherie is in the chat. Hey, Sherry. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Christine says, awesome. Thanks. Looking forward to the show. Me too. I like it. Fab Daddy's in the house. What's up, Fab Daddy? Okay, I made it. I was busy learning of a fire south of my city. Well, that's not good. I hope it doesn't go north because it'll get you. Amanda says, hi, Fab. Christine says, hi, everybody. And Amanda says, hi, Sherry. And Sherry says, hi, Amanda. And Fab Daddy says, hi, Christine. And Walter Davis says, good evening, all. And you're here at the beginning. Thank you. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Amanda says, hi, Walter. And Fab Daddy says, Walter. And Sherry says, honestly, I do very much disagree with the LGBTQ. So do most people. They're like, if you want to be conservative, they're 17% of the population. And it's only that because they've been pushing it for the last 20 years. It wouldn't be that under normal circumstances, and everybody knows that. So I'll probably get banned for saying so, but it's the truth. I mean, wake up. Also, they can't breed, so they didn't come from nowhere. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. Christine says, a lot of people give Trump flack for not locking up Hillary Clinton, but he said it would have divided the country, locking up an ex-president's wife. It would have been a bad start off to the uniting the country. And I agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I also realized that while he was on the debate stage, he was using hyperbolic language to get the crowd riled up. But once he became the president, he obviously acted with more rational thinking. The other side, however, doesn't seem to know the difference between the two, ginning up a crowd and running the country. And so they have gone forward with this most of absurd actions to lock up or to cancel effectively their political rivals, which when you open that can of worms, does not work out well for the fishermen in the long run. I don't know what they're thinking. It is strange. But I hear you. Fab Daddy says the fire will spread fast with humidity low and winds gusts in the high 20s. Yeah, that's not good. I hope you're okay. Please keep vigil and don't let anything happen to my Fab Daddy. Walter Davis says, hi, Jake, Amanda, Sherry, Fab, Christine. Amanda says, I'm glad we don't have to deal with that here, Fab Daddy. I feel for you. Well, only because it's too wet in Florida for anything to burn. But other than that, you would have to deal with it because it's definitely hot enough. Hot and wet don't mix, by the way. If you've ever lived in Florida and you've walked outside in the middle of the summertime and could cut the air with a butter knife, you know what I mean. Other than that, it's unusual everywhere else. Fab Daddy says, can we talk about Trump and Biden speaking to the CEOs of America this week? Sure. What would you like to talk about, and what specifically did they say? But before you do that, I got to check on something real quick. It's going to require me to be quiet for a second because I got to figure out why I'm getting weird bit rates here. I'm getting bitrate errors. Is anything chopping? Does everybody see the video clearly? Is anything skitzing out or my words breaking up or anything like that? Please do let me know because I'm getting a lot of bitrate errors and I don't know why. Walter Davis says, I'm finishing up in the hayfield. I'm going to listen and work. Listen while you work. Isn't that how the song goes? Listen while you work. All right, I'm going to read this out. I've currently got my bit rate set at 3,000 because 2,500, which has worked this whole time, suddenly isn't working now. My warning is the stream's current bit rate is 3139.08 kilobits per second. It is lower than the recommended bit rate. We recommend that you stream at a bit rate of 6,800 kilobits per second. If I go to 6,800, it's going to tell me that it's too high. I need to drop it down to 2,500. I don't know what to do about that. So please, if anything is weird about the video, just let me know, and if otherwise, I'll just ignore it. It's just like a red light on my dashboard going, hey, fix this, fix this, fix this. If it ain't broke, I ain't going to worry about fixing it. Okay. My point, we stay sticky, says Amanda. Well, you're sticky anyway. Sticky. I'm good. Okay. It's clear here, sir. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate you. Thanks for the input. All right, so Trump promised to lower corporate tax rates, and he wants to get rid of income tax by replacing it with tariffs and increases in the tariffs that are already there. That sounds like a reasonable plan to me. That being said, he also wants to remove taxation from people who get tips like super chats. So if you super chat me, I'll actually get the money. That's beautiful. You can't argue against that on the other side, because if you do, then you're arguing against workers, which is what you're supposed to be standing for. So it's a brilliant political move on his part to make that assertion. One can only hope that he actually follows through with it and puts forth a bill that causes that to happen. Right now, it's too early to tell whether or not that is his main running stance, if that's the policies in which he's going to run for president on, but he's throwing out, I guess you would call it, feelers to see who's biting, to see what's popular, to see where he wants to go with it. Smart move, actually. I don't see anything wrong with any of that, though. Lower taxes? Yes, please. Raise tariffs? Yes, please. It makes it harder for people to sell goods overseas from our country. It makes it harder for them to sell goods to us. And it makes it harder for transactions to happen over the borders. All good for this country. By the way, did you know that Saudi Arabia just abandoned the petrodollar, which auspiciously spells doom for America? Our economy is based on the petrodollar. Saudi Arabia is our biggest ally because they spend the most money and have the most oil. See how that works? So if they abandon the petrodollar, that means the value of the dollar has gone away. to the point where they no longer want it. They'd rather have gold or something else backing up the dollar again, which is what Nixon changed while he was in office. He took us off the gold standard and put us on the petrodollar. You probably don't know what that means, but if you do know what that means, it's very possible that that act alone could start World War III. Fab Daddy says Trump would start World War III. Would he now? Well, let's see. We've had Biden for 4 years. We had Trump for 4 years. How many wars did Trump start while he was in office? How many of the foreign people did he offend to the point where they retaliated against him or had any rhetoric against him in any way, shape, or form? Now, how many has Biden started? Think about what you say before you say it. There's a lot of people dying right now because of that. No, Biden will start World War III. It's obvious he's already starting it. Trump didn't do that. Biden did that, not Trump. Put blame where it's due. Christine says, Trump's plan overall is to eliminate payroll tax. I don't know if that's a good idea, but probably lowering it would be better than eliminating it, but I don't know. I'm not an economist, so I really can't answer that in a learned way to say, yeah, that would be a good idea, or no, that wouldn't be a good idea. I know the government needs money, and it has to come from somewhere, but I don't understand why property taxes and sales taxes don't cover that. Yeah, that's a lot of money, so I don't know. Christine says Donald Trump cut more regulations than anyone else in American history. Both sides celebrate this. This is true. Cowboys 8 panel. Hello, dear. Amanda says, hey, Cowboys. Cowboy says, what's up? Muggy Juice. Trump's afraid of war, Fab. Is he? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Ask Kim Jong-un if Trump is afraid. You know, Trump is the only person in the world who walked across the DMZ without a security escort and stood there in front of the leader of North Korea for 10 minutes with his hands in his pockets. I don't think Trump's afraid of anything. I think that's wishful thinking on your part, Muggy Juice. Biden didn't show up for the CEO's group. He was busy with G7. You mean he was busy sleeping at G7? I've got video if you want to see it. Christine says, oh. Fab Daddy says, sent a representative. Well, that sounds like Joe Biden. Absentee landlord. 3 what, Christine? 03. 03. Oh, 0 wars, 3 wars. I got you. You're right. Amanda says, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and if you care, super chat function. As the chat gets faster and faster, you may want to consider using the super chat function to ensure I see your chat, because it'll be moving by like this for me. Yes, Trump did spend more than Obama during his first term. There was a whole lot more to fix during his first term. Monkey Juice says, if you mean deficient, yes, you're right, Fab. Deficient. Yeah. Christine says, Trump also added $27 trillion to our stockpile. Right. He spent more, but he made more. So I wouldn't be surprised that he spent more. He earned more than any other president ever earned in America. That. Kelly Bob, welcome to the show. 3-part God. Okay. What's your point? 3 wars Biden started. And I meant to say 0 wars Trump started. But I put the letters. It's not a good idea. Right. Well, you are correct. Trump didn't start any new wars. In fact, he tried to stop some of them, and he got lied to by our military, who was largely Obama appointees. So There's that. So there is a clear deep state in action, and they are clearly functioning against the good of the American people, which is what I'm talking about. The people in this country. I don't have anything to do with the people outside of it. I don't care. Adam Maury. Kia Ora from NZ. Where's that? New Zealand? Fab Daddy says, I thought Republicans wanted smaller government, but that's not true. They want a big purse, too. No, they want a smaller government, not no government. They want a smaller government that focuses on what the government is supposed to focus on. You know, roads, hospitals, wars, that sort of thing. Skylar Rookie back for more. Hi, how are you? Good to see you again. Amanda says, hi, Skylar. Fab Daddy says, what are we fighting? What war are we fighting? Well, there's American troops on the ground in the Ukraine right now. You can call it whatever you want to. It's American people in Ukraine that shouldn't be there. There's Americans in every country in America, in the world, every major country in the world. There are military bases staffed with Americans for the very purpose of being the world police. There are American troops on the ground in Gaza. There were American troops in Afghanistan. There were American troops in Iraq. You name it. Keep going. Amanda says, all newcomers, welcome and hi. And Adam Maury says, I hope I'm saying that right. A.T. Demori, maybe? At Demori. New Zealand is wicked, and most of the world wouldn't know what us locals know. Well, you're right, but we did watch Lord of the Rings, so I think we got a pretty good understanding. Kimberly Duncan says, Trump is hate and a power-hungry dictator wannabe. Really, Kimberly? Can you name one thing he's ever done that was dictatorial? One thing. Or hateful, for that matter. I bet you can't. Cowboys 8 Pound says, against us, 100%. Yeah. Aza Ezzadine says, Robert F. Kennedy, 2024. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. And I would agree with you except for one small glaring detail. He's a Democrat. And whether he intends to or not, because he's a Democrat, he's going to vote within his party. And that's where the crazy people are. And I mean the crazy people. There are crazy people on the right, but nothing in comparison to what's on the far left. And you just cannot afford that right now. If you want a sane country ever again, we cannot allow those crazies into power. So vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote your conscience. Vote your intelligence. Vote your heart. But vote. If you don't vote, you don't have a dog in the fight. If you don't have a dog in the fight, you don't have a right to be complaining about what happens because of it. I could become president, says Skylar. In theory, yes. I doubt it because you're not part of the Illuminati, but in theory, you could, yes, if you're an American citizen. If you were born here and not in Hawaii by way of Kenya. Redoko Rad says, any simple advice? Sure, look both ways before you cross the street. Apologize, forgot to turn my phone off. All right, anybody catch The Acolyte on Disney Plus this past couple of weeks? Anybody watch that? And if so, what are your thoughts? I think it's a good amalgamation of where the world is in terms of being blinded by the message and seeing reality. You can look at the Rotten Tomatoes score of that show, and you can see the clear divide there. And it's not just about that show. It's about everything involved in the country right now. Everything that's going on is exemplified in that separation of numbers. Check it out. Wow. Boy, the chat really jumped. I think I found it. It's a spiritual war too, bro, says A.T. Demori. Fab Daddy says 0 American service members in the Ukraine. You are wrong, Fab Daddy. You are, in fact, wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to inform you of this, but you are incorrect. There are troops of ours in Ukraine. They're called support. They're called trainers, but they're on the ground with machine guns. What do you think NATO is? Beyond NATO and Warsaw, says A.T. Demori. Stefan Northcutt says, you know why Russia is here, right? No. Why? I didn't even know they were here. And Vermin Dan says, absolutely no food for Palestine except pork. Vermin, that's just mean. I hope you never get on the other side of a debate and that powerful people decide to turn your food off. I hope that never happens. Ashton Blakeney. Hamburger die. That's weird. 0 wars currently. Fab Daddy, you're wrong. You're my buddy. I'm telling you now to stop talking while you're ahead. You are incorrect, sir. Christine says, people are saying that Donald Trump has been trying to give back the power to the American people, and we're too stupid to see it. January 20th, 2017 will go down in history as the day we got our power back. You mean 2024? I don't know. I don't know how that's going to shake out. It could go either way. I'm going to show you a video here in a little while that will illustrate the point of the other side a little bit. And I'll do it because in the interest of being fair. Biden has not started any wars. Okay, Fab Daddy, you keep believing that. You go to bed at night telling yourself that. And while you're there, when the missiles start falling, you just tell yourself, rock yourself to sleep and say, Biden didn't start this war. Biden didn't push. The whole Democratic Party didn't push for this for the last 5 years. It's just happening for no reason. Whether or not you want to admit it or not, America is the world's police. If a war starts and we don't stop it, it's our fault. We are the authority in the world. That's what all those military bases everywhere are about. That's why people haven't been home in 20 years. Think about it. At the Maori. Or Maori? At the Maori. I'm going to call you at the Maori. All right. Girthy Richard. Sounds good to me, Girthy. These folks just don't see it, LOL. Well, some people can't see it. Some people have been so lied to that they cannot see the truth. That's right there. That's not their fault. I don't hold any animosity towards anybody that can't see it. I might tell them they're wrong emphatically, but I'll still have a conversation with them, and I'll still befriend them, and I'll still fight to the death for them to believe that. Because that's their right to believe that. However, Believing that is as a result of constantly being fed talking points, so much so that you quit questioning reality. I hate to say it, but it's true. Stefan says we need to stop sending aid to these foreign countries. I couldn't agree more. Jacob Pear says, how goes it? What's up, Jacob? Good to see you. Strong name you got there. Kelly Bob. People always get offended by small, petty things. It's funny, especially lately. It's not funny. It's on purpose. Radoko Rad says, Dick Cheney's wife got kicked out of GOP. Wasn't that a dictatorship? No. Not even close. That's how it works. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but all of the people that work in Washington serve at the pleasure of the president. You know, he's basically the king. Of course, he doesn't have a lot of power, but the one power he does have is hiring and firing. Jacob Pear says, Trump 2024. It's me. That's amazing. It's me too. Well, I have the real answer. Do you now? I'd like to hear it. It's me. What's the real answer? Skylar says, if I was the president, I would do anything everyone wants. Well, that would be terrible, Skylar. That would be terrible because some people want really bad things. Nope. If you were president, you'd be just like every other president, tasked with a lot of responsibility and a lot of decisions to make that are all hard decisions. And you'd come out 4 years later looking like you aged 20 years just like everybody else does, except for Trump. Christine Marshall says, he stated he is going to be a dictator for a day. And it's still legal, so it's not a dictator. But what some oppose, but he'll have the power to secure their country. Yes, he said that in jest. I'll be a dictator only on day one because he was talking about drill, baby drill, and closing the border. That's what he was talking about. It was a joke. It was never intended to be for real. Trump is not a dictator. He wasn't a dictator for the 4 years he was president. In fact, we were doing pretty darn good under Trump. So, until the COVID hit, which wasn't his fault. At the Maori says, Vivek, I'm waiting to see if he is legit because I like him so far. He is legit as far as he can be legit. And I like him too, but I don't think he's going to be vice president. Deficient, Jake, not deficit. Defecant. Okay. I don't know what deficit means, if you want to say that word. You mean divisive? Is that what you're trying to say? Which isn't a word. It's divisive, but either way. Or are you trying to say deficit? I think that's what you're trying to say. Deficit. And that's probably how it's spelled, and I just can't read. Stefan says Biden is in the process of starting a war. He's giving Ukraine missiles and told them where to hit. He's too pussy to pull the trigger. Fab Daddy. If our country is giving missiles to the Ukraine and giving them intel on where to strike with those missiles and sending people to train them how to use those missiles, is that not starting a war in your book or anybody else's? Fab Daddy says, I am left, which makes me crazy. Crazy cool. Blake says, repent and believe in the gospel. That's the only way to save the nation. I agree with you 100%, Blake. Kelly Bob says, money well spent isn't critical race theory. That's not Trump's doings. Christine Marshall says, the actions to all this talk is to vote right. But without pundits like us, we don't sway people to vote. That's the purpose of a pundit. And I'm dipping my toes. I'm not a real pundit, by the way. As if you can't tell, I'm not really talking about politics. I'm talking about everybody's feelings. But I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Trump is a draft dodger, says Monkey Juice. Is there any evidence that he was ever drafted? I don't think there is. Also, Trump had a brother. So wouldn't his brother have went to be drafted also? I don't think you know what you're talking about. Not everyone was drafted, you know. At the Maori says, never met Illuminati, but I know Masons. Me too. Intimately. Rabisma Victoro Ongton. Today I ate camelback with fried rice and drank natural lettuce juice. I am from Morocco. I'm 25 years old. I have 5 kids, 4 boys, 1 girl, 2 wives, and I love your channel. Rabisma, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. How do you have the energy to please 2 wives? I don't even want to please the one I got. But thank you, and I love that you love the show, and I can't wait to see more of you. Kelly Bob says, a.k.a. racism against whites isn't racism. Really? Does that even sound logical to you? If it's racism against whites, how is it not racist? Is whites a thing? Do you think I'm white? I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you're just ignorant enough to think that. I'm actually in New York right now, says Skylar. How is it in New York? Does it smell like pee there like I think it does? Christine says Trump doesn't need us. He needs our vote. He can't hold our hand personally and help us as he has to have a position of power in order to put in action all this talk. That's right. Which is why he goes out talking every day. And if he weren't tied up in court, as is the plan, he would be in every town and every state talking away and winning over hearts and souls like you would never believe. They can't beat him. This debate that's coming up is not going to go very well for the left, and they know it. It's not going to go well at all, actually. Yes, I do believe he has already been considered the nominee, and I do believe he's going to win in 2024. However, if by some miracle they pull off some replacement Biden and they can actually stand before Trump, that might be interesting. But it ain't going to be Biden, I can promise you that. He just ain't got what it takes. The man cannot stay awake. Amanda says, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chat is available in the chat box if you want to show some love and get your message out for sure. I can't promise you I'm going to catch it because my chat jumps every 5 minutes. So if you want me to see it, super chat it so I'll see it. It's Me says, what do you call a boomerang that doesn't come back? A stick or a dummy? A stick dummy. Well, you asked 2 questions so far, and one of them you haven't answered yet. So you said you had the answer. What is it? IDK Bro's in the house. What's up, IDK Bro? How's that homework coming? Turning in before I tend to my work. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're doing well, too. Cowboys 8 panel says 24 here and 5 likes. Thank you. That's right. There are 24 people in chat. There's only 10 likes now. 22 people in chat, 10 likes. 29 people in chat, 10 likes. That math don't add up. Hit the like button. Come on now. I'm working hard over here. Least you can do is do that. I'd do it for you. Monkey Juice says USA does not have boots on the ground in a combat role. That's ridiculous. Is it now? Well, I tell you what, Monkey Juice and Fab Daddy, write that statement down to yourself on a piece of paper and stick it on a desk or a nightstand or somewhere where you could see it every day. And 2 weeks from now, when they announce on the news that we have gone to war with Russia, I want you to pick it up and shove it in your face because you're wrong. You are wrong. There are troops in the Ukraine from America. You can call it what you want to call it. They don't call it troops on the ground either, but they're there and they're armed. What do you think that says to the people on the other side of that battle? Do you think they're going to see that the same way? And do you think they're going to fold their arms and look out across the field and go, those people are not here to fight, clearly. We'll just leave those guys alone because they are just training people. Come on now. How much gymnastics do you have to do to keep believing the nonsense you've been fed? Even John Fetterman, for God's sakes, the brain-dead guy that they voted in 2 years ago, is the only Democrat making any sense. He's the only one. Think about that. What does that say to you? The brain-dead guy is making more sense than the president sitting in office right now. Also, write down John Fetterman on that piece of paper because I think in a couple of weeks he's going to become a Republican or an independent also. Watch and see. Christine says, and we have biolabs in the Ukraine, and they have our personnel and NATO. What do you think NATO is? What do you think the purpose of NATO is? Fab Daddy and Monkey Juice, what do you think they exist for? The entire reason NATO was informed in the first place was to break up the USSR. Putin is a member of the USSR. He's one of the only ones left in power, but he was there at that time. Think about what you're saying. Richard Dawlings, 6 likes. Nope, 12. It's me. The proxy world war has started. Yes, it has. And guess who it started under? Not Donald Trump. Kelly Bob says we should emulate Draw with Trey and just say thanks, Mommy, every day. Kelly Bob, are you sending secret messages over there? That'll get you kicked out. All of you newcomers, I'm glad you're all here, and I'm glad you're engaged in the conversation. That's what I want for you and for us. I want us to get to know each other. I want us to have a good time tonight. But you better be on your P's and Q's because the banhammer is out there, and she will get you. Behave yourselves. Dakota Wright, hi. Russian says, hello from Russia, Moscow. What's up, Russia? Russia, Are there American troops in Russia currently in the Ukraine? Maybe you can settle the argument. Are there people from America in the Ukraine currently as we speak? If you're there, you would know. And welcome to the show, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Cowboys 8 pounds says, all right, Richard Dawlings. Or, all right, Richard Dawlings. I don't know which. One of those. Michael Reitman says, Robert Kennedy for president. I hear you, and I like Robert Kennedy. I do like him. I think he's a good dude, but he's a Democrat, and you can't vote for that right now. There are just too many crazies out there. It ain't like it used to be. There's the old liberal-minded people that were for the workforce and for small government and anti-power, and those people don't exist anymore. And if they do, they're on the fringes and can't understand why we're so against the left because they hadn't seen it. Because being on the left means that you walk around like this and you don't see a lot of things. When did politics become a popularity contest? At Demore, from the inception of political life. That's what politics means, is to gain favor of the masses. It's always been a popularity contest. That's the point of it. That's why I don't understand terms like populist president. They're all populist presidents. That's how they became president. Don't take the mark of the beast. Boom. Kelly Bob, you are correct. Mic drop. But what's the mark of the beast? Do you know? Do you know what it means in Revelations when it says in the right hand or in the forehead? Do you know what they're talking about? Do you know what the number of man is? 306. When did nicknames become pronouns? They're not pronouns. They're nouns. Not pronouns. Nouns. I prefer adverbs. Mine are prickly and asshole-ish. Skylar says, I am in New York right now. Actually, not Hawaii. I flew last night. Wow. That's a long trip. I bet you're tired. At Demore says, when did people stop speaking up? Well, I'm speaking up right now, so we didn't stop. There's just less of them doing it. And Fab Daddy says, hopefully you didn't fly in on a Boeing. Or how did you enjoy the trip with the door hanging off? Amanda says, smash the like button, y'all. Hit that like button. There's 35 people in chat, only 13 likes. Come on now. You can do better than that. I know you can. This is a good show. People need to see it. That's how we get out there. The algorithm looks at the likes and the views. It's me, says the proxy. World war has started. Get ready. You've said that already. TT says Biden Sr. used to grab my hips in the 80s. When I was just a kid shaking my head. How's he become president? Well, I don't know who you are, but that checks out. Kelly Bob says, NATO or the guillotine people, future tense. Somebody's been reading 1984. Christine Marshall says, nope, I mean January 20th, 2017, when he made his inaugural speech. Was that 2017? I guess it was. 2018? Somewhere around there. Wow. Been a while, hasn't it? And the exact number of cannon fire pretty much said it all. I would have to suggest go back. That day was a day constitutional republic. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. 1917. I know I butchered that, but it's hard to read. A.T. Demori says, subscribe, bro. I dig your common sense and calm demeanor. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Welcome to the show. And that goes for all of you. It doesn't matter if you agree with me or not. Join the channel. Let's see if we can't make something happen here. That's what we're here to do, right? We're here to influence the world one vote at a time. So go ahead and hit that like button and see if we can't make something happen. Amanda says, thanks, AT. And Josh, welcome to the show. He says, with search engines at our fingertips, there are little to no excuses for fuckwits. That is true, Josh. Fab Daddy says, questioning reality works both sides of the fence. Otherwise, it's just a box. Well, unless you're like me and you think outside of the box. Right? Do you know what I'm going to do later? I'm going to release my album. Only I'm going to release it on cassette. Why, you may ask? Would I want to release an album on antiquated technology? For more money. Because not only can I sell you a cassette, but I can also sell you the cassette player and the headphones and the Walkman. See? Thinking outside the box. And because it's not the thing, I can get it for pennies on the dollar. It's cheap. So I'll make even more money when I make a sale. And I'll release it through my own label so that 3 pennies a dollar that I would normally get from a record label, I'll get the whole dollar. So I'll make less sales, but more money. See how that works? Thinking outside the box. Cowboys 8 panel says, thanks for trying to clarify the truth for the ones that can't tell up from down. Thank you, Cowboys 8 panel, for seeing that that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to sway or trick anybody. I'm just trying to clarify and move the noise away from the reality of what's happening. Because there is noise on both sides. Notice I'm not touting a lot of it. I could. For example, to give you an idea of what I could do, check this out. I could play this video for you. Pay attention, lefties.
Wake up.
Yes,
Wake up, wake up.
I can't hear anything.
Okay. This is your wake up call, Harry.
There's nothing.
Okay.
Now, I could play that and think, oh, the calamity. How could our sitting president fall asleep on national television? Oh, we're so humiliated because that is our president and all of our enemies can see that. And I could talk about how he pooped his pants on the stage because he squatted down to try to find the chair behind him and didn't realize how far away from the chair he was and had to lean on his wife to get to the chair. I could make fun of that. I could show you a picture of him falling off of his bicycle because he's a moron. I could show you and then falling flat on his face. I could show you him falling asleep at the G7 meeting. I can show you him standing in front of a parade of black people singing at the high heavens and him sitting there like a robot looking angry. I can show you all that stuff. I can show you countless videos of word salads and point out how stupid our president is. Look at that guy. Look at how inept he is. Look at how sad it is. But that would be me lying to you because that video, which was released by the White House. Did you hear me? That video, the one I just showed you, came from the White House. You can't trust the White House, lefties. Who can you trust? They're your people in charge right now, right? But that video is a fake. And it's being circulated around because it's good. You fell for it. I fell for it. But then I did some digging because something didn't sit right with me. She calls him Harry in the video. And you almost don't catch it because you're so dumbfounded by the fact that the president's asleep on national television. This is the real video. I found it.
Harry, wake up. Harry?
Yeah? Yes.
Wake up,
I
wake
can't
up.
hear anything.
Okay. This is your wake-up call, Harry.
That is actor Harry Belafonte a long time ago. And it's a very clever fake. Very well done. But you see, this is me being honest with you because I know the reality of the situation. I know that all the other pundits right now, if you go out and watch YouTube land, all of them are telling you he pooped his pants. All of them are telling you he fell asleep on national TV. And he has. This was not the time, though. This is a clever fake by his own party. Because this video came from the White House, or the other one did. This one is the real video. I hope you enjoy that. And I hope it makes you think a little bit about who your real friends are. This guy will tell you the truth when he finds it. That's it. If you don't believe that, you don't believe anything. I say to you, we live in a carefully crafted facade, generally placed in front of you to keep you from seeing what's really happening before you. You know, the bread and circuses, the wag the dog of it all. That's what's happening to you right now, and you are falling for it. I say stand up and look at reality. Open your eyes, go outside and touch some grass, smell the fresh air, get the brain cells flowing again, and then come back in and come right to Politi-tics and watch this show, because here you will learn what reality is. The reality is we have a very evil thing happening in our country right now, and it is coming from the left because they are agents of the evil that is happening. Not all lefties are evil. The ones that are in power are. And the only way we're going to stop that is to vote them out of office. And the only way you can do that is to wake up and see who really to vote for. And the only way I can do my job and try to convince you to vote from my side is to try and present reality to you and not pull the wool over your eyes like everyone else is doing, because everyone else is doing that. I will not. I have strong opinions. I believe in certain things, but I will not lie to you. That's the difference between independent media and government media. Christine says it was the day the Constitutional Republic was sworn in, and the globalists have been trying to use democracy to control the republic Donald Trump was sworn into, not under democracy, but under the republic. Well, it's in the Pledge Allegiance to the flag, right? We do not live in a democracy. This country is not a democracy. Every single time you hear that on television, our democracy, we need to protect our democracy. Democracy's on the ballot. Every one of those people are traitors. We do not live, nor have we ever lived, nor will we ever live in a democracy. This is a constitutional republic that is democratically elected. There's a lot of people in Washington that were not elected and do not have term limits or oversight. Those people need to be gone, all of them. Every agency with 3 letters, every person that works in the White House, every person behind the scenes, every page, all the people that were not elected need to be removed from the Washington area immediately. That's how you get a smaller government. The main things, the people that we elect should be there running the country, and they should do a one bill at a time consensus amongst all of them, because all of this omnibus stuff is clouding the water so much they don't even know what they're signing, let alone what the repercussions of it will be. That's not a smart government. If you are watching this on the new vertical lives, the like button is behind the 3 small dots on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Hit the dots, and you can hit the like button respectfully. Thank you, Richard Dawlings. I appreciate that because I didn't know where it was. So, the 3 dots at the top, that's how you find the like button. Hit the like button, everybody, please. And also, Super Chat. Jesus, I'm sweating like a pig over here. For you. I'm just kidding. Amanda says, thanks, Richard. Cold King, what's up? At Demori says, talk about the blue suits if it's okay. The blue suits? What do you mean? Be more specific, at Demori. The ones in charge of D.C., I mean. Oh, there's a lot of them in charge of D.C. That you mean the deep state, the people that are behind the scenes? There's a lot of that. There's a lot of FBI people that were not appointed. There's a lot of holdovers from previous administrations that are still there. They should be gone with that administration. I'm a firm believer that if you elect a new president, he should be able to pick his staff entirely. No holdovers. And the country should go in that direction because we elected that guy. That's what a constitutional republic is. And they've been fighting that the whole time ever since. Richard says, you're welcome. Thank you. Zazvion Edits says, hi. What's up, Zazvion? I like the name. Asshole? No, because they don't have one. I don't deal in nonsense, okay? You want to talk reality, we'll talk reality. That's not reality. That's a fairy tale in your head. So go away, grow up, come back. Edward Higgins says, hey, man, I love you lots. Thank you, Edwards. Edward. I live on Edwards Bridge Road. That's why I made that mistake. I'm sorry. Cowboys 8 panel says, some do not understand a sense of humor. How sad for them, right? Are you referring to that video or me? Because I get why people don't understand that video. Fab Daddy says, because Trump flushed his morning briefings down the toilet while tweeting angry. That's not true, Fab Daddy. That's a lie, and you know it. You have no idea what he did with his morning briefings or when he chose to tweet. By the way, Donald Trump doesn't know how to tweet. Donald Trump has a man that tweets for him. It's well established, well known. That's not true. That is feelings talking, not facts. I would guess that he had briefings just like every other president has. Christine Marshall says the ceremony with all the military men in the back at his inauguration was the transfer of power back to the people. 2004. 2024 is going to seal the deal. I hope so. I really do. I honestly don't think it's going to, though, because even though Trump is a great president, he's not a miracle worker. And I think it would take a miracle to rebuild the country our founders had in mind. I don't think that's going to be possible, but we can make inruns towards it. I think that's a thing we could logically hope for. Amanda says, welcome all newcomers. Please be respectful. Cowboy says it would be nice with a little more volume. Yes. The video? Could you not hear the video? Or can you not hear me? Because I could turn me up. John Fafelios says, can't believe someone like Biden is running the country. It's wild to me with so many examples of his lost marbles. Well, he is pushing his limit. It's actually kind of sad, and I really wish that they wouldn't push anybody like that, but some people want to win more than they want to be good. Where's Jake? Right here. What's up, Dennis? Good to see you. Where's Jake? Right here. Right in front of you. Mustache and all. Amanda says, I hear him fine, Cowboys. Is he low on your end? I'm not sure if she was talking about me or the video. Amanda says, hi, Dennis and Charles Johnson. Good, strong name there, Charles. I like it. You have a clone on another channel. He does tarot cards. Well, he ain't me. He wishes he was me. And I don't believe in tarot cards, so that ain't me. But thank you for the information. Dennis says, Amanda. At Demore says, I'm a Democrat, but I support Trump 100%. Well, you are a smart Democrat. They aren't all smart. And all Democrats aren't bad. I hope nobody's getting that impression if you happen to lean in that direction. I'm not suggesting you're bad. I'm suggesting that you've been lied to. That's what I'm saying. The Republicans have been lied to also, so it's not just you. Christine says, don't forget to like the video as you guys come in. If you support God and Donald Trump, this is the station, Jason. Thank you very much. Fab Daddy says, hey, Dennis. At Demore says, all of New Zealand is left. There is no right. It's so wrong. That is wrong. That's very totalitarian, if I might say. Is it your brother? I do not have a brother, Charles. Thank you. But you do share my last name, so maybe you're my brother. Have you ever thought about that? Ask your mama. John Fafalus says, Trump 2024. Who will be VP? My guess right now, if I had to put money on a candidate, it would be Tulsi Gabbard. She brings in the female vote, the young vote. She's a veteran. She's smart. She's strong. She used to be a Democrat, so she'll get that vote too. The undecideds, or the people that feel like the party left them behind, the John Fettermans of the world. So I think it would be a good thing to make her VP. Plus, she won't put up with Trump for a second, but that might be a reason for him not to pick her. I don't know. But she's very smart, very capable, and very powerful woman with a gorgeous hair. James Schrader says, you've met them, you just don't know it. I've met who? Who have I met? I know pretty much everybody I've met. Probably don't know what a draft is, says Dennis. Who, me? Or the person that said that Trump was a draft dodger? I know what a draft is because I was alive when they were drafting people. But I'm an only son, so they didn't draft me. Cowboys 8 panel says, you should keep an eye and camera on your voting places to ensure honesty and results. Amen. And I would encourage all of you, Democrat and Republican, to go out when you vote, keep your eyes peeled. And if you see anything that looks weird, put a stop to it. Why? Because if you're a Democrat, you might win, but do you want to win by cheating? If you're a Republican and they're cheating, do you want to be a cheater? Do you want to win because somebody didn't do it right? No, you don't. If you're a good, honest American, you want to win because it's the right thing to do. And because the majority of America agrees with you. Same reason you want to lose if it's wrong. Lose fair and square. Lose gracefully. Be a good sport. Don't be a whiner. Don't scream at the clouds because Donald Trump won. But if it goes the other way, which it did, you don't hear me bitching about it. I mean, you do, but I'm bitching about other things, not that he won. But I agree, Cowboys 8 panel. Everybody should watch diligently to all the voting shenanigans. Keep your cameras on, your Ring doorbells. Make sure nobody's stealing your mail. Make sure nobody's getting if you're one of those early voter types, make sure that you take it in person and hand it to the voter yourself. Even if you do mail-in ballot, don't mail it. Take it and give it to them. It's in your town. You ain't got to go far. That way you know your vote counted. It's your vote. Christine says, Jen Psaki is a pundit. Well, really, she's a propagandist. That's right. And that she has taken a job as a journalist. And she sounds like a Biden media plant. That's exactly what she is. Her job, along with all the rest of them that used to work for some Democrat, is to punt for their team. Same thing on the right. The right do that too. What do you think Sean Hannity is? He's a propagandist also, but for the other side. The only person that I know of, a little bit, the young guy that took over for Tucker Carlson, what's his name? Jesse Waters. A little bit him. I think he'd go a little further to telling the truth, but even he has people he answers to. But the only one was Tucker Carlson. He's the one that told the truth most of all, and he got fired for it. So there you go. You don't get fired for lying. You get fired for telling the truth. John Fafalios says, liked and subbed. Thank you, John. I hadn't got a, what's the word I'm looking for? Notification for it yet, but thank you. How are we, says Callum. Callum, welcome. All well. Amanda says, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chat is available. Thank you very much. And thanks, John, says Amanda. Angelic Spirit says, being proud of your race is the equivalent of holding a trophy over your head for a competition you did not compete in. Is it? I don't think that's true, Angelic Spirit. I think being proud of oneself, regardless of what or who you are, is a trait that all humans share, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with pride in oneself. What's wrong is taking that pride and turning it into a supremacist attitude. I am a white enthusiast, and I'm not even white, but I'm not a white supremacist. Nobody is supreme except for God. Fab Daddy says, you're more shade of pink. Actually, I'm neither. But thank you. I work hard on my neon tan. Amanda says, hey, newcomers, welcome. Be respectful. Edward Higgins says, I tried to tune in the other night, but had a lot going on. Is there anybody that will pray for me, please? Absolutely, Edward. I'll pray for you. Absolutely. Sorry. Well, I have no idea. Oh, we got a bunch of subscribers in the house. Thank you. My chat jumped, and I don't know where I was. Hang on. I'm going to scroll up a little further, and if I don't see it, I'll just start. All right, I'm just going to start because I don't know where I oh, wait. I found it. Yes, I'll pray for you. It's me says nations will surround Israel soon. I don't doubt that. It says as much in the Bible, and if you believe that that is the inerrant word of God, then you know what everything is going to happen and how it's going to happen and where it's going to happen specifically. I say when you see nations surrounding Israel, take your eyes off of Israel and start looking at Megiddo, which is near Israel. Megiddo is where it's going to go down. But that's not going to happen just yet. This is just the groundwork for that. It's the conflict. It's the same conflict, but it ain't time for it yet. Amanda says, it's about time, AT. This year's making people lean right, says at the Maori. I'll get that eventually. At the Maori. I think that's Maori. At the Maori. So that's hard to say for a Southerner, so I hope you appreciate that, at the Maori. John Favalio says, Amanda, he is spreading the message, which is all I can ask for. I'm trying. I'm doing the best I can. Chi-Town, punk tune. I feel like if you go left or right, it's a problem. Keep going forward. I agree with you, Chi-Town. I agree with you 100%. I think left wing, right wing, same bird. Chi-Town says, Sleepy Joe, right? Amanda says, yes, John, and Bible nights are Sunday and Monday at 8 and 8:30. Sunday at 8, Monday at 8:30. It's Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. That's the shows that I do, and they're all at 8:30 except for the one on Sunday. That's at 8. Would you ask President Biden why he can't stay awake? And I bet he could give you a good reason, says Fab Daddy. I bet he could, too. He'd probably say, because I was sitting around chewing on a Jupiter pressure. Old. That's probably what he'll say. I'm guessing. Come on, man. It's me says, I subbed. Excellent. Nabob X. Never seen you. You left or right leaning? Well, you tell me. Nay. At Demari says, respectfully disagree. When you see wrong, you go the other way and try to steer both sides forward at the real predators. That's a good way to look at it, too. Idyllically, there's always going to be two sides to an argument, which is why there's a blue and a red, why there's always teams. We are inherently tribalism. We are inherently tribalists. Sorry. So, everything we do, Coke, Pepsi, there's always a dichotomy. Up, down, left, right. Yin, yang. It's always the same thing. So that's inevitable. You may not agree with that, but that's the way the world works. That we have a left wing and a right wing. Independents don't have a chance. They never did. Don't believe that? Ask Ross Perot or Robert Kennedy. That being said, you should always strive, regardless of which team that you're on, even if you're a right wing or left wing or in the middle, or if you're libertarian or whatever that is, you should always strive to see reality and make wise decisions. If you do that, regardless of how your political leanings point you, you can continue to have good conversations. Here's the thing you need to be aware of as an adult male or female in this country. When you stop talking, you stop progressing. You can't progress without conversation. You need to talk. You need to exchange ideas. The best disinfectant is sunlight. Let people talk. Let people say whatever they want to say. Bad ideas will lose out to good ideas because they're bad ideas and people recognize that. John says, thumbs up or thumbs down does the same thing for the algorithm. Well, don't thumbs down me, buddy. When people see it, I want people to go, hey, that guy's cool. But it's all positive. I hear you. I agree with you, too. But I don't want any thumbs downs. But I'm sure I'll get some. Xnay says, you kind of sound like a Rush baby. Nope, I don't like that band at all. Or Rush Limbaugh, for that matter. Oh, it's pink at Gabriel. That's weird. Gabriel says, proof. Proof of what, Gabriel? I must have missed one. Fab Daddy says, Fetterman doesn't like that some Democrats are supporting Hamas in Palestine. I know. He also makes sense on a few other things, too. I like Fetterman, weirdly enough. I don't want to like him, but I kind of do. I think he should put some pants on, though. Definitely. At the Maori says, Trump, the bringer of light through the dark truth of mainstream telepromptation. Well, he definitely goes off book, that's for sure. Point Fire says, have you read the UN Compact on Migration? I have not. Have you? Derek says, strong heart America. Then it says, this setup is whack. What setup? What are you talking about? This right here? I can't do anything about that. That's what the algorithm wants me to do. Amanda says, what do you mean, Dennis? And at the Maori says, who cares, Dennis? Be respectful. Yes, be respectful. Fab Daddy says, LOL, your name, Amanda. Amanda Banhammer. She's German, I think. Maybe you pronounce that Banhammer. It's like a Nazi sympathizer over there. I'm just kidding. Christine says, Trey Gowdy is my first favorite pick for VP Trump 2024, but my second pick is Ben Carson. He's soft-spoken, but he is as tough as nails. Well, I agree with you with the Ben Carson thing. I do not agree with you with the Trey Gowdy thing. I liked Trey Gowdy for a whole year. I thought he was tough. I thought he had something special. I thought he could do something. But all he does is run his mouth, and when it comes time to actually do something, he doesn't do it. So I don't think he'd be a good pick. He says the right things. He doesn't do anything about it. And actions speak louder than words do. Doesn't matter what anybody says. It only matters what they do. Amanda says, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chat. There's an option in the chat box. Thank you. Xnay says, LOL, Banhammer, what does HBJ stand for? I am sure it isn't what came to my mind, LOLJK. You might be wrong about that, buddy. Amanda says, you just caught that, Fab Daddy, LOL. And Amanda says, it's my initials, XXX. And Fab Daddy says, I'm busy eating beer cheddar brats. Beer cheddar brats. That sounds delicious, Fab Daddy. You didn't save me one? Amanda says, you're good, Fab. I got it. Xnay says, I didn't know, Amanda. Started with an H. Stefan, what's up, buddy? Xnay says, I'm just trying to have a good time. Well, have a good time, and have a good time at our expense, by all means, but be respectful to my ladies. That is a must on this channel. You cannot smack talk the ladies. You can say whatever you want to me within reason. If they disagree, they'll kick you out, but you don't talk bad about my ladies. I'll get you for that. And I know where you live. But have a good time, please. HMJ says, who wins, Trump, Biden, or Diddy? Diddy, apparently. I think Trump wins. I think it's hands down, and I think every day it gets worse. It's my fault. It's my full name initials, says Amanda. LOL. Fab Daddy says, pronouns. Hell, you're lucky I call you anything at all. Right? He ain't talking to me. He's saying generally. I'm not using your damn pronouns. I prefer adverbs anyway. Mine are prickly and assholish. Fab Daddy, I agree with you. John says, I'm way ahead of Untethered in the comments versus his discussion. Yes, I understand. It's moving very fast, and it takes me time to read everybody's and then comment on what they got to say. And I'll get there eventually, but I promise I'll get there. If you want me to see your comment, super chat, I'll see it immediately. Otherwise, you have to wait till I get to it. If it takes all night. And please hit that like button. There's 30 people in chat. There's only 23 likes. It's behind the 3 dots up top. And it's free. Amanda says, reading the chat, John, he always does. John says, that's good, though. Just takes time that way. Yes, it does. But this show is about what you think. I'm responding to you. I'm allowing you to give your opinions and let them be heard by the masses of people that are watching. So that's a good thing, and no other, as far as I know, no other podcast does it that way. So that's my thing, apparently. Xnay says, I've been wanting to live stream. I haven't hit the 50 sub requirement yet. Well, you keep hanging in there, Xnay. You'll get there. I was there once, too, and I promise you, just keep making content every day or every week or whatever it is you got set up, and eventually you'll reach that content. Now, if you come to this channel and you prove yourself to be a worthy contender, that you put in good conversation and hang out with everybody, I'm sure a lot of people here would love to subscribe to your channel. I'm one of them. Amanda says, yep. Diane Ostertag says, Trump sucks. Do you have a reason for that, or are you just saying emphatically that Trump sucks? You have a chance to speak, or, don't. It's up to you. You have a radio voice for real, Untethered Live. Thank you, Xnay. I appreciate that. Or are you saying I have a voice only for radio, like stop looking at my face? Is that what you're saying? What are you saying there? Is that a compliment? I'll take it. Release it on my album. I'm going to release it on cassette tape. Why? Because I'm an out-of-the-box thinker. And I like the idea of people going, what the hell is this? Diane Ostertag says, oh, I thought this was about politics. It is. You can say whatever you want to say, but Trump sucks is not an opinion. It's a rash statement based on your feelings. What about Trump sucks? Is there a thing you actually have a problem with? Do you know what his policies are? Do you know what he wants to do? Do you know what he's angling for? Or are you one of those people that just hate Trump regardless because he's Trump, because everybody's told me to hate Trump? Never mind the fact that all of those people loved him until he ran for president, but let's forget about that part. Richard Ross says, that Richard Ross? Well, that's oddly self-serving. Dab Daddy says, I want to thank Monkey Juice for being here. Having more than one helps. There's more of you than just you. But I thank Monkey Juice for being here, too. I wouldn't have anybody to rail against if everybody agreed with me. I am trying to produce content, Fab Daddy. It's more entertaining when you see the host get all frantic, right? You know I lean into the madness. It is Diane A.K. HB, says Amanda. I don't know what half of those mean. Diane says, oh, okay, Amanda. Well, Trump sucks. Why does Trump suck? You can't just say something like that. Give me a reason. Do you not understand what a conversation is? Christine Marshall says, yep, I'm going to have to buy a Walkman and your album from you. Well, I'll sell it to you as soon as I make it. And thank you. Xnay says, Untethered Live with his nicotine-stained fingers on the Untethered Live network. True. Thanks for subscribing, Brian Dernbach. Thank you, Brian Dernbach. John Favalio says, Trump 2024, stop the damage. See, that's how you do that. Stop the damage. He's implying that not having Trump in office is damaging the country. So there's something I can work with there. Derek Rohn says, strong heart America. Thank you very much, Derek. Fab Daddy says, everyone hit that. Everybody that likes Trump are committed. He can do no wrong. Fab Daddy. Nobody on planet Earth has ever said Trump can do no wrong. You don't have to like the man for him to be the best candidate for president. All people in power do something wrong. That's the way you get into power. Power is inherently corrupting and wrong. If you read the Bible, which I teach for the past 7 years, twice a week, and have gone at least twice over this detail, that God told you, if you get the king you're asking for, this is what's going to happen because of that decision. And he lays it out. I think it's in the book of Isaiah, but it might be further back. I can't remember exactly where it's at. But over and over again, overwhelmingly, having a leader hurts the country. That's just the nature of the world we live in. Biden looks cute when he's sleeping, says Diane. Amanda says, smash the like button, y'all. There's 35 people in chat. There's only 22 likes. Hit that like button. It's behind the 3 dots up top. Christine Marshall says, big smiley faces. Sleepy Joe, yawn, yawn, yawn. Drool, drool, frown, frown. Sleeping again. Derek Rohn says, John Favelos says, he's been in trouble for a long time mentally. How can a man like that be responsible for guiding our nation? He cannot be. He is not responsible for guiding our nation. Someone else behind the scenes is doing all the in-charge stuff. They're just trotting him out to drool and say nonsense. How about those Biden tic-tacs? Right? Apparently that's a meme I haven't seen. Derek Rohn says, a second time, stop the damage, Trump 2024. No need to repeat yourself. I got it the first time. Christine Marshall says, Biden can afford those. Biden can afford the houses on his type of salary, let alone all the illegal payments from overseas. His family has more than 20 shell companies that do money laundering and influence peddling. It's real. That's true. That is true. And he's being investigated for those things as we speak. Whether anything will ever come of it is beside the point, but they are looking into it. Diane says, well, I will tell you something about Biden. At least he doesn't have 36 charges on his belt like Trump does. 36? You mean 34? Charges of what exactly? Do you know what law he broke? Yeah. Unlike all of the actual laws that Biden has broken and gotten away with because he's a Democrat. I understand. Childish. I'm waiting for you. I want you to tell me what law he broke. X-Nay says, yep, the Biden tic-tac tax was effing hilarious. Christine says, well, yeah. Dang, I thought that was real for a second, too, until you said it. He is still Sleepy Joe. Well, that video, I showed you that for a reason, because, and this is coming from their side. That video came from the White House. The one with him sleeping. I don't know who made it. I don't know why they sent it out. The only thing I can figure is that they are trying to pull back from Biden because they're trying to replace him. I don't know. That's all theories. I'm not saying that's what's happening because I don't know. But they did release that video, and it has been passed around on both sides. But it's not real. And I showed you that to prove to you that I'm looking at this thing objectively. And when I say things, I may be wrong, but I'm not lying to you. This I believe because I see it the way I see it. You can accuse me of a lot of things, but you cannot accuse me of trying to mislead anybody. I'm not. Oh, Biden will get them soon as well, Diane says X-Nay. Diane says, who hasn't pooped their pants once or twice in their lifetime? Me, not since I was a baby. John Favalio says, there are more examples than you can count for why he shouldn't be president. Agreed. But the funny thing is they roll out examples like that, which is fake. But they never talk about the real reasons why he should not be president. I will. He should not be president because he's a criminal. He ran that credit card scam for years, and he's been taking money from China for years, and they've been involved in Burisma and all kinds of things overseas for years in the Ukraine, which is going on right now. There's been all kinds of whistleblowers shut down because of what they were trying to tell the world about what was going on over there before the whole thing went up in flames, metaphorically speaking. There's the documents that he had that he should not have had because he was not the president of the United States at the time. He had no business having those documents, yet he had them, and by the truckloads, and the FBI was not falsifying them by putting covers on them saying classified when they did not come from there. A lot of those kind of things. There's a lot of reasons why you should vote him out. And vote him out is what I mean, nothing else. X-Nay says, true, Diane. I sharded mine not too long ago. Well, I wouldn't be proud of that. I'm an adult, so I can control my continents. A Portfolio says, LOL, another wacko. Where? Are you calling me a wacko? Would you like to take me on intellectually, or do you just want to throw jabs and run like a little bitch? Because I'll take you right here, right now, in front of God and everybody, and we'll see who's a wacko when we're done. How about that? No? Didn't think so. Gear Jammer says, Trump 2024. Gear Jammer, I like how you think. Amanda says, newcomers, welcome. Be respectful, though. Jaden hits clips. 2.0. Trump's what? Hunk. Trump 2024, baby. Jaden hits clips says, Trump. Yes, I heard you the first time. Except the first time you said it twice. Andrew Pyra says, you having another breakdown, Grandpa? Not at all, grandson. Go tell your grandma I'll be in a minute. And shut the hell up, by the way. Now go get me a toddy. What's the matter? You don't like that? Don't be a child. How about that? Grow up and have a conversation. Learn something about the world you live in. John Favlio says, let's go Trump. Squatch Stomper says, it's sad that South Park is based more in reality than the news media. Agreed, Squatch Stomper. Gear Jammer says, Trump will win the election for the third time in a row in 2024. Well, personally, I think he's a little bit out of his league and probably will never be a president of the United States. And he'll probably never get enacting his policies because he is a right-wing, right-tard, and us left-wingers need to stick together and keep Joe Biden in office forever, right? Not gonna happen. Whoosh. X-Nay says, I honestly like this guy. I would love to have a few beers with him one day. Well, you certainly can if you come to North Carolina, or tell me where you are, and I might come visit you. You never know. Linguistic. I can't even read that word. Semiotican. Democracy is just an ideology. Correct. Pardon me. Idiocracy, says Hunk. Agreed. We live in a republic, says Fab Daddy. Yes, we do. And thank you, Fab Daddy, for pointing that out, even though you're a leftard. At least you got common sense, and I appreciate that. This cup is filled with leftist tears, by the way. I'm just joking. Christine says Biden has pooped his pants enough when he was a young, let alone what is happening now. Sorry, I can barely see. A lot of lights in my face. Rifical, spelled backwards, is Lucifer. Because he's ... Interesting. No wonder I couldn't read that word. Andrew says, republic and democracy. What's the difference? Okay, well, here's the difference. A republic is run by an established government. 4 branches. There is the executive, there is the Congress, there is the judicial, and there is the media. 4 branches of government. That is a republic. A democracy is mob rule. Everybody votes, and whatever the majority thinks, that's what happens. That's a democracy. Now, our republic officials are elected democratically, which means we have a vote. We vote for a local thing, and we vote in local senators, 2 in every state, or whatever it is. Some states have more, some have less, whatever. It works out for the amount of people in that state. Anyway, those senators then vote, and they vote in somebody in the Electoral College. And then the Electoral College votes, and that's how you win presidency. And you have certain states that you have to win, because historically, if you win those states, you get to the number, whatever it is, 230 or whatever it is, to become president. If you get there first, you win. That's democratically elected. But once elected, then you have to serve out a term in an established ground rules. That's the republic. You can't go all willy-nilly and do whatever the hell you want to do. You have to follow the basic guidelines of the country that you are trying to lead. That's a republic. I probably butchered that example, but at least you understood me. A Portfolio says, I work in a lot of home of Republicans like this, and it's crazy how cuckoo they are. A Portfolio, do you think I'm kooky? Diane says, let's put Trump in prison. That's where he belongs. Why do you think he belongs in prison? Because he signed a check? Do you think what he did was illegal? Diane? Because I don't think you know the law of the country you live in. Let's get specific about Donald Trump, shall we? The number 3 guy in the DOJ quit his job and went downstream to work in a public DA's office in New York City so that they could prosecute Trump with DA knowledge, or DOJ knowledge. He took a strong cut in pay. My guess is that once this is all said and done, he'll go back up to the top again, because most people don't go down in their careers. They go up. Anyway, the reason he did that is so that they could gin up what was once thought of as a misdemeanor. They applied this election fraud nonsense to it, which made it a federal felony. You cannot prosecute a federal felony in a local court, because that's a state court, not a federal court. You understand? What they're doing from the get-go is illegal in New York. You can't do that. It's a sham trial. You can't do that. Second of all, they refuse to allow all of their witnesses to testify that would put an end to the idea that this is election fraud, which it is not, which would make it then a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor that they took a felon, an admitted felon, put him in on the stand and said, if you'll flip on this misdemeanor, then we'll let you get off. So we've got a real felon that actually lied to Congress, that actually lied his whole life, and admitted on stand of a grand larceny felony. Got away scot-free so they could nail this misdemeanor. What was the misdemeanor? Trump's lawyer paid a prostitute not to run her mouth. Trump didn't know about that. Trump didn't order that. Trump didn't have anything to do with the money that went to her. He took a loan out on his home, this lawyer, and paid the prostitute with that money. And then he asked Trump to reimburse him for legal fees. So Trump wrote him checks, 34 of them. Now, if it was hush money, do you think he'd pay it in 34 installments while she could talk any moment while she didn't get all her money? No, you pay off the whole thing to keep people quiet, which is, by the way, is not illegal. It's not illegal to pay a prostitute to keep her mouth shut. People do it all the time. The Congress of the United States of America has a fund for that very reason, to stop people from sexually harassing the Congress or accusing them of sexual harassment. That's what that money's for, and it comes out of your tax dollars. You're paying for that. You didn't know that, did you? That makes you complicit in the same felony that Donald Trump is complicit in. Now, why else is it not election tampering, this hush money that he paid? Because he had already won the election when he signed the checks. How can you affect an election you've already won? That's not true. So, what is the actual illegal thing that they nailed him on? Because they got 34 counts because he signed 34 checks to pay back a legal expense, which was written in his ledger, and that is what they're calling a felony, to write legal expense in your ledger when you pay a legal expense to a lawyer, regardless of what it's for. That was not Trump writing it in the ledger. That was his accountant writing it in the ledger because that's what the money was, a legal expense. So she wrote it down. Now, the jury in this case was not allowed to unanimously agree, which is the consensus. Anytime you go before a jury, they have to unanimously agree you're guilty or you get to walk away from it not guilty. That's called a hung jury if they don't all agree. But the judge in this case, a Democrat, a supporter of Biden, whose daughter is profiting as we speak off of this trial, which is a conflict of interest, he gave the jury 56 pages of rules that they had to follow, but he would not give them a copy of the 56 pages. They had to remember it. And then he told them, on top of that 56 pages, that they did not have to agree on what crime, if any crime. They just had to agree that something looks like it happened. And that would be enough. So you got 12 people with 12 different ideas of what happened and not able to follow the rules because they can't remember them all. And they get their verdict, which will be overturned very shortly because it's illegal. So your idea that Donald Trump is a convicted felon is stupid. That makes you stupid for believing it. Pay attention to the law. Listen to what actual experts say about what's happening to the man. It is political persecution. It will be overturned in appellate court, and if they don't overturn it, the Supreme Court will, because it's illegal. I can't believe I have to explain that to a room full of adults, but there you have it. That's what a republic is. Christine says, we are a constitutional republic who has made a branch of democracy as a tool to deal with our foreign affairs. Democracy was hijacked by these globalists who want to control the republic with democracy. Kind of, sort of, yeah. It's like being infested with bed bugs. That's kind of what it's like. Jack says, everybody is brainwashed now, and nowadays, and a bunch of bots following bots. What happened to humans? Everybody in this chat, as far as I know, is a human, Jack. Unless you're not. Are there any non-humans here? If you're not human, please stand up. Derek Rowan says, thanks, man. What's up, Derek? Gear Jammer, Trump 2024. No need to repeat yourself, Gear Jammer. We got it. Trump 2024. Yes, sir. Rock on. Keep the rubber side down and passing little white lines and all that stuff. Don't repeat yourself. A Portfolio says, the same mindset the sovereign citizens have. I wonder why they have that mindset. Have you read the Constitution? You're supposed to be a sovereign citizen. They're just pointing it out. They're not wrong. A Portfolio. Andrew says, you don't even understand the difference between the words you shout about and then ask for donations. I didn't ask for donations. I asked for super chats if you want to. That's your business. I'm not asking you for any dollar amount, and I do understand the words I'm shouting about a lot clearer than you do. I've been to school a lot longer than you have. And if you want to donate, you can go to paypal.me/jakejohnsonband. Right there. Or if you're a CashApp user, you can go to $JakeJohnsonBand. But most of all, most importantly, hit that subscribe button and press the bell icon so you get notifications of when I'm going to be online. Smash that like button. There's 36 people in chat and only 23 likes. It's the 3 dots up top. Do that. And if you want to super chat, if you want me to read your chat, if you want me to make it to the bottom, put it in a super chat. I'll get it. Also, you might want to consider joining the channel to learn what you don't hear in these shows. Now, as always, I will respect you and read every single one of your comments if I can, as I always do right now. That's asking for donations, just so you know. Thanks for subscribing, Earning and Xnay. Thank you. Christine says Donald Trump is the man trying to restore democracy in its rightful position as a branch we used to deal with foreign affairs, not as a branch to control the republic. I agree. Derek Rohn says Trump 2024, flags and smiley faces and strength and hearts and flags and peace signs. All of the above. And Amanda says, hey, thanks for the subs. A Portfolio says the deep state, LOL. Yeah. Cowboys 8 Panel says, correct it, Jake Johnson. Out with the corrupt. Amen, sister. By the way, if you want to check out our brand new Untethered Live Facebook page, the link is in the chat. Go check it out. Get to know each other. And keep up with all things Untethered Live Universe. Which is currently 4 different shows or 5 different shows. Something like that. Gear Jammer says, Trump is the best president we've ever had. Thank you, Gear Jammer. And you are correct. I don't know about ever, but in a while. A Portfolio says, buddy, you need a shower and to touch grass. A Portfolio, you have no idea what I do or how I smell. So, let me explain something to you. I actually have a job. I don't live in my mama's basement. You understand? So I touch grass every day. And I shower regularly. So how about kiss my ass where it looks like a fig and stop being annoying? Define republic versus democracy, says Andrew. Well, I did that about 5 minutes ago if you want to go back and listen. Everything Trump predicted came true. Correct. Diane says, Trump sucks, Trump sucks, Trump sucks, Trump sucks. So what you're saying is you don't have an actual opinion. You're just repeating MSNBC. Got it. Cowboys 8 Panel says, is Buddy in the chat? Is Buddy in the chat? Will the real Buddy please stand up? Andrew says, where are you reading these comments from? My chat, Andrew. On my channel, which is rapidly growing because apparently people like unshowered sycophants who never leave the house. Something like that. Christine Marshall says, the fact that you do not know how to define republic versus democracy is a proof to yourself that you need to do more research. Are you talking to me? Because I do know how to define it. I did define it a few minutes ago. Fab Daddy says, the wall, Gear Jammer, the wall. What about it? What about the wall there, Fab Daddy? Because Trump did build a large portion of the wall. There is a wall there in some places. In some places there's fence, in some places there's drones, in some places there's cameras, but mostly a wall. And guess what Biden is trying to do right now? Finish his wall. Not Biden's wall, Trump's wall. Wonder why? Because it works. Andrew said, Amanda says, he's behind in chat, Andrew. Well, I'll get there. I'll catch up. Gear Jammer says, that's right. Junior Jer says, hello, Brazil. Junior Brazil, Brazil. What's up, Brazil? Good to see you. Gear Jammer says, Trump 2024. Gear Jammer, and I ask you not to repeat yourself. You don't need to keep saying that. We heard you. Coheed Blood says, is it cake? Yes. John We'll say it for you, Gear Jammer. Trump 2024. As a matter of fact, everybody say Trump 2024 so we can get it out of the way. Russian says, F me, please. Sure. Send me your picture and your bio, and we'll get back to you. Gear Jammer says, Democrat lives don't matter. Dude, all lives don't matter. A Portfolio says, Trump is a snake oil salesman. Really? What's he selling? He's not smart. Really? He's a billionaire and he graduated top of his class. Where did you graduate and how much money do you have? He was a star on TV for 10 years. People invited him to come be bit parts in their movies. All the celebrities loved him and talked about him incessantly for 20 years. How is he not smart? What do you say? But that's just a testament to how dumb his followers are. His followers, A Portfolio, is 53% of the United States of America. Watch how you talk about us. Do I seem dumb to you? And if you think I do, come here and let's have a conversation. Dennis Bigfoot says there was a video of what? There's been lots of videos. Which one are you referring to? Coheed Blood says, my June bug is blending. That sounds like you need to see a doctor there, buddy. Christine says, I just thank God that we have special operations and their mission statement is make America great again. Donald Trump is the front man for the team. This will I still fail to believe we ever lost control, but we did. We did. Carl Prepper, thanks for the subscription. I hear you just fine, says Gear Jammer. Well, hear me and take heed, because I'm not going to repeat myself. Trump is our daddy. According to Milo Yiannopoulos, he is anyway, right? Dennis Bigfoot, smiley face, Gear Jammer, Trump will win. Yes, he will. Skiz, hey, Unc. Hey, Neff. Your turn. Dennis Bigfoot says, Jake is doing tarot cards in his sleep. I must be. Somebody needs to send me a link of this doppelganger of mine. Kanye West is running for president soon. I can't wait to vote Kanye West, says Jack. Jack? That would be hilarious. Yes, it would. Christine Marshall says when Trump first got on TikTok, he broke and had over 3 million followers immediately, while Joe Biden has been on the app so long and only has a few people. This should tell you all you need to know. Well, it's something like 300,000 that Biden has, according to TikTok. It might be 30,000. It's 3,000. It might be 30,000. It might be 300,000. Somebody could check me on that. That's irrelevant. I'll go conservative and give him 40,000. Trump, in 24 hours, had over 2.5 million viewers, and in the first week, he got up to 400 million viewers. That ought to tell you something. By the way, everybody, a kangaroo is just a giant mouse, says Gear Jammer. Is it, though? Or is it a deer with a disease? I always thought kangaroo were more like deer. But you could be right. John says, I was a Democrat for 10 years. I learned my lesson. Good, John. I'm glad you did. Dennis Bigfoot says, hey, Fab. Cowboys 8 Pounds says, your volume or my phone? It's got to be your phone because everybody else says they hear me just fine. Jake and the humorous Trump comment about the safety of the country, dictator, was true. It was a joke. Everybody clings to it, though, like he said he was actually going to be a dictator. He's not. No, you cannot get a shout out because I don't have moron written on my forehead. Frosty Banner says, true. Christine Marshall says, not only does Biden not draw in crowds at his events, he also does not get high views on any social media platforms. Why is this? And he is more popular than Obama. Just fishy. Type of smell. That is bad. Yeah, I smell a fish too, Christine. Brother Jamal says, yo, what's up, Brother Jamal? Cowboys 8 Pounds says, talking about gorgeous hair. Thank you. Thank you very much. Brother Jamal says, HRU. HRU. Matthew Bamberger, are you from Bamberger, South Carolina? I volunteered. I didn't need to be drafted like some pussies. Are you talking about me? I didn't want to be drafted because I don't want to go over into somebody else's yard and start a problem that I didn't have any reason to start. Now, you want to find out where you end and I begin? Come start some trouble in my yard. See what happens. See what kind of pussy I am then. But I'm not going to go to your house and start any trouble, and I'm not going to go to theirs either, whether my country wants me to or not. As a patriotic American, I'll defend this country with my life. This one. That means if you come here, I'll fight you. I'm not going to your country and starting any trouble. I don't want to be drafted. And if you want to be drafted, maybe you should reevaluate why you're fighting in the first place. Pussy. Amen, says Brother Jamal. America. Thank you, I think. USA, USA, USA. Flubber for lubber says, I see something weird now. Well, you should probably do something about that. Monkey Juice says in 2001, Trump changed to the Democratic Party. In 2009, he changed to the Republican Party. Yeah, because everybody has a right to learn from their mistakes. Everybody has a right to go into something earnestly and then see that they've been hornwoggled and then move on to something else because they don't want to be associated with that nonsense anymore. What's wrong with that? What are you trying to suggest? Like you haven't made a decision that you found out later was wrong? You must be the only one, Monkey Juice. Yeah, shin splints is not an out for war, Draft Dodger. I don't have shin splints. I didn't get drafted because I'm an only child, and if you know anything about the reason people go to war, it's to defend families with only childs and widows, things like that. They don't take only children. So even if I volunteered, they wouldn't have let me go. Do you understand that? I guess you don't, because you're wrapped up in the propaganda of it all and you don't really know how the military actually works because you clearly aren't serving in one. Gear Jamming says, if I was born in California, can I still be a good American? Yes, Gear Jammer. Yes, you can. There's lots of great Americans in California. Lots of morons, too, but a lot of great Americans in California. California used to be red, by the way, until they lost their mind. Christine says, and it's just sad how many immigrants are coming in, and then not just the ones that have came in, just the ones on the waiting list. 64 million illegal immigrants are already on the waiting list. Yep, it's a big problem, and we need to solve it. Skiz says, English or Spanish? Well, what does it sound like, Skiz? Angelica Melendrez says, hi. Hi, Angelica. Monkey Juice says, shin splints. Well, you can say whatever you want to say. That doesn't make it true, and it also doesn't make you sound very intelligent, so go right ahead. By the way, I don't need shin splints. I'm short on purpose. John Favalios says, I'll get that right eventually. if it weren't for all the fishy stuff that went on during the September 11th, 2001, I'd have been a Republican from the start. I understand. There was some fishy stuff going on. Dave Manning says, Trump 2024, your Section 8 ass crybaby liberals. Take that, Section 8 ass crybaby liberals. Whatever that means. Hi, newcomers. Welcome, but be respectful, says Amanda. The Banhammer. And she's watching you. You think Santa Claus is bad? Cali Prepper says, I live in California with a lot of good Americans. We are just outnumbered by the communists. But I assure you, there are about 10 million of us. I know there's a lot of great people in California, especially up towards the top and down towards the bottom. A lot of great Californians. It's that middle part that's a little iffy. And the closer to the middle you get, the crazier it gets. And those people wouldn't admit to being Republican if you ask them in public. They certainly wouldn't admit it if you ask them in private. John says the subscribe button disappeared, and I clicked it. I don't know. That's not good. Try refreshing. Christine says Florida held the Save the Beef conference, where they said, take your fake lab-grown meat somewhere else. We're not doing that here in Florida. Thank God, Christine. Maybe I can go to Florida to get a good steak. Dennis Bigfoot says, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. Is that a stop guy? Is he saying stop in the name of the law? Dalton Master, welcome back. All the Marxists who took over America institutes were the Jews who fled Germany during WW2. Some of them, that's for sure. Jacob Pear says something in another language, and I'm not repeating it because I don't know what it means, but I know what toilets are. Where the hell? Sorry, my chat jumped again. It shouldn't do that. I don't know why it does. It's a problem. I'm not the only one it happens to. Oh, well, if I didn't read your chat, I'm sorry. I'm just going to start right here. I'm going to start up here. Oh, Lord. John says, right, Untethered, I didn't always like him. Given the option in front of me, the choice was evident. I understand. Trump, I meant. Yes, I got it. Yeah, I don't like Trump either. Newsflash. I think he's probably a bully. He's probably impossible to get along with. Most people who are billionaires are that way, though. Christine says, Donald Trump making such a statement against those 5 black people was the righteous statement to make at the time in the whole process, has revealed a lot, like how the media lies and spins things. I'm guessing you're talking about the Central Park 5. I think I saw something about Central Park 5 when the chat jumped, but I'm not exactly sure. Colton Clay says, oh, Bible. Yes, Colton, I do Bible on Sunday and Monday, so come see me tomorrow night. We'll do Bible. Colton says, there is a Burkhart store by where I live, and I buy all of my goat feed there. Interesting, Colton. You have goats? Or do you just like eat goat feed? Justin says, there is no God. Justin, you are incorrect. And I can prove it. You want me to prove it for you? Let me know. Samplers and Things says, what's going on here? You're going on here, Samplers and Things. You've been here before. You know how this works. Christine Marshall says, believe in there is no God is more faith-based. The belief that there is no God is more faith-based religion than believing in God, since there's a book and a word of truth that can guide you, and you guys have nothing but yourselves. God has a plan for you. Amen. I like the way you think, Christine, and you are correct. It takes a lot of faith to be an atheist. Also, you have to kind of believe in God in order to hate God. Amanda says, welcome newcomers, be respectful, and also like, subscribe, share, support, join, and hit that super chat function in the chat box if you want Jake to absolutely see your chat, because there's a chance I'm not going to see it because it jumps all over the place when I'm trying to read. And that's what happens when we're getting popular. By the way, we're getting close to 2,000 viewers tonight, so that's pretty cool. I appreciate you guys. Thank you all for being here. All of you, even the ones I disagree with. Fab Daddy says, be kind. Politics makes people angry and mean sometimes. No need for that here. We can have intelligent conversations. Notice that the only time I get a little vapid is when people try to attack me or my intellect or my showering habits, not because of a political view. That don't mean I won't set you straight, though, but I'll do it like a man, to your face and politely. But got to get used to it on Saturday nights anyway, Fab Daddy, because up until at least the inauguration, if Trump wins, and the election if he does not, Politi-tics is a thing. Look how many views I'm getting. I need this channel to grow. I'm trying to make a living here. Everybody here understands that. Then it says, ha. Samplers and Things says, is this live or pre-recorded? It's live. We'll do it live. You know, that kind of thing. This is my name. Nope, that's my name. I have a genuine question. What makes you think Trump is going to do anything for us when no one else has? I don't think that. You never heard me say he was going to do anything for us. What I said was, he is the most logical choice that is presented to us to run the country. I've said that. I think he did a pretty good job the last time he ran the country. For 4 years, he was president. Did you not remember that? So you can look back and see his track record and what happened. Gas was $1.84. You know, lots of things were way cheaper. Lots of things were way better. Roads were being built everywhere, all over the place. There was construction going on. The world was looking up. You know, factories were coming back into the country. People were largely mocking him, but they were all talking freely without any suppression going on. There were flat earthers all over the internet. It was glorious. And now, the alternative. Gas has skyrocketed to $4, almost $4 a gallon. It's like $3.90 now, something like that. A gallon of milk costs $5. Eggs cost like $4, $3. Billions of dollars are being spent overseas in other countries, not here where it needs to be. When you start thinking about how many billions of dollars it would take to solve certain problems that are here, and then you see all the money that's going that way, and yet we've had these problems since the 50s, you begin to wonder, well, why hasn't anybody taken one of those $1 billion and fixed that problem? Because they're not running the country like Trump would, because he would. You know, something simple like this. Trump said in a rally last week, if I'm elected president on day one, I'm going to write into law and an executive order that all people that get tips will not be taxed on their tips anymore. You get to keep your tips. Waitresses, people on YouTube that take super chats, you know, any kind of busker, anybody that takes tips will get to keep their tips. And the place erupted into clapping because 80% of the workforce are tip-based workers. I defy a Democrat to argue against that. There's no way you can do it without being the evil one in the room. political genius. That's a good thing Trump will do for us. I hope that helps. This is my name, Sonny. I will say this, sir. I asked my boss what my future in the company looks like, and he said I'm getting an upgrade. Do you work for Tesla? Because that might be bad. Sonny says, we spoke the other day. I said I hated my job, remember? Sorry, Biden must go. I don't remember, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Notice that I've talked to about 2,000 people tonight, and I talked to about 2,000 people last night, or whenever it was. I don't even know when it was. I think it was last night. Anyway, I don't remember you, Sonny, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen, and I apologize if it did. But I'm sorry you hate your job, and I hope you find a better one. I seem like vaguely remember something about somebody complaining about a job, and I said that same thing. I hope you find a better one. It may have been you. I don't know. Amanda says, yep, Sonny, but Jake is behind in chat. I'll get there. John says 34 trumped up charges against Trump versus many crushed impeachment attempts, despite evidence of the multiple irrefutable, impeachable actions. I apologize for my inability to read. I am not having a stroke. I have big bright lights in my eyes, and I'm blind as a bat, so I have to squint sometimes to read what the word is. And the way that I read is I recognize the shape of the word because I can't actually see the word. Sometimes I got to try to figure out what the word is. Sonny says, I like low gas prices and low food prices. The stamp made in the USA. 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 I like that too, Sonny. And it would be nice if we started making stuff in America again. Because if we ever did go to war with the Red, which is the China and the Russia part of the Red, they make everything that we use. That would not be a good place to be. Christine says, well, the fact is that Donald Trump already has made promises that he kept when he was in office for 4 years and has a list of more that I believe he intended or that he intends to keep. You have nothing to lose to vote for Trump. That's true. John says, of Biden. Yeah, the impeachable actions of Biden, yes. Yeah, Biden has done some shady things. As a matter of fact, he's responsible and penned largely the crime bill of 93, 94, whenever it came out, that sent so many black men to jail for nonviolent crimes. But Trump is a racist because he said something about Mexicans, which the Mexicans were like, eh. They didn't care. The only people that cared were Democrats. And they don't know what commas are, because if you go back and listen to that speech and apply the commas, he did not say that. Oh, Americans do know that there is more the liberal or conservative to run the country in the world, right? I think what you're trying to say is Americans do know that there's more in the country going on than right wing, left wing, right? I think that's what you mean to say. And yes, we know that, but not in our country. We don't care what's going on in yours. We're Americans. America first. That's what we're talking about. Sonny says, I don't care what you vote for Biden, and Hochul has to go. I don't care who you vote for, period. Biden and Hochul has to go. And I agree with you 100%. And quite a few other ones have to go too. Like that one that staged her own kidnapping and then complained about it as if it actually happened. She's got to go. Ilhan Omar's got to go. AOC's got to go. Nancy Pelosi already went, but she needs to go further. You know, that sort of thing. Mitch McConnell needs to go. Golden Graham's, what's his name? You know the guy from South Carolina. Golden Grahams, what's his name? I can't think of his name. He's got to go. Warmongers, the lot of them. Neoconservatives. Got to go, all of them. We need more people like Jim Jordan and Matt Gates and people like that. Rand Paul, those kind of guys need to be up front and center. Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, those people need to be in charge. Kid Mother Rock needs to be in charge. Tucker Carlson needs to be vice president. You know what I'm saying? You got it. Dana White needs to be the press secretary. Argue with that, CNN. Come on now. Joe Rogan. Just keep doing you, buddy. This is my name says we shouldn't let dementia patients run countries. Amen, brother. Or sister, whatever your name is. Amanda says, hi, Dakota. Dakota says, I subscribe to you and I hit my like button. There are 25 likes, but there are 32 people in chat. So behind the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner, you'll find the like button. Hit it, please. How is your evening going, Amanda, says Dakota? And Amanda says, good and busy. Keeping this chat fluid, and I thank you for your hard work, Amanda. You're doing well and doing it single-handedly. Andrew Cummins says, even if Trump bangs a chick long time ago, who cares? Oh, yeah, the court messed up bad. Andrew, I have 2 words to respond to that statement. Monica Lewinsky. Was there not hush money paid in that trial? What about the other chick, the one I can't remember her name, the blonde one? Was there not hush money paid in that trial? Is that not the exact same crime? No? Explain to me how. There was no election going on, you say. Oh, yes, there was. You want to talk about affecting an election? Do you think a blowjob in the Oval Office might affect an election? But I did not have sexual relationships with that woman. Yes, you did. You did the old Glug Glug 2000, and you did it with a cigar. So, guess who don't care? This guy. Hey, what has 2 thumbs and don't care if you get a blowjob in the White House or not? This guy. Don't care if you bang Stormy Marshall or whatever her name is. Stormy Daniels. Sorry, Christine. That was not directed at you, I promise. That's just what popped out of my mouth. Christine says the Democrats are arming the illegal immigrants through the Hunting Act. They are trying to cause a resistance that will spark a civil war on Trump's deportation. Day 1. Well, guess what happens? There's a lot of rednecks that have been hunting their whole life. And they all drink Budweiser and have 4-wheel drive pickup trucks. And if you want to arm a few Mexicans, have them start a revolution, you bring it on, baby. We'll make tacos in a day of it. How about that? Randy Hammer. What? Are you any relation to Amanda Hammer? What's up, brother? What's up, Randy? Bet you didn't see that coming. Sonny says low gas and food prices and the made in America. We have oil under our feet. I remember when Silver Queen corn was the #1 agriculture grow in New York. Now, instead, we worry about stupid stuff. Yes. Also in North Carolina, tobacco paid for this state and probably most of the East Coast. They don't like to talk about that, but it did. And yes, I smoke. I'm from North Carolina. Currently. Also in Georgia, there's kaolin, and in Florida, there's, well, oranges. So the whole East Coast is profitable. And there is oil in America. Lots of it. Why are we buying it from Saudi Arabia or Russia or wherever we're getting it from? Politics. That's the only reason. Trump 2024, yeah, baby. Christine says not only are the illegal immigrants, they're secret soldiers. Where are the secret voters? More people in the area changes the census, which creates more electoral seats in this election interference. Yes. Yes, this is the plan. It's not going to work out, though, because there's one thing I know about Mexicans that they don't seem to realize. They're extremely based for the most part and extremely Catholic. And a lot of the stuff that the Democrats go for ain't going to fly with the Mexicans. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if all those immigrants come over here and over half of them vote for Trump. That would be funny. I would like to see that. Then it says, Cohen didn't even pay her. He stole money and then blamed it on hush money. He never paid. Dennis, I didn't even know that part, but if that's true, then none of this is even a thing. It shouldn't even went to court. But I think she got money from Cohen. Sonny says, like factories that made box food. You're hunting the farmers, Biden. Delete funds says, just grab them by the pee hole. If that's what they want you to do, by all means, hook them up. If you'll notice, Trump didn't say that he grabbed them by the pee hole. What he said was, if you go back and listen to that tape, which is ridiculous and came out just to hurt Trump, but if you go back and listen to it, what he says was, when you're rich, they'll let you grab them by the pee hole, meaning they want you to, meaning they'll offer it to you. That's what he said, not the other way around. It wasn't a predatory statement. It was an astonishment statement that I can't believe what I get away with because I'm rich. That's what he's saying to another rich guy, which agreed with him because it's true. I hate to say that, but that's true. That's how women are. Not all of them, but some of them. There are good women. I know a bunch of them. A bunch of them are in this room. Really good, classy women. But I'm telling you right now, there are women out there who are just out for that dollar bill, and that's all they care about, and the whole world's full of them. If you don't believe that, watch the Whatever podcast. You'll get to see them on a daily basis. Those are the ones. And if you think that's not true, you live in a fantasy world. At the rate the USA is burning oil, they say USA has only 4 years worth of oil. At this rate, is that true, says Andrew Cummings. Andrew, I have a show on this platform called The Hyperbole. I strongly suggest you watch episode 4, 5, and 6 of that show. It's a short show. It's 30 minutes long-ish. Specifically the one concerning oil. And the one thing I will tell you about oil is it is not what you've been told it is. And I prove that in the hyperbole. Oil is a renewable source that the earth makes. We make it. The earth makes it. And when you run out, it makes more. We're in no danger of running out of oil. Peak oil is a myth to drive up prices. If you create scarcity, you create value. It's a game. It's one of these numbers. You know what I'm talking about with the 3 shells? Or the queen in the middle? You know what I'm talking about? What do you call that game? It's that kind of thing. We got plenty of oil. We're in no danger of running out of oil ever. God knew what we needed when he made this place. What about E. Jean Carroll, says Delete Funds? What about E. Jean Carroll, a crazy old coot that claims that a billionaire pushed her into a bathroom in a changing room in a local motel chain, which he would have no business being in because he owned the luxury motel across the street and down the road. But he pushed her into a bathroom and ogled on her. This ugly, horse-faced woman from 30 years ago. Does that sound like something Donald Trump would do? Have you seen Melania? Or his first wife? I don't think you have. And if you have you seen Melania? What did Trump say happened between those two? That's who I believe. What he said was, I don't know that girl. I've never seen her before in my life. Did I take a picture with her? Sure. I take pictures with thousands of people every day. I'm sure I did. But I don't remember her. And she's making it up. Guess who couldn't corroborate that story, by the way? E. Jean Carroll. Guess who went on national television and said that the R word was sexy? Don't believe me? Watch Anderson Cooper, the E. Jean Carroll, where they had to cut the interview and go to commercial unannounced because she said something crazy. What about E. Jean Carroll? When you're rich, people come for your money. They'll say anything to get it, including that you've done bad things, whether you have or not. Do I believe Trump has never done bad things? No, not for a second. I think he probably got away with it, though, because I don't think the people that are out in public doing the thing that they're claiming he did in public, you know, like sex work or porn videos or stripping, I don't think that happened to them. No, I don't. You know, sex is the point when you do that for a living. So all of a sudden, there's a power struggle and she doesn't know what to do? Out of where? Out of what universe? Sonny says, that is what will make home. Yeah. Insurrection says, delete funds. There was no insurrection. There was a bunch of old people that forgot to bring their guns to an insurrection. Think about that for a minute. Dennis Bigfoot says, and by the way, don't listen to me. I don't know anything. YouTube often says how wrong I am. So, whatever. All these are just my opinions. I'm just hyperbolic. Dennis says, and if it was not a campaign fund or related. It was not. It was not a campaign fund or related. Sonny says, that's what will make Trump more popular. Agreed. When they arrested him, symbolically, they didn't actually arrest him. They just booked him and then released him. He didn't go to jail. But when they arrested him, when they took his mugshot, while the flash was still illuminating the room, there were T-shirts being pumped out into the world with his picture on. I don't even know how they got that picture so fast, but they got it, and he was selling T-shirts that day. Made $10 million or something like that. The day that they found him guilty, he raised like $40 million, $50 million that day, like in 12 hours. It was ridiculous. I don't even remember the number now, but it was really high. And it got even higher by the end of the week. And it's still going. Believe me, the more they try to make this guy an outlaw, the more popular he's going to get. Has nobody learned anything from Waylon Jennings? The more they try to keep his face off of the cover, the more they try to tell him he has to have a fiddle in the band, the more they try to tell him he has to shave off his little mustache and put his ponytail up, the more popular he's going to get. And he's going to keep selling albums and keep selling albums and keep selling albums until he is an American icon that you cannot deny. And even after he's dead, people will be singing Waylon Jennings songs in bars for the next 200 years. That's Donald Trump. And the world can't see it, apparently. Sonny says, that will make Trump more popular and get him voted in. That's right. Delete Fund says, classified document theft. Where's Melania? Where's Ivanka? Epstein Island. Dude, are you just like laying out talking points? None of those things are even a thing. Melania was taking care of her sick mother who just passed away, and now she's back hanging out with Trump because they buried her mother. Ivanka ran through the last campaign, and it nearly destroyed her life. She's basically staying out of it this time around. Epstein Island was a real thing filled with Democrats. Democrats. Happy? Jan Johnson. I like your last name, Jan. These people don't know real law. They only repeat a repeat of a repeat. True. There is a large difference between repeating something you've heard and having an actual real thought of your very own. Dakota says, hi, Sonny. Sonny says, can't fix stupid, Chief. That's the problem with today's society. Common sense isn't that common. I know I got most of it, unfortunately, but there is still some out there somewhere. But that's why I have a YouTube channel, to share common sense. And I hope that you appreciate that, because I'm working hard to make sure you get a little of that common sense. But no, you can't fix stupid. There are going to be people that just will not listen. Hit that like button, everybody. See, watch. They just won't listen. There's 40 people in chat still. We're around 2,003 views. And it's 11 o'clock, and I'm still about halfway down the chat. All right, let's get rolling. John Favalos says, the Trump trial is the very definition of a witch hunt, searched for any thread of doubt and telling the jury that all they need for a guilty verdict is just to decide something happened. They don't have to agree. How would anyone in this chat feel in his position? I know, right? That's very bad. And by the way, the Democrats are the one opening that can of worms that they should not be opening, because it absolutely is going to backfire on them. Delete Funds says, I am not a human. Well, there's no place for you in here, not human. Shoo, get away from here, not human. We don't serve your kind in here. That's a quote from a movie. I'm not being a racist. John says, position. Right. How would you feel in his position? Right. I don't think a lot of people have thought about that it can happen to them if they allow this to happen to Trump. I don't think they understand that. Christine Marshall says, E. Jean Carroll is going to jail. She messed up big time. Thank God for that. I haven't heard that news yet, but I hope so. She needs to go to jail. And so does that Blasey Ford chick. Christy Blasey Ford, was that her name? Something like that. Something Blasey Ford. I can't remember. Anyway, she needs to go to jail too. You know, the Kavanaugh case thing. Zion? Or is that Zahain? Is that Hain? I can't tell. Do you believe in God? No. I know God. There's a difference. Yes, I believe in God, Zane. And I teach Bible twice a week on this very channel. So come back tomorrow night at 8:30 and you'll hear. Please do, everybody. Come join me for Bible study tomorrow night if you're into that kind of thing. It is not Bible thumpery. It's more academic, and I'm sure you'll appreciate it. But come on by and check it out. Even if you don't believe in God, come by. Just be respectful and know what we're there to do. That's all I ask. Christine says, fact is, there is no insurrection. He was charged for it and was found not guilty. What's the prosecution tried to edit and manipulate the affidavit to appear he was an insurrectionist. They got caught. See? Christine knows what she's talking about. Y'all need to listen to her. She's got her fingers on the pulse. Then I says, do you believe in Jesus? I know Jesus. Yes, I believe in Jesus. Do you? I wouldn't teach the Bible if I didn't. Dakota says, hey, I subscribe to you and I hit the like button, my friend. Thank you. I wish everyone else would share in your delight. Christine Marshall says, you're totally right, John. Amanda says, hi, newcomers. Be respectful and don't repeat yourselves. Delete Fund says, E. Jean Carroll is going after Trump for defamation again. She's going to lose again. Sonny says, 1776, God, America. Amen, Sonny. Monkey Jew says, why do the Republican Party downplay January 6th? Mostly because it was made up largely by the media. It was a television show scripted and pulled off by the higher-ups. That's why. Because nobody died on January 6th except for one guy who had a stroke. No police officers were killed in January 6th. There was not an insurrection. The police opened the doors. There were a band of bad actors there, My guess is they were agent provocateurs hired by the Democratic Party, but that's a guess. I don't know. But there were people there breaking things and doing bad things, and all of those people should be put in jail. All the rest of them should be let out because they're political prisoners, and you know it. Stop that. January 6th was no insurrection. Everybody, here's a news flash. It's the people's house, the House of Representatives. It's your house. You own it. You can't trespass on your house you pay taxes for. Everybody thought that they were going there to witness history happening. Everybody thought that they were making their voice heard by peacefully protesting. Everybody thought that that was a legal thing to do in this country. They were all wrong when it comes to the Democrats. That's why you should vote for Trump. And that's why we downplay it, Monkey Juice, because it's nonsense, and you know it. Aussie Rando says, hi, from Tasmania, Australia. Hey, I got a question. Do the Tasmanian devils really do this? Because that's what we were led to believe. I'm just saying. Jan Johnson says, love it. Sonny says, what do you do for a living, sir? You see it. This is what I do for a living. And you're not super chatting, so I'm not making a very good living tonight. Amanda says, like, subscribe, share, support what you love or it goes away. Join, be part of a team, super chat so that I can eat and hit the like button. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda does a great job, everybody. Everybody should say thank you to Amanda for keeping the chat civil and keeping it popping so that I can be behind. Thank you, Amanda. Good work. Sonny says, LOL, so awesome. Amanda says, Sonny, he does a few things. I do a few things. I'm a jack of all trades. Master of none, but jack of all trades. Mostly jacking. Whatever. You get my point. Apparently I do too, but that's beside the point. Sometimes I use my left hand. Whatever. Just moving on. Christine says, apparently you're not following the truth of the matter on the Carol case and what she's in trouble for. And she can go after Donald Trump for defamation all she wants. Won't get a dime in the end. Right on, Christine. But do me a favor when you're saying you, be specific as to who you're talking about, because sometimes when I'm reading the chat, I think you're talking about me, and I'm like, what did I do? Anyway, when you make a comment, be specific so I know what the details are, because I'm reading, and I can't read your mind. But I'm with you. I understand what you meant. Amanda says, few. A few? Sonny does a few things. Yes. Andrew says, there's another Andrew here. Those comments were not mine, haha. Really? You're not Andrew Cummings? You look like Andrew Cummings. There is another Andrew here, but his name is Langlois, and that was not you. So, he's a member. There's an easy way you can fix that, Andrew. Become a member, and then you'll know who you are, because you'll have a wrench, and you'll have a J-tag. Sonny says, can we talk about the sub in the Gulf? Yeah, there's a sub in the Gulf. Next. No, there's a nuclear submarine. I don't believe it has armed nuclear weapons on board, but it is a nuclear-powered submarine off the coast of Florida as we speak, and it's there to intimidate America because we got troops on the ground in the Ukraine. That's why it's there. It's a show of force. It's a, hey, we can get to you if we want to kind of thing. Christine Marshall says, I was talking to him, sir. Definitely wasn't talking to you. I know you know the difference between. Got it. Right, but I still don't know who him was. That's what I meant. I don't know who you're talking about. Because I'm reading like, you have to understand, I've got 20,000 conversations going on at one time in my head, and I'm trying to keep them all straight, so sometimes they get jumbled up. I'm pretty good at it, but I mess up occasionally. So it would help me if you would be specific. Oh, we got us a brand new member, John Favalios. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. I promise you're going to love it. Jan Johnson says, you're too funny. Thank you, Jan. Sonny says, mayonnaise. Mustard, your turn. O says, pizza 2024. Pizza or pizza? Pizza or pizza. Which are you talking about? Are you one of those? Are you one of those? Are you talking about a pizza or a pizza? You know what I mean? Do hot dogs come with your pizza, or is it pepperoni? I'm slick, Casey says, flour. Are we just saying random words now? What's going on here? Sonny says, LOL, steak. LOL, he's selling steaks. Trump is? That's awesome. I'd buy a Trump steak. It's got to be delicious. Jan says 67% of what? Christine says, Trump, 24. Dylan Smith says, sup? What's up, Dylan? Christine Marshall says, Donald Trump is expecting to have an IQ of 157. That's pretty good. I think, and this is my opinion, but this is what I think because I have heard Donald Trump lean over and have a conversation with somebody face to face. I've heard that happen. I think what you're seeing on TV is an act. I think it disarms people. I think it riles up his enemies and causes them to overstep and make mistakes. And I think he wields it like a weapon. And I think he's very good at it. I think what you hear when he speaks is an act. I think it's intended. He speaks in slogans and he repeats himself because he understands what a politician does, and that is regardless of the question you're asked, you list your accomplishments, you list your resume for the job, and you list what you're capable of doing, and then you answer the question the way you want to answer it, regardless of how it was asked. And that's what he does. This is a tactic, and he's masterful at it. Now, if you think he's not, I implore you to watch an actual Trump rally and watch how people respond to him when he does this. And you will see a master at work. He is a comedian. His timing is impeccable. And he always knows what to say to get a reaction. Only Rosie O'Donnell. Perfect example. Tell me that wasn't a masterful move because you'd be in jail. Bam! Done. He won the presidency with 5 words, because you'd be in jail. 5 words. That's it. That's all it took. So, is Donald Trump a moron? Absolutely not. That man is smarter than you will ever be. To call him an idiot is to call yourself an idiot if you can't see what he's done. His name is on buildings in gold. Is your name on buildings in gold? Do you have a golden toilet? Do you have a Melania Trump? No, you don't. Man's brilliant. That's all I got to say about that. By the way, my IQ is a couple higher than that. Depending on what time of day it is. Or whether or not I've had efficient sleep. 164. Sonny says, honor is what we're supposed to be about in the USA. Honor and the buddy system, actually. I am no like bullies. Yo, you am no like bullies? You am no English speaker either, are you? But I like it. What's good? What's good? What's good? Purple whole peas are good. That's what's good. Sonny says MAGA 2024, and Jan says 30,000 bots, maybe. Maybe, right? We're talking about Biden's TikTok, and I think it's 30,000, but it might be 300,000. I can't remember exactly what the number. I remember there was a 3 and a bunch of zeros. But nonetheless, it is not 200 million, which is what Trump's is up to right now, I think. I am no like bully says, did you know Donald Trump will start a dancing singing career? That would be fantastic. I bet he'd be good at it. All he'd have to do is this. Because that's all he knows how to do anyway. Or the occasional, you can't really see because I'm on the, anyway. He does this with his hands a lot too. O says, what would it mean for the U.S. if you would get a Muslim president, in your opinion? Well, it would mean we were no longer the U.S. because the whole thing about being a president is you have to be born in the United States of America to be a president of the United States of America. Now, there are Muslims who are born in the United States of America, and we had one of those for president for 8 years. So that's what it would mean. It would look like the Obama administration. And before you go and say, he was a Christian, he went to church and everything, you mean the goddamn America Christian church that he went to? Yeah, no. Also, he had all the crosses and all of the Christian paraphernalia and ornamentation in the White House covered while he was in there, and he allowed prayers in Muslim prayers 3 times a day in the White House while he was president. So he was a Muslim. There's no other way to see it. He might not have been a Muslim, but he was Muslim sympathetic. And that's what it would look like if a Muslim was president of the United States. So however you think Obama did, that's what it would be like. Amanda says 377,000 followers Biden has. Okay, so it's 377. So it went up a little since that video came out. It used to be zeros. That ain't close to what Trump has. 80 million votes can't be wrong. 81 million votes, Sonny, which, by the way, is about 115% of America. Just so you know, and if you understand math, that ain't math. That ain't mathin'. If you watch any presidential election from time immemorial to now, they all come down around the halfway mark. Little this way, little that way, 42%, 53%, somewhere around there. They all split right down the middle, pretty close to the middle. Never 100%. The only one that ever did that, I think, was Nixon. He got like 70% of the vote. But other than that, it's usually right down the middle. Now, Trump's and Biden's was right down the middle. Well, we know for a fact that 50% of America are Trump supporters. 53% of America are Trump supporters. Write that down. There are 350 million people in America, give or take a few million because of the migrants. But census-wise, there are 350 million people. Out of that 350 million people, about 150 million people vote. Out of that 150 million people that actually vote or registered voters, only about 90 million people went out to vote that actually showed up and voted. Actual people, not dead people, not duplicates, actual voters. Now, take 53% of 90 million voters and add it up, and then take 81 million votes. That's, when you look at it that way, more people voted for Biden than there are voters that voted in that election. Something's wrong. You tell me. Biden is popular with depends. I bet he is. Jan says, no, Sonny. Add all the votes. Cause it more than actually registered to vote in the whole country. That's what I just said, yeah. Sonny says, I'm voting Trump either way. Amen, me too. Patrick M says, dude, stop smoking. No. Can fight better. I can fight fine right now. Smoking or not. But my mama didn't raise no quitter. So, you know. Also, I'm free and over 21, so. And apparently I'm white. So I can smoke if I want to. But thank you. Thank you for caring about my health. But it ain't going to happen. O says, all the U.S. has ever done is going to other countries and starting trouble. Is that true, O? Do you think that? That's all we've ever done. We didn't start the freest country in existence. We didn't build a community and an environment that is the best capitalist version of the world for 200 years. All we've ever done is start trouble, eh? I think you need to do a little bit of civics. Christine says, doesn't mean that we can't stop going to all these other countries and mind our own business. Right, we should mind our own business. I think at least for a little while, we should stop trying to be the world police and focus on America. I think that's what we should do. That's my opinion, but that's what I think we should do. It's probably not a popular one, but I think we should leave everybody else to their own devices and worry about us. Stuart A says, they don't take only child volunteers into active service. Come on, bro. That's what I said, Stuart A. I am an only child. That's why I wasn't invited into the service. It had nothing to do with being drafted. That was in response to somebody calling me a draft dodger. I'm not a draft dodger. I wasn't given the option to draft or be drafted. Jan Johnson says, I watched CNN flip 20,000 off Trump's numbers to Biden. You can't go down, just up, right? Well, I was watching at 4:30 in the morning when they were going across the screen like this, Trump here and Biden here, and then at 4:30, lots of places shut down and sent everybody home. They were tired. They needed their rest. But an hour later, they opened back up and started counting again while everybody else was gone home. And the vote went whoop like that. I saw it happen with my own eyes. You can say whatever you want. All the votes didn't get counted until then. Well, it probably would have been a lot different if you didn't send all the Republicans home who were there to vote. I'm just saying. Some people call that a conspiracy theory. I don't know. I'm just saying what I saw. Christine says Donald Trump does not support warmongers who are trying to start wars, not prevent them. If we get into war trying to avoid it, so be it. We cannot be messed up with the military. That's why we see what we see now. It is them trying to stop us with lawfare and a new style of law enforcement. That is true. Jan says they use distraction. There, my chat went jumping again. I have no idea where it's at now. Thanks for the subs, Frank. I'm just going to start here because I have no idea where we stopped. Jan says, yes, it did, but now it's imported from South America. Something. Ham sandwiches, better food. I don't know. Anyway. Christine says, great point. I guess I need to read back up. Hold on. Amanda says, LOL, Jake, tacos. Tacos. John says, another perfect example of a failed impeachment in spite of the Clintons lying to the Congress. And Bigfoot says ham sandwiches is better fighting food. I agree. John says, and the American people, despite, not in spite. Despite, not in spite. Right. And Jan says, yes, it did, but now it's imported from South America. And Daniel says, the election will be stolen. And Christine says, great point. John says, just ask my ex. She loved money. Most women do. Jan says, nope, it's not truth. We have oil that's reproducing itself. Yes, that is true, Jan. We do have oil that reproduces itself. The world makes oil. It does. And I prove it in the Hyperbowl, so go watch that if you don't believe me. Oil, are you ready for this? Is not a fossil fuel. You know how I know? Because oil produces several things. It's a byproduct of petroleum. It is a cruder version of that. There are several states of it: coal, natural gas, oil, that sort of thing. All the same thing, different states of the same thing, different versions of the same thing, all of which are listed under fossil fuels. Well, Titan, one of the moons of Saturn, is very liquid. It has oceans and rivers, and it rains and has clouds. It's just like Earth, except on Titan, the liquid is methane. So did dinosaurs live on Titan? Did foliage grow there and then die off and become natural gas? No, because it's not a fossil fuel. It is a product of planets. They make methane. There's methane everywhere. There's oil everywhere. There's oil on every planet because the planet makes it from within. That's just the nature of planets. I'm sorry. The fact that we have peak oil, that's a lie. We are not in any danger of running out of oil anytime soon. If we run out of oil in this hole, all we got to do is sink another hole somewhere else and we'll find more. It's everywhere. It's a big planet. Big, big planet. Christine says there will be a leader one day that is female that says sometimes you got to grab them by the head. She's going to be a female Trump, and she's going to get a lot of love. Believe it or not. Just kidding. No, you're not wrong. If a woman said that, it would be embraced as empowering. You go, girl. Yes, queen. Slay. And all that. Go figure. Annette Walker says, Pandora Papers on YouTube. What does that mean? 31 says, do you believe there are devils around? Yeah, well, it depends on what you mean devils. There's a devil. There are evil spirits. There are fallen angels. That's it. I don't know what you're calling devils, but yes. Annette Walker says, Congress examines nearly 32 trillion hidden offshore Pandora Papers. Interesting. I don't know what that means. How old are you? 3,000 years old. How old are you? Wow. You'll defend this guy till the end of the earth. No. No, I will not, Monkey Juice. I might defend him till the end of my life, but not the end of the earth, because I won't be here then. Kind of sad. Why is that sad, Monkey Juice? Because I'm right and you can't prove otherwise? Or because I have a YouTube channel that's blowing up right now as we speak? While you're watching, while you're talking to me, it's growing? Or is it sad because I disagree with you? What is the problem? Do you not like the fact that I have my own mind? Annette Walker says, I am a direct descendant of Wes Davis of the Davis Brothers Lumber Company, Ltd., Ansley, L.A., multi-trillion-dollar estate administrator. Good, then you should have no trouble super chatting. It's in the chat box if you want to. Nasser Muhammad says, hi, King, you're good. Thank you, but I'm not a king. Blake says, stolen election. Apparently. Some fuckery was afoot, but who knows? Annette Walker says, identify theft. Identity theft, yes. And thank you for subscribing, Annette Walker. I appreciate you. Unicorn Ninja says they can't help themselves. Who can't help themselves? What are we talking about? Don't play the pronoun game. Tell me who you're talking about. Jan says, yep. Agreed, says Keith Gilbert. What are you agreeing to? I don't know what you agreed to. Christine Marshall says, haven't you heard every statement that I have made, Monkey Juice? These are lies. These are truths that should cause concern to any American. I don't see how you're on the fence still. Some people walk around with blinders on. They don't want to see the truth. Army Airborne says, Trump recently stated that he would institute mandatory military service. Opinions? I didn't hear him say that. I believe you, but I didn't hear him say that. Clearly, I don't think military should be mandatory, but I don't see why he would either. That's not a Republican position. We think peace through strength, but military should be volunteer. The old see-through jug. It's invisible. It's fizzy drink, invisible. Fab Daddy says they have the fire under control. Well, that's fantastic, buddy. I'm glad. I was worried about you. I'm glad they got it fixed. I hope nobody lost any property, and I hope nobody lost any lives. Blake says Uni Party is the thing to behold. Yeah, it is. Read 1984 by George Orwell. Tell you where your Uniparty will go. Amanda says, great, Fab. Good. She said good, but I'm taking executive order here, and I'm saying great. Unicorn Ninja says, liked. Thank you very much. Oh, we got a $2 super chat from Jordan Scott Mills. He says, I'm subscribing because you smoke on camera. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate you very much. Welcome to the fold. Come on in. Make yourself comfortable. We're going to have a good time this year. A lot of great things coming out very soon. And a lot of it is members only. So you just did a good thing by hitting that super chat. And my boy that just joined the channel is going to learn about that. So if you want to be a member, go down and hit the join button. But that's entirely up to you. But just know this. On my 4 shows, I teach the milk and the honey. But if you're a member, you're going to eventually get the meat. That is not free. Keith Gilbert says thumbs up. Can you do that in the hit the 3 dots above your head and hit the like button? Because that thumbs up counts as, against the algorithm. That thumbs up's cute, but the other one actually helps the channel. So hit that like button, everybody. Blake Salem says, Blake says, Salem witch trials are still happening. Yes, they are, Blake. Army Airborne says, Star Wars? Yes, the Acolyte. That's what I wanted to talk about. And I asked earlier, has anybody seen the Acolyte, and what do you think about it? Because it is a amalgamation of what's actually happening in the country right now, and the scores on Rotten Tomatoes is a good depiction of what's actually occurring amongst the people of America right now. You've got the paid shills, the professional critics that give it like a 90% or whatever it is, and then you've got the audience reviews that give it like a, right now I think it's 17%. It's lower than any other Star Wars ever. So the dichotomy could not be more clear. They are very different things, what the professional people are trying to make the show be and what the viewers of the show actually think of it. That's kind of what's going on in America right now. So if you've seen The Acolyte and you know how retarded it can be, you can understand politics a little bit better by looking at that as an allegory to what's actually going on. Keith Gilbert says, Star Wars. Yes, Star Wars. They ruined another one. Another franchise down the tubes. Lesbians in space. Like anybody wanted to see that, even lesbians. Educated people are saying right now they cannot understand how people do not see what's going on. What's going on by now. And they say if you don't know by now, you are too far gone. You just won't listen to reason. Right, Christine, I understand that. .420 is coursing through your brain? Well, what about 582? What's wrong with that? Why's it got to be a 420 thing? Why you got to make it racist? I know what you're saying. I'm not that old. Enjoy your weed. Unicorn Ninja says, can't hang with live streams that are so far behind in chat to the point of not being interactive. Well, you know what? Then you don't understand how this live stream works, because I'm either going to read the chats or I'm not. Which would you rather? You want to be part of the conversation or not? Because I can't read the chat, make an opinion on it, and then move to the next chat, and then keep up with it at the same time. I don't talk that fast. So either enjoy it or don't. I don't care either way. I'll get to it eventually, and I will remember what I've said, and most of the time what's in the context. Sometimes when it gets over 2,000 people, which it is right now, so clearly it is interactive, Unicorn Ninja, sorry. Vortex agrees with you, though. You're just going to have to deal with that, or not. It's up to you. Thanks for subscribing, Frank Odum. I like your name. Amanda says, thanks for the sub, Frank. Army Airborne says, is he reading from our feed? Yes, every word, because I love you, and this show is about you and what you think, and it is your chance to be platformed and have an opinion that can be heard by 2,000 plus people if you don't whine about it being a little bit ahead of when you said it. I'm prepared to go all night like a lumberjack because that's the kind of man I am. That may have came out wrong. And Fab Daddy says, all the way. Right. Jan Johnson says, yes, me and Jesus got a thing. He protects me from evildoers. Jan, that's fantastic. Come see me tomorrow night for Bible study. I think you'll love it. Blake says, he appears to be responding to most of our chats. Everyone I haven't missed. And I have missed a few, but I'm trying not to. Army Airborne says, I haven't been able to find the posts he is referring to. But just listen. You know, if you hadn't been here from the beginning, I may not have got to yours yet, but I will. I'm getting there. I'm going down. It's a linear conversation that I'm trying to keep all straight in my head. So if nothing else, you should appreciate how hard I'm working for your entertainment. Amanda says he is reading previous comments. Right, I'm getting there. And he's about 20 minutes behind, Army. Wow. At Damari says, hey again, bro, you still here? Yep, I'm still plugging away at it. Henry says, LOL. I know how to pronounce your name, but it sounds a little bit like another thing in English, and we're not going to go down that route. Blake says, Facebook has been deleted from my life. I don't blame you, Blake. That's a bad place to be. I do, however, have a Facebook page, Untethered Live Facebook page. The link is in the chat if you want to check it out. And go keep up with all things Untethered Live Universe. We're on 12 different platforms, and we're all over social media. We're killing it. We're taking over the world, one subscription at a time. Come be part of the fight. You got to fight. You got to pick a side at some point. Fight or learn how to carry bullets or make sandwiches, but be part of the fight. Be part, because we are in a spiritual battle, all of us. Join me. Let's start a religion or create a cult or do something like that. Anyway. Unicorn Ninja says, Army Airborne, that's because he's so far back we can't see in it anymore. Well, you can scroll up like I'm scrolling down. Yes, and Fab Daddy is right. If you want me to read it right now when you say it, Super Chat. Use the Super Chat. That's what it's there for. Because I'll see that. It pops up in a big orange or green or something where I can see it. So if you want me to read your comment right now, Super Chat me. Otherwise, I'll get to it when I get to it. Thanks, Fab Daddy. I appreciate that. Monkey Juice says, thank you, Amanda. Good job. She is killing it, ain't she, Monkey Juice? Dennis says, yay, Amanda. And Amanda says, thanks, Monkey. And thank you, Dennis. And Airborne says, we should stop posting until he catches up. Nah, keep going. I'll catch up. I'll eventually get there. Amanda says, I'm trying. I'm just glad to be here with y'all. At Damari says, 2024, where men and women definitions have been dropped on their heads. Amen, brother. Christine Marshall says, Russia showing a force of power in Cuba is a lack of respect. One thing I can respect the Biden administration for is nothing he was in charge of, but shortly after our nuclear sub arrived in Cuba. I think I understand that. Yep. Blake says, my question is, who has the Epstein tapes? Good question. The Clintons. At Damori says, facts should stop. We should stop the chat for 1 minute every now and then. Well, all right. Before I go any further, Blake, let me ask you a question. If you walk into Jeffrey Epstein's house right in the foyer, right in front of the front door is a big painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress. What blue dress? That blue dress. Who do you think has the Epstein tapes? Army Airborne says, it sucks that by the time he gets here, our comments or whatever he's talking about is old news. Well, no, it's not, because it's the first time I'm hearing it. You just have to learn how to have a bifurcated conversation. That's all. We're getting there. We'll make it work. It's a good show. It's good that you get a chance to talk. And again, if you want it to be relevant, super chat. It's not that hard and it doesn't cost very much. Unicorn Ninja says, that's kind of what I meant by not being interactive. He doesn't know the context of the comment if it's not super specific because it's related to something being discussed a half hour ago. Well, you understand that if you're super specific, then I don't have to have that problem. I'll know exactly what you're talking about because I can remember the conversation. But when you use the pronoun game, I don't know who you're talking about. That would happen if you were talking to me directly. If you just come in and said, he's doing so-and-so, and that's over there, and this is, I wouldn't know what you mean. You have to speak like I can't read your mind. If you do that, we have no problems. This is a conversation. It's not a troll farm. So actually write out your conversation so I understand what we're talking about. Do you believe in devil and ghosts? I believe in the devil. There's no such thing as ghosts. How do I know that? Because the Bible says when you die, when this clay pot breaks, when the silver cord is parted, your spirit goes instantly back to the Father who gave it. There are no ghosts. Unicorn Ninja says, yep, I'll be gone by the time he gets to my comments. Super chat. Very easy. Christine Marshall says, thanks, John. You're awesome. Yes, John. Welcome to the fold, buddy. And that J tag looks fantastic by your name. And I'll get your wrench to you as soon as you've been here a few days. And look, you're already in green. I love the context. Thanks. You're welcome. Amanda says, I read that one. Dennis says, up, down. Army says, me too. I thought my question about Trump was a good one, too. I'm sorry if I missed it, Airborne. You can always re-ask it. And it says, we are glad to have you, John. Unicorn says, yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of a live stream. No, it doesn't. A lot of things happen in this live stream that you don't get to see anywhere else. And if you don't like it, there are plenty of pre-recorded tapes you can go back and watch. I've got over 1,000 videos you can go watch that you'll see exactly what's happening while it's happening. John says, I'll be here for Bible studies tomorrow. Glad to be here. John, fantastic. Thank you very much. Blake says, the wrench heads should be able to highlight comments to help the flow. They probably can. Jan says, I heard that sub is there to protect Gitmo. There's a very high tribunal going on right now. Jan, I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense. That is where Gitmo is. Christine Marshall says, yep, Donald Trump is definitely strategically using how they view him as a way to use them. I even think it's a special operations helping home in a character to incite opposition. In this character to incite opposition, yes. Probably so. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we're not privy to. There's a whole nother world happening on the upper level that isn't part of us. We're like the serfs. They're like the elite. And our two worlds are completely different in the way that they operate. So, thanks to Donald Trump, by the way, we are aware a lot more of what's going on behind the scenes than we ever were before, because 10 years ago, you didn't know who the Speaker of the House was or who the Secretary of whatever was. You didn't know who the different little groups of people were that stick together and push certain agendas, like the Squad with AOC and Ilhan Omar and all those people. You didn't know any of those people because it didn't matter. You knew who the president and the vice president was, and you might know who the attorney general is, maybe, but you didn't know who the joint chiefs of staff were. You didn't know anything about politics except what you read in the newspaper. Now you know all of that stuff because of Donald Trump. It's a beautiful thing he did, exposing us exposing the world to Washington deep state. Amanda says, nope, it don't defeat the purpose of a live stream. He likes to talk to everyone, but there was a lot of people in at one time, and he got behind. Right, that period's in the wrong place. Anyway, yes, I like to talk to everybody. I like to make sure your comments are heard. But it takes me a minute. And if you're going to support this venue, then maybe you help me streamline it by asking direct questions or not repeating yourself or things that I have to go through. Know what I mean? Weed yourself out. Don't make my banhammer have to ban all the people that won't follow the rules. It's very simple. A conversation is give and take. You ask a question, I answer it. That's it. Very easy. Or you make a statement and I read it. That's it. Very easy. History will not be kind to Donald Trump, says Army. I think history will be very favorable to Donald Trump, but it'll be extreme history. Current history is written by people who win, so we'll see. But in the long run, when people are looking back at 100 years ago when this orange man ran, they'll be able to see all of the details that we can't see because we're in the middle of it and the fray of it all, and they'll be able to objectively say he was a good president. So I think that's true. History will remember Donald Trump. They will not remember Joe Biden. Sorry, he didn't do anything but stutter. Jordan Scott Mills says, yep, but that's not a good way to answer a question. I like the guy in Canada. He's just like, yes, no. Well, go watch his show. How about that, Jordan? But I appreciate you, and that ain't what I do. I expound. It's a conversation. It's not a yes-no thing. If it was, nobody would learn anything. Nobody would walk away with any extra thoughts in their head, which is what I'm aiming for. So you might be a little bit behind in what we're trying to achieve here. But I hear what you're saying. And Amanda says, and no wrench can't highlight comments. No, wrenches cannot highlight comments. So there's the answer to that question. It'd be nice if we could streamline it into groups, but we can't. So we have to take what we can get. Blake says, history, clowns. Most history is clowns, Blake. Most history is tightly skewed against whoever won. Or towards whoever won, against whoever lost. Unicorn Ninja says, Mod just saying, it's not how it's best done. Hey, dude, you ain't got to watch. If you don't like it, go find somebody you do like. That's fine. Jordan Scott Mills says, also saying Hillary's friends do it too. True. Naybell Jizz says, I don't know what that word means, so I'm not going to repeat it. Amanda says, 31, don't keep repeating yourself. It shows down the chat. Right, that's one of the things that slows me down. That and trolls. Christine says, the history books have already been being very kind to Donald Trump, regardless of the spin that the news and all of the attacks in his first term. Legendary. If we are blessed to get this second one, you will see. Right. Army says, Trump isn't an idiot, but he isn't that smart. He is certainly not brilliant. Again, do you have a golden toilet to sit on? Is your name in gold letters on buildings in every city? Do you have $1 billion? Do you have a Melania Trump? Were you ever president of the United States, despite the fact that you made that decision because somebody insulted you at a dinner and you said, I'm going to take your job, and then did? No politician, no history of politics, and then just decided and became president. Have you ever done that? Apparently, Donald Trump is a lot smarter than you give him credit for. Some might even say brilliant. Blake said, Amanda, I was just thinking in the chat. That's good, Blake. You're welcome to do that. Army Airborne says, what history books? Yeah, what history books are being favorable to Donald Trump? Because I don't know the answer to that. Not that I doubt you. Jordan says, M-foul? That was hilarious. Oh. Laughing my effing ass off. I got it. Army says, I got to read it. Me too. I'd like to read it. If you comment with and Untethered Live, it should highlight. Yes, if you put ampersand, and Untethered Live and then space and then comment whatever you're going to comment, it will light up red, but it'll still take up the same real estate wherever you make that comment at. And I'll still have to get to it eventually. Biden is a Manchurian candidate, says Jordan. I don't doubt that that's right. I don't know. It's a conspiratorial, but you might be very well right. There also might be more than one of them. Unicorn Ninja says managing mod can put comments on subscribers only. That would help. Well, if you did that, then you wouldn't be able to talk unless you were a subscriber. And then that would cut out all the people that want to say something. That doesn't sound like a thing to do. Talk about being an elitist. Jordan says, we already had one. LOL. His name was Obama. I agree. Christine says, Donald Trump is a genius. He is definitely brilliant, and he has an expected IQ of 157. Obama has an IQ of 151. Obama clearly has nihilist point of view. True. And I didn't realize his IQ was that high. That's pretty high. Most average people are around 60 to 70. That's average. So above average would be like 105, 112. Genius would be like 120 and above. That'll give you an idea where I'm at. For reference, Einstein had an IQ of 162. What did he say yours was? Never mind that. Don't worry. I got squiggly hair too. I just am not a genius in math. That's the problem. God thought it was funny. He gave me a genius in general bullshit. If you want to know how the pyramids were made and what that word means, I'm your guy. If you want the theory of relativity, you got to talk to the German fellow. Army says Obama was a Muslim? Yeah. He was born in Kenya. For whatever that means. Jordan says, yes, he was a Muslim. If he wasn't, he damn sure acted like one. We are trying to build the channel and get new subscribers, so a subscribers-only chat would not be beneficial to the channel, to whomever said that. Ninja said that. Too funny, says Army. Yes. Jordan says he was born a Muslim. He is a Muslim. Well, I guess that answers the question. His daddy was a Muslim for sure. Airborne says, sure he is. Well, you can believe what you want to believe. Why was all the Christian iconography covered up in the White House while he was president? Why were there Muslim prayers being said 3 times a day in the White House, but not Christian prayers? Wonder why. Jordan says, so is serving in the Army, LOL. So is serving in the Army, LOL. Just like, sure, you don't work for Israel, Army Airborne. He probably doesn't. 31 says, I think Trump is a ghost. Do you agree? I do not. Christine says, Barack Obama signed into law Executive Order 13603, authorizing slave labor on American soil. So go research this, and anyone that supports Obama or Democrats support their evil secret plan being exposed. And the black helicopters and the frogs are gay. Sorry, they got rid of InfoWars, so I'm just trying to fill in a hole. Army Airborne says, really, Jordan? Trump wants mandatory military service. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't corroborated that. I just heard somebody say that. I don't know if it's actually true. There's a lot of things attributed to Trump that he didn't actually say or do, so we'll see. Army says, really, Jordan? I read that one. Blake says, Beetle Bailey is how the Army runs today. I don't disagree, Blake. Or Hogan's Heroes. Y'all might be too young for Hogan's Heroes. I don't know. Anybody remember that show? Jordan says, yep, I'll go to prison, Army Airborne. I'm not serving Israel like you, LOL. What's wrong with serving Israel? Jesus thought it was pretty sweet. Army Airborne says, I agree. Glad I retired in 1998. Dennis Bigfoot says, true. Christine says, Trump does not want mandatory military service. That is a fallacy and a lie of the spin news, fake news media. Fake news, legacy news, and their fake narrative of the globalists running a spin up on your brain. Christine Marshall, I am going to hire you to write scripts for me. We just got to work on that punctuation a little bit. John says, some of you in the comments do an awful lot of talking without really saying anything, which is why it takes so long for me to get to the bottom of the chat. But I implore you to keep talking because that is content for me, and every second I'm here, my views go up. So I appreciate that. Army Airborne says, so you will defy Trump and not serve? Me? I'm not serving. I'm 50 years old, buddy. I'll wait till you come to my front door and I'll blow you away with my Smith & Wesson that's sitting right here. I'm not going to your house, no. I'm you pejoratively, not you personally. Jordan says, I am too actually, sincerely, comma. I support the idea of a military, comma. I just don't support ours, comma, because it's not ours, period. See how that works? It makes it easier to read. John says, in those cases, it's better to listen. Well, you can't hear when your mouth is open. That's true, John. Christine Marshall says, running a psyop and a mind virus on your brain. Yes, that is true, and they are doing that. Derek Rohn says, hieroglyphics in an American bent. Unicorn Ninja says, like you, John. John, what he said meant something. It was a complete sentence. It didn't have punctuation, but it was a complete sentence. Army Airborne says, so, how do you feel about Trump wanting to institute you've already asked that question, Army. I don't know if that's true. I haven't looked into that, so I don't feel anything about it. George Scott says, keep smoking that shit, fire. These are cigarettes, by the way, and I make them myself. I make my own cigarettes. So, what are you doing for your country? Unicorn says, I don't like mandatory anything. Well, I agree with Unicorn, finally. I want freedom. I agree with you again. How about that? We found common ground, Unicorn. Jordan Scott Mills says, Army, I feel like democracy is a false god, and I'm sick of making sacrifices to a false god. Come see me tomorrow night, Jordan, because we're going to talk about that sort of thing. Blake says, I'm 58, but when I was 18, military would have been the shiznit. Well, when I was 18, I probably was gung-ho, young, dumb, and full of you-know-what, gusto, and I probably would have went too, but I'm not 18. Long way from it. So answer my question, Jordan, says Army. Amanda says, Jordan, who is a democracy? Right, who is a democracy? We're not a democracy. This is not a democracy. This is a constitutional republic. I thought we established that. Unicorn says he's right about that. We need to keep military and money here at home. That's right, Unicorn. We need to stop sending money by the truckloads over to other countries and spend some of it here. Incidentally, do you know how much was sent to the Ukraine since Biden took office? Do you know how much money? Well, let's just take one payment. It's like $48 billion. Do you know how much money it would cost America to build little houses for the homeless of America and put them on a piece of property, federal land, and give them electricity? Do you know how much that would cost? About $40 billion. How many payments have we made to the Ukraine? How come we hadn't fixed that problem yet? Just asking. It would cost even less to reopen our insane asylums and put them into practice and put some stricter rules so that they don't overboard it like they did last time and take advantage of their positions. Jordan says, I just did. I don't support either. And then my damn chat jumped again. Right while I was reading. I'll see if I can't find it back. Good gracious. They need to fix that. That's a bad problem. Anyway, I'm going to start here with Jordan Scott Mills. Thank you for subscribing, Jordan. Army Airborne. So you're a Lulzberg or a libertarian. Cool. Stop violating my nap. Huh? Amanda says he's only doing it this way certain days to build the channel. It won't always be this way. Correct. Christine Marshall says, abortion, partial birth abortion, PBA, is the term Congress has used to describe a procedure that crosses the line from abortion to infanticide. Now, anytime you take the life of something that doesn't have a choice in the matter, it's infanticide. Woman's choice to murder their children, Jordan Scott Mills says at Ninja. No, it's not a choice that they should be making. Murder is illegal, and it's a sin, regardless of who makes that choice. And you have to be real about that. Am I saying there's not a reason to have abortions? No, I'm not. There are probably reasons why an abortion should be a thing that's legal, but it's murder, and you need to be aware of that because you're taking a life that isn't yours. "31 says, why women scratch their eyes after they wake up because they have not balls to scratch. Well, that's not true. That's not true in the case of the woman that I see. Anyway, she has my balls. And I'll gladly let somebody else do the scratching. Army says Republicans even want women's pregnancies to be registered and monitored by the government. Not true. That is not what they want. That is a false equivalency. What they want is for murder to be outlawed, period. That's it. Nobody wants to look at your vagina. Nobody wants to keep track of it. They just don't want you killing people and getting away with it. That's it. That's all. I don't know why they can't just say that. Because it leaves room for you to say that, and that's not right. Christine says the doctor delivers a substantial portion of the living children outside his mother's body. The entire head in a head-first delivery, or the trunk past the navel in a feet-first delivery. Brain dead. Biden 2024, bud. Not going to happen, brain dead. The trick is in the name there. Marty Boy says, LOL, huh? Huh? Yeah? What? What do you say? Jordan Scott Mills says, did you just reference Soak It? No. What are you talking about? What is Soak It? Christine says, in Carhart 1, the Supreme Court treated PBA as just another method of abortion, largely ignoring the fact that the child is almost completely delivered when he or she is killed. That's not a good thing. Not a good look. Christine Marshall says, yet, even when the court struck down Texas's abortion statute in Roe, it had left standing a provision of Texas law that prohibited killing a child in the process of being delivered. I think that if a child, inside or outside the womb, is capable of surviving, it should be allowed to do so. It should probably be allowed to do so anyway, but that's my thoughts on the subject. Ninja says, crying, laughing. Christine says, I like that you read the chat. Many of people appreciate that you read the chat. It doesn't matter on what pace you go, you still interact and continue the conversation. It's a great show. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate you, dear. And I appreciate the understanding that there are 2,888 people throwing words at me, most of which are nonsense. So to derive a conversation out of that takes a little bit of time. And I'm willing to put in that time despite the fact that I made $2 today. So, you know, thank you for that. And I appreciate that you allow me to do so. And I appreciate that we can have this conversation because you're not having this conversation anywhere else. For example, Marty Boy. Don't lumberjacks only work in the daytime? Yeah, because at nighttime you'll get your finger cut off by the chainsaw. Christine says, I do not support many shows, and I support this show. Thank you, Christine, and I love you for it. Army Airborne says, he's a lumberjack, and that's okay. He sleeps all night and works all day. Amen, amen, amen. Only backwards. Blake says, probably some kind of night work lumberjack. Some kind of night work lumberjacking. That's right, me. Go all night like a lumberjack. I think that's what you're referring to. That's me. And that was a sexual reference, by the way, not a tree cutting reference. But by the way, I understand why you wouldn't understand that. That was a deep cut. You'll wake up about 3:30 in the morning and go, oh, that son of a bitch. I can't believe he got me again. Army Airborne says, Blake, ever heard of Monty Python? JB says, those Navy boys are sluts. True. Aussie HVAC, welcome back. Good day, UntetheredLive from down under. Welcome. How's the spiders? That's all. Crocodile Dundee, forgive me. Blake says, yep. Army, it's been decades since I've seen that. And John says, welcome, Aussie. Army Airborne says, I have been silent. Have you? Aussie HVAC says, cheers, John. Thanks, mate. Blake says, whoever has the tapes has a lot of power. Again, who do you think has the tapes? Probably the people who are exhibiting lots of power, like being able to destroy evidence in public and get away with it. That seems like a powerful thing to do. Army says, yep, it's a good show. Thank you, Army. I appreciate you. Aussie HVAC says, Diddy, Crosby, and Epstein. I never heard that band. Are all in bed together. Well, hopefully not, because that would be necrophilia. Cosby and Epstein have probably been members of mentors for Diddy and Jay-Z, etc. I don't doubt that. Blake says, whoever has the tapes probably made De Niro go to Trump's court hearing. You guys are gangsters, and I'm way too short to be doing this. That was a hilarious video. You need to watch the next Hyperbole because I'm going to illustrate exactly what that was all about. And it is coming. Don't lose faith in me, people. I am making new Hyperboles. It's just taking me a little while because I'm doing all this by myself. I was wrong. I'm still here, says Unicorn. Thank you, Unicorn. Stream Elements says, thank you, Brian O'Connor, for subscribing. Thank you and welcome to the show. Amanda says, thanks for the sub, Brian. And Roman says, have a good day today. Thank you, Roman. You too. Sizzy says, do you like toenails? I don't like mine. I might like yours, though. What do yours look like? Army Airborne says, calm down, Jordan. Roman says, you're a good man. Jesus loves you. Yes, he does. And thank you, Roman. You're a good person, too. And I said person because I don't know if you're a man or a woman. But Roman, I would guess man. Sizzy says Donald Trump likes self-tanner, I think. I think you're probably right about that one. No accounting for taste, I'll give you that. He is, in fact, orange. I kind of like that, though, because he stands out like a sore thumb, literally. Amanda says, be respectful. Bibliophile Raider says something. I think that's what that is. Unicorn Ninja says, Army? No, he can't. We've all known his type. Army says, I seem to have triggered Jordan. I hope not. Unicorn Ninja says, his kind come half cocked. Probably so. Oh, Crystal, Kylo, thank you very much for the $5. Amanda banned Jordan Scott Mills for asking serious questions. Saw it with my own eyes. She did it because of his political beliefs. She said he was trolling. Well, Amanda has the ban hammer, Crystal, Kylo, and if she thought he was trolling, I trust her judgment. It's not up to me who she bans. I didn't ask her to, and if he said something that got out of line, it may not have been that last comment that got him kicked. Maybe it took her that long to respond. Nonetheless, thank you for pointing it out, and I'll give you a like on that. But, you know, it's her ban hammer, so take it up with her. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. And she probably timed him out. She probably didn't ban him, my guess, because he's been carrying on the conversation thus far. So if he said something out of line, triggering, or disrespectful, serious question aside, even if you ask a serious question, if you're disrespectful to one of the ladies in this chat, that'll get you kicked out. Or if you say something that's way nasty. Other than that, she doesn't ban people for no reason. Army says, calm down, Jordan, scroll up. And Unicorn Ninja says, Jordan, don't play dumb. We can see what you are. So apparently Amanda saw something you didn't see, Crystal Kyla. But thank you for letting me know. John says, listen instead of locking horns with others in the chat. Right. You learn more when you listen. It's true. Charles Johnson says, you have a look like one of those podcast same hair color mustache. That's because I'm old. That color is gray. But thank you. I look like a podcaster, huh? Protect your peace that way, says John. Thank you, John. That's very wise and very astute of you, sir, and thank you for pointing that out. Charles Johnson says, who is going to be VP? My guess would be probably, I just had a brain fart. Hang on. The chick from Hawaii. Tulsi Gabbard. My guess would be Tulsi Gabbard. That she would be a good VP. She's a woman. She's a military vet. She used to be a Democrat. She's now independent. She will get all of those undecided votes and add that to the MAGA movement, which is something Trump is having trouble with right now. She is a smart, no-nonsense, tough woman that will not take any of Trump's nonsense. She'll be right there with him, and she's pleasant, and she has a beautiful set of hair. Anyway. Ugh, it doesn't matter, says. He didn't get there by being a decent human being. Nobody gets there by being a decent human being, ugh. In case you haven't noticed, there's only 2 ways to get rich in the world. That is to do something dishonest and crooked to get it, or to inherit it from someone who did something dishonest and crooked to get it. You cannot work and get rich. I mean, that is possible theoretically, but the likelihood is very small. Chances are once in a lifetime somebody does that. Starts off a Kellogg's company or a Tesla or PayPal or something like that. Most people can't replicate that in their lives. Yes, he is, says Charles. Christine says, well, the history books are already being fair to Donald Trump because of everything that he put in place that Biden reversed. Biden is encroaching on everything Trump did in history, is aware, I believe. And John says, civility in chat. Stay with the vibe. I believe we're all on the same team here. Amen, John. Army says, Jordan, I answered it. You are so busy trolling you didn't see it. That's probably why he got banned. Amanda says, okay, Army and Jordan, keep it civil. I don't want to have to, don't make me separate you two, she says. I'll get the water hose, I'm telling you. No echo chamber. Nice. No, there's no echo chamber. We're not repeating a bunch of talking points. We talk about what's real and we let everybody talk, whether they agree or not. I may vehemently disagree with you, but I will allow you to get your opinion across. I will not shut you down and throw talking points at you until you can't have a conversation, which is why it's taken me so long to get to the bottom, because I like to prove my point. But thank you for noticing that, Blake, and I appreciate it. Hope you come back for more right here on Politi-tics, once a week on Saturdays at 8:30. Sundays at 8 and Mondays at 8:30 is Bible study. Wednesday and Friday at 8:30 is chill stream, which means we just chill out and relax and just have a good time with each other and play music and talk about whatever comes up. Simple. And then usually once a week we have a Hyperbole, which is a quasi-satirical news show which delivers the news in a sardonic manner. Character-driven. It's not real. The hint is in the name, the Hyperbole. Look it up. Anyway. Unicorn says, yeah, Jordan, he answered you, bud. You need to relax. Relax, Jordan. Calm your little self down. I'll have to scroll back up later and see what the fight was about. Unicorn says, I saw it. Army says, I'm trying, Amanda, but he seems intent on trolling me. Well, we'll put a stop to that, Army. We don't want any of that. If we can't disagree civilly, what are we doing? We're adults. You can have your opinion, I can have mine, and they can ne'er to twain meet, and we could still be friends. Don't allow yourself to get triggered. Ozzy says, Jordan, you're just here to stir some shit, buddy. Well, that's 5 people who have said it, Crystal, so apparently Jordan's in the wrong. Unicorn says, Amanda, Jordan is trolling and he needs to go. And Amanda says, okay, Jordan, enough. One more thing and I will remove you. And Unicorn says, he said no, Jordan. Army Airborne says, okay, pay attention, Jordan. I am a moderate, okay. Moderate means I don't go either direction too hard. Mason Little says, I'm not a nice person. I'm not either, Mason. You want to swing swords or do you want to chill out and enjoy the show? Or, oh, that's quoted. I'm sorry. I misread you. I'm sorry. Mason, who are you quoting? Because I didn't catch the reference. Army Airborne says, isn't his birth certificate Hawaiian? Obama. Yes, his birth certificate is Hawaiian. His birth certificate also manifested itself a week before it was supposed to be delivered, and it's got all kinds of Photoshop elements in it. So there is no paper. It's only digital. So there's that. And also, nobody in Hawaii knew who he was. Hawaii's not that big. And the woman who birthed him, the wet nurse that delivered him, was killed in a plane crash the day before she was to be subpoenaed to testify that she was the one who birthed him. Go figure. I may have that wrong. Somebody else died in that plane crash. I think the wet nurse was injured in that plane crash, but it was enough to keep her mouth shut from then on. That may be the truth. I don't know which. It's been a long time since I was into that. That was way back then. But somebody died in a plane crash involving the wet nurse that supposedly delivered Obama at the Hawaiian hospital there, who oddly enough still worked there. Well, let's all be nice and chill so Jake can catch up, says Amanda. Thank you. John says, well, he's basically stated he doesn't want any more attention from you. That should be all you need to understand it's time to move on. Thank you, John. Ozzy says, showing your age there, Jordan. Typical self-entitled little know-it-all. Probably never worked a hard day in your life, living in your parents' basement. Ha, 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 ha. Damn. I couldn't have said better myself, Ozzy. Thank you. Long Noodle says, lesbians in space. Yes, we were initially talking about the comparison of the Acolyte, a new Star Wars program, to the modern state of the United States and its political nature, and how those two mirror each other in retrospect. So if you look at the Rotten Tomatoes scores, which goes by paid critics versus audience members who criticize, the paid critics have a 90% rating, and the audience members who watch the show have a 17% rating currently, or something like that. I hadn't looked recently, but that's what it was at one time. And that is a weird disconnect. Everybody's saying this show sucks, it's not good, it's poorly written, and all the critics are saying it's wonderful, it's a success, it's making lots of money. Who's right? Well, that's kind of what's going on in America right now. There's diametrically opposed opposition to one another, and it's both ends of the spectrum and nothing in the middle. That's kind of what's happening. Like lesbians in space. Long Noodle. Also, it's a catchy title. Army Airborne says, is there any evidence pointing to Obama being born in Kenya? Yes. Like the fact that he was born in Kenya, and there's family members, his grandmother's in Kenya, who says he was born here, and the village where he lived where he was born in, and they moved right after he was born to Hawaii. So he was in Hawaii as a child, but he was not born there, which would make him not a American citizen, which is why they did the thing they did with the birth certificate, which the media calls a truther, a birth certificate truther, because they're saying it's a conspiracy theory. But I saw the birth certificate and I saw the Photoshop elements on it. It was faked. However they want to call that. Go look at the, what is the guy's name who is the sheriff of Arizona there? Of that, Maricopa County. The sheriff of Maricopa County is the one that did the initial forensic teardown of the birth certificate. And you can go read what that sheriff said and see the pictures for yourself and look at the evidence and make a decision for yourself. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's compelling evidence nonetheless. Christine Marshall says, yeah, Obama is smart, but he has a sinister point of view and is an something infidel, influencer, I don't know, INFJ. Ozzy says, Jordan is a narcissist, big time wanker. He's a wanker. Hogan's Heroes was a funny show. Shiznit was funny Shiznit. Blake, you're old. I can tell. Everybody else is like, what the hell is a Hogan's Heroes? Army says, I was born in 55. I remember long before Hogan's Heroes. Okay. Then you remember the show that Hogan's Heroes was based on then, right? John says, I remember Hogan's Heroes reruns in the early 90s. I didn't know they rerun them. I saw them when they were first on TV, but I didn't know they rerun. But yeah, that makes sense. They did have that Me TV thing for a while. Christine says Donald Trump's personality type is INTP, while Obama is INFJ. They tend to feed their dark sides depending on their environment. I don't know what any of those letters mean, but I hear you. Bill Bennett says, how's it going from Indiana? What's up, Bill? Good to see you. Oh, hello. Hello, Army Airborne says, I agree. Some people should listen. Blake says, Bill Bennett. Army Airborne says, Jordan, relax, dude. Amanda says, enough, Jordan. That's it. You're gone. See how that works? You should have listened. It's a privilege to be here, not a right. You earn it by being respectful and having a great conversation. If you can't do that, Banhammer. Buckshot says, holla soy buckshot. Soy buckshot. I know a guy who knows a guy named Buckshot. Are you that Buckshot? If not, hello, Buckshot. Check out the Facebook page, everybody, if you want to do so. The link is in the chat. OO says the last president will be Joe Biden. Next year, the states will be divided. I don't think it'll come to that. I hope it don't. We're going to do everything in our power to keep focused on the future and not let that happen. We do not want a civil war. It goes badly. Trust me. Ozzy says, Jordan, none of us take bullshit, especially what you're wheeling out. Right on. I can't even see it because it's been blocked from my precious little eyes. So you're wasting your breath. Army says, stop trolling, Jordan. Buckshot says, I like your mustache. Thank you very much. My mustache likes you too. Oh, easy now. Calm down, boy. I'll feed you later. Long Noodle says, bro, this stream is awesome. Thank you, Long Noodle. I'm working to make it awesome. By the way, I said it before, I'll say it again. If you guys would like for me to respond immediately to the chat that you're putting out immediately, do it in a super chat. I'll see it and I'll respond immediately. Otherwise, you have to wait till I get to it. I'm working. I think I'm almost there. Drop it, Jordan, says Amanda. Amanda, just kick him out already. He's not going to listen. My chat jumped again. Sorry. Unicorn Ninja says, Amanda, Jordan needs to go. Army Airborne says, I truly triggered Jordan. Well, apologize and move on. That's all I know to say. And he is about to be kicked out. Amanda's got you down, boy. You better calm down or you're going to get thrown out of here and you won't be back. Army says, sorry, Amanda. That's okay, Army. I forgive you. Amanda says, Jordan, he answered your questions. Now you keep on and on. It's enough now. Go stand in the corner. Don't come out until I say so. We're not giving Ukraine cash. It's military weapons that have been storage. Monkey juice. I don't know that I need to dignify that with a response, but yes, we're giving them mucho cash. We've been paying their military for the past 2 years. Amanda says, it's okay, Army. And Christine says, they say Trump is a ENTP, but they don't know him. Me and my friends came to the conclusion that he is an INTP, not an ENTP. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I'm guessing you mean he's a Sigma male or an alpha male. Unicorn says, Amanda, if you hide Jordan, I'll spare us the reread of all his comments. It'll spare us the reread of all his comments. He is hidden. Well, he's hidden from me anyway. I hadn't seen anything he's put. Unicorn says, Amanda, if you had... I read that one. Monkey Juice says, 3% of U.S. military aid has gone to Ukraine. 3%, huh? If anybody's got the numbers, please enlighten my friend Monkey Juice here. I don't have them pulled up before me, but I assure you, billions of dollars have gone over there. Billions. And nobody knows where that money's gone to. Ozzy says, R.I.P. victims in Detroit. Peace. Something happened in Detroit. What happened? And God bless anybody that fell victim. Nate A. says, I wish they would fix the chat jump. Me too. It drives me crazy. All of my chats have been skipped. I get it. Have a good night, bud. I have not skipped all of your chats. I've read Nate A. a bunch of times. But you can always retype them. I'll eventually get to them. Amanda says, hold on. I'm trying to find where Jake is. I'm in the middle somewhere. Christine Marshall says, and we did the same thing to Obama. They say that he is an ENFJ, But he is not, because he is much darker than he is an INFJ. We think, take it from the INFJ, Obama is an INFJ and not an ENFJ. I don't know what those words mean. Blake says, repeat, Nate. That's all you got to do. I'll get there. Army says, Amanda? Amanda, where you at? Aaron Knowles. Iron Knowles. Iron. I can't say that. You have to hold a finger to the next, otherwise it will jump. I'm not on a phone. I'm on a computer, and it's in front of me, and I'm using a mouse to scroll down. And every now and then it'll jump all the way to the bottom, and I have to scroll back up and find where I was at. And when you got 3,285 people throwing comments at you, sometimes that takes a minute to find. But thank you. Brooke Peter says, wow, first time I've seen this channel. I absolutely agree. Abortion is absolutely evil. Yes, it is, Brooke. And thank you for being here. And I hope you come back for more. We're just winding down now, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of the chat and get everybody's chats read. Again, I'll assert that if you want me to read it now and immediately, Nate, super chat, and I'll see it immediately right in front of me. Amanda says, yes, Jordan. Unicorn says, thanks, Amanda. And Amanda says, I warned you, Jordan. Live Forever says, hey, man, what's up, Live Forever? Good to see you. Amanda says, y'all, you're welcome. All sorry. John says, fair enough. You did warn him quite a few times, and she gave him longer than I would have. I'd have kicked him out the third time I warned him. She gave him a whole lot longer time. Brooke Peter says, another interesting thing about the abortion issue is that the abortion places were first made in history as crowd control for black people. That's a big reason I cannot support abortion. Well, it is true that the woman who invented the pill was a eugenicist. I can't remember her name, Jan something, I think. Anyway, she invented the pill, and she also supported Planned Parenthood, and she invented that whole train of thought. And those people were trying to control the population of black people. That's why Planned Parenthood is in every black neighborhood in America and not so much in the white neighborhoods. That's true, not racist. It's true. It is racist, but not for me. God's Will. Hi, Amanda and everybody. What's up, God's Will? Good to see you, buddy. And you're gone again, says Amanda. Nope, I'm right here. Amanda says, hi, God's Will. Blake's crying, laughing. Unicorn says, Amanda, you were incredibly patient, and I commend you as a moderator. She's good at her job, believe that, and I trust her implicitly. Plastic teeth, sorry. Airborne says, now all my posts with him look ridiculous. It happens. Unicorn says, LOL, Army. And John says, I agree, Amanda, you did your best. See, Amanda, you getting all kind of praise tonight. Thank you, Ninja. I warned him. Now I'm over. LOL. Chelsea Plays says, hello. What's up, Chelsea Plays? What do you play? Long Noodle says, Amanda, this stream is sick. Thumbs up. That's good sick, not bad sick. Ugh. What's up, bro? What's up, Chelsea Plays? What do you play? Or just play in general. Beyblade Bros 2 says, tomorrow is my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Beyblades. Nate A says, good luck, Amanda. Half the reason this chat is so long was Army and Jordan bickering back and forth. See you tomorrow. Nate, thank you for being here, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow. Army Airborne says, my posts will make no sense to him. I'll figure it out. Night, Nate. See ya, says Amanda. Airborne says, Amanda, can you delete my half of that? Probably not without deleting you. So, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't run that part of the show. So, Amanda says, I know, Army. He will figure it out. And I'm working on him. Unicorn Ninja says, haha, Army. The only way is to hide you too. Right. Now, that's what I thought. John says, haha. That's a lot of work, Army. And Amanda says, I'm working on it. But he still sees them because he's there already. Right. Army says, now I know this is an anti-military crowd, but any vets here, we are not anti-military. Not at all. I support the troops. I believe in fighting for freedom. I believe in going where God tells you to go. If God tells you to go to battle, you go to battle and you fight with everything you got and you spare nothing. You leave it all on the battlefield. I am for the military. I am not for pointless wars that get all of our sons and daughters killed for no reason, and for pregnant women flight suits and women on the front lines and things like that. I am not for any of that, lowering standards and dog pony soldiers and that sort of thing. I'm not into that. I'm into real, honest to God soldiers of a cause that God ordains. When God tells you to go, you go and you win. When he does not tell you to go, it's Vietnam or Iraq. Amanda says, LOL, Crystal. Nope, I didn't. I did it because he was being disrespectful. Right. That wasn't because he asked a serious question. And everybody agreed with her, so she did right. And John says, nope, I don't believe it is Army. Or I don't believe it is Army. Crystal says, I've been lurking and I saw the entire thing. Well, am I going to believe you or am I going to believe an employee who never steered me wrong? Glitch, welcome back. So, what is this entire thing about? Well, you have to go back and read it to find out. I can't surmise it now, but basically politics and lesbians. Crystal Carlo says, that's why 5 people liked my post. One of those was me. Probably the other was Amanda. So 3 people liked your post. They were probably Democrats. Thank you for your service. If you did, in fact, serve me, I did not. But thank you for thanking me. Or do you mean in general, if anybody served? Thank you for your service, because I agree. This is not an anti-military platform, and we are pro-gun, we are pro-Second Amendment, we are pro-First Amendment. That's pretty much it. Amanda says he was timed out. But anyway, Crystal says because they saw it too, Amanda. Well, Crystal, stop. It's over. There's no reason to keep going with it. If you don't keep doing that, you might end up right beside him. Back to topics, says Army. Crystal says, you're not being a serious moderator. You're being biased, and that's not cool. Crystal, nobody asked you. And also, she is quite the serious moderator. The whole chat agrees with that. The whole chat disagrees with your opinion, aside from me, her, and probably you that liked your own post, which means only 2 other people liked it. What is the problem? Let it go. It's over. Unicorn says, speaking of Trump being orange, it reminds me of all the libs who claim to be so accepting of non-body shaming and relentlessly making fun of Trump's small hands and orange color. Right? They're very, very tolerant unless you disagree with them. Crystal says, I saw the entire thing. He was being persistent, but he literally sent an olive branch and said he would be respectful, and I was watching the fight. Well, you see who won. Sometimes fights don't seem fair to the audience, but clearly the victor here was Army. Clearly. So, suck it up and move on. Amanda says, it had nothing to do with politics, or it had nothing to do with political views. It was being disrespectful. Army says, I can tell you it was better being 20 in the 70s than being 70 in the 20s. Amen, brother. Yes, it was. Bill says Tulsi kicks ass. I think she does. I think she'll make a great vice president. I really think that's what Trump ought to do. I don't know if he's going to, but I think that would be my pick. Especially if I was somebody as polarizing as Donald Trump, because Tulsi Gabbard is a breath of fresh air and a breath of sanity in an otherwise chaotic administration. I think it's a smart move. And I think if she played a big role as vice president, because they don't have to, they can just like do book tours or whatever. A lot of Democrat vice presidents end up doing nothing. A lot of Republican vice presidents end up having some kind of policy of their own and doing something for the betterment of the country. And if Tulsi does that, plays her cards right, this could be the best administration ever. And I hope they do that. Amanda says, I'm happy for you, Crystal. Crystal says he sent an olive branch to the Army guy. I saw it. He was trying to recalibrate the conversation, but then you banned him. Time out is banning for a time, so you banned him. And what's your point, Crystal? Do you think you're gaining any sympathy here or gaining any support, or what is it you're doing? Nobody cares. Prague by G says, who is the Antichrist? My guess, Macron. It's a guess. I don't know. Army says, I'm glad I just retired before the shit hit the fan in this country, right? I'm glad my mama passed away before it all got crazy because I didn't want her to see all of that. Amanda said, and when I kicked him out, he immediately came back in with a different name and started again. Kind of like Crystal Kylo. Thank you for your service, by the way, Army. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you for saying something different. Army says thank you. And thank you for subscribing, Gabrielle Veretta. Gabriel, thank you for subscribing. And James Spraden, thank you for subscribing. Kylo says he told you he would. I saw that too, Amanda. Black Lotus says, hi. What's up, Black Lotus? What's up? Glitch says, wait. So what side are you on? Of what? What side am I on about what? Amanda says, I'm glad you saw it. And this is why I have the wrench. The wrench that you are tickling dangerously with your incessant repetition. Consider your next move carefully. Army Airborne says, I get a bit of satisfaction knowing that Jordan's taxes pay for my retirement. That's called revenge. And Crystal Kylo says, free speech is God-given right, and you took that away from him. Army and Ninja were ganging up on him. Nobody took his free speech rights away from him, Crystal Kylo. This is a podcast that I own. It's mine. It is distributed through YouTube, which gives me the right to own my podcast. As long as I keep in alignment with their rules, I can do whatever I want. This is a privilege, not a right. Jordan can go on saying all of his stuff anywhere he wants to. That's freedom of speech. He does not have to say it in my face or the people that watch me. I don't think you understand what free speech means. Bill says 4 years of Tulsi after Trump or more. Yeah, and also if Tulsi Gabbard is VP, Trump can go right up to the last minute and then drop out, thereby making Tulsi Gabbard the incumbent president, who will automatically get voted in because usually the sitting president gets another term. Pretty smart move. Moving MAGA right on into the future. And then after her, Vivek Ramaswamy can have a shot if he's an American citizen, which I don't know whether he is or not. And then maybe Donald Trump Jr. can run. And we can do this for the next 20 years. Smart move, Bill. Izzy John says, I'm going to Shabu. Really? I don't know what that is, but good luck and have fun. Aussie HVAC says, Amanda, great work being all over Jordan Young, smart ass. He is. That's the thing with the current generation is that they are entitled and think they know it all. True. You actually facilitated bullying, Amanda. I saw it. All right, that's it. Last one. Don't do it again or you're out of here. Prague by G says, who is the Antichrist? Don't repeat yourself, Prague. No need in doing that. I read it the first time, and I gave you an answer. So if you didn't like that, it won't change. Amanda says, your opinion, I'm starting to think you're Jordan. Well, I started thinking that 10 comments ago. Army Airborne says, okay, no more Jordan stuff. How about them Lakers? Right on, Army. Move on. Matt says, yep, you look like the kind of fella that likes to swing swords with other dudes. Do I now? You want to ask the ladies in the chat if I look that way to them? Or do you want to just have fantasies all by yourself there? However you want to go about it. It's fine with me. I'm comfortable with who I am. Matt. Unicorn says, yep, Crystal, it's Jordan. Alternate account for sure. That's what I thought. Glitch says, what the actual F is happening? We're battling over something. Who knows? We're talking. That's it. Ozzy says, Crystal, now she didn't. She was all over Jordan's little games. Amanda says, that's what I'm thinking, Ninja. Crystal says, so funny that you just blame people like that for the smallest stuff. Ban anything you don't like. Like when the guy just called me a gay person and I didn't ban him. Yeah, you're making perfect sense there, Jordan. I mean, Crystal. I mean, whoever you are. Anything you don't like. That's what your small amount of power gives you. I don't have any power at all except for this power. See what happened there? You will. Matt says, Barack and Michelle. Who has the larger penis? Michelle. Bill Bennett says, his chef drowned in 2 feet of water. Yeah, I heard about that. That was strange, was it not? Probably because he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Wow. John says, seriously, she gave plenty of warnings and tried to stay out of it. Christine says, Obama, when he was in Kenya, I watched it for myself. He was on TV at the ceremony there where he said he was born in Kenya. His words, not mine. It wasn't a mistake. Watch the video. Exactly. I didn't know about that video, but I knew about the birth certificate thing. Feel the steel, tattoos, and piercings. Who would win in a fight? George Washington or Abe Lincoln? George Washington. He had wooden teeth. He'd bite on that long neck of Abe Lincoln and it'd be over. I'm still so confused. Don't feel bad, Glitch. That makes 2 of us. Army says, but wasn't it proven that Obama's mom was not in Kenya? No. To that, I say, can you prove where you were not at 30 years ago? Or 40 years ago? God's Will says, hey, Crystal, we hear you. Thanks for advocating for an alleged injustice. Now let's go. Let it go. Army says Lincoln would win. He was an accomplished wrestler. Yeah, but George Washington was a savage. I don't know. Old George Washington, like on the dollar bill, or George Washington in his prime? Lincoln was a badass, says Unicorn. Maybe. Christine Marshall says, a.k.a. Barry Santos. Correct. That's the name on the birth certificate, Barry Santos. Aussie HVAC says, Crystal, I'm guessing you're also in your 20s. Similar age to Jordan? Entitled? Unicorn says, Crystal, can we all just get along? Can we all just get along? Amanda says, drop it or you will be next. How about that for power of the wrench? Cemetery Baby says, hey, what's this YouTube channel about? Mostly reggae and gospel. You want to join? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like for me to comment immediately on your thoughts as you have them, try putting them in a super chat, and I'll see them immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for me to get to them, which I'm pretty close to the bottom now. God's Will says something. A couple of faces. Maybe. I don't know. Unicorn says... Brian O'Connor says, how do you feel about the whole they, them, and properly addressing people? I'm an English major. I studied language. I speak pretty good when I'm not tripping over words and trying to read. And I think that we've had a pronoun system in place for the last 200, 300 years that works quite well. And I don't think we need to change it now because a couple of children in grade school decided that that's what the world needed to do, and we just all capitulated immediately. I think if you look like a he, I'm going to call you a he, and if you look like a her, I'm going to call you a her, and I don't care if you like that or not. Because it's my language, I'll speak it however I will. And your delusion does not affect my life, and you're not going to force me to live in your delusion. You want to be deluded? That's fine with me. Go do it. Have fun. I will support your right to do it. I will fight for your right to do it. But you're not going to drag me into it. You can be and do whatever you want to do as long as you don't get any of it on me. Simple as that. And likewise, I will do and be whatever I want to be. Because in my world, I identify as a person who speaks English properly. And I identify as a person who doesn't play those games. So why can't I have the right to identify as what I identify as, but you get the right to identify as whatever you want to be? I also identify as a millionaire, so, at any time we can follow this rule both ways. That's how I feel about it, Brian. Ozzy says, how about Biden falling asleep live on that news? He is a joke. Oh, Ozzy, come over here. You mean this?
Wake up.
Yes,
Wake up, wake
I can't
up.
hear anything.
Okay. This is your wake-up call, Harry.
There's nothing.
Okay.
Notice that she called him Harry. Did you hear that? Or were you too busy flabbergasted by the fact that our president was falling asleep on national television? That video was sent by the White House. That's where it came from. And it's been propagated all over the internet. However,
Yes,
Wake up, wake
I can't
up.
hear anything.
listen,
Okay. This is your wake-up call, Harry.
this is your wake-up call, Harry.
Okay.
Now, that sounds weird. Why did she say Harry? Maybe she was talking to the cameraman? No. This is the real video. I found it. Here it goes.
Harry, wake up.
Notice that is the actor Harry Belafonte. And that was a long time ago. But that is the real video.
Harry,
Yeah? Yes,
Wake
what's
up, wake
I can't
up.
hear anything.
okay. This is your wake-up call, Harry.
There's nothing.
Okay.
Why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because on both sides of the aisle, there is a push to spin things and to create narratives, and you are being falsified in your reality. That is not the truth, unfortunately. There are plenty of videos I can show you where the president actually falls asleep at events. That wasn't one of them. But I'm showing you that to show you that I can be non-biased, even though I disagree with that side and I will say things that are against that side. I will present my information as firmly true as I can make it. And I hope that that is appreciated by you all. Bill says, the great escape. Unicorn says, she warned you, Crystal. Ozzy says, Crystal, you should have known better at your age then. God's Will says, Crystal, don't poke the bear, especially if the bear is wielding a large wrench. Bear. John says, Crystal. Damn it. blocked again. What the hell? Cash money. Went too far. Crystal, you're existing simply to splash and chat. What do you get out of that? That's a good question, John. What do you get out of doing that? Stop it already. We're trying to learn things here about each other. We're trying to have a conversation across the aisle and maybe find some common ground. Maybe come to some truths about some things. That's the whole point of this. And yet it's a little uncomfortable and it takes a little friction, but we're getting there. That should be inspiring to everybody. Ninja says, Crystal, did you not just hear that it's a privilege, not a right, to comment here? No, she didn't hear it. Cemetery Baby says, positive vibes from Detroit, Michigan. What's up, Detroit? I hope you guys get back into the swing of things. I hate what's happened to your city. Crystal, what do you mean, says Cemetery Baby? Nothing. She means to disrupt and derail the conversation so we don't keep spilling truth. God's will says, quick, get in the fetal position. Play dead. Right. Colton says, let's go, Brandon. Colton Clay, coming in hot. Hater guy, you shoot a deer or no? All the time. Trump has my vote. Excellent, hater guy. Hater guy, is that Canadian? Is that what you're speaking there? Army says, what do you think about Marjorie Taylor Greene, asset or detriment to the Republican Party? I hadn't listened to her a whole lot, but from what I've seen, she seems like a firecracker, and I like her. Colton says, Sigma. Hi, I am a Sigma. Or are you talking about Trump? Christine says, nope, it's just what most political, scientific, and even Freemasons use the Myers-Briggs personality types to know how to place individuals based upon their personality types in positions. Well, I can tell you from experience that the Freemasons do not use that. That's why I don't understand what you're saying, but I get the basic idea. I just didn't know what those letters mean. But I know about the Freemasons because I are one. Colton Clay says, what do you think on Trump? Sorry, I just tuned in. I think he's going to be the next president. That's what I think. Jordan's back, so I am unbanned now, if you can behave yourself. If not, you'll be out again. Keep your eye on the ball. Let's have a conversation and not fight with each other and repeat ourselves incessantly. It's not necessary. We read it right the first time. Eater guy says, I heard the USA is supporting 1/3 of the Ukraine economy while ours goes to crap. I agree with that, Eater guy. You're probably right. I don't know if it's 1/3 or not, but it's definitely a large sum. Colton says, you never read mine. I just read yours. And if I missed it, I'll say again, if you want me to see your chat immediately, super chat, and I'll see it. Otherwise, you have to wait till I get there or risk the chance that it'll jump and I miss it. It's not my fault if I miss it. I'm just trying to keep up. Christine says Myers-Briggs is a personality test that sees what type of personality you have. There are 16 personalities and then 32 sub-personalities. When you get into the INFJ, it is a chameleon, which is dangerous. Well, what type am I? I'm curious. CR7 Goat says, you look like your name is Marthy. Well, thank you. My mother's name was Martha. Martha, not Marthy, but whatever. I'll take it. You can call me Marthy. Just don't call me Al. I'll get mad. Because that song will never get out of my head. John says, Colton, I've watched you have the entire chat. Never saw a single comment until now. I didn't see it either, buddy. I did read yours. Army Airborne says, not everyone is pro-Trump here. That would be boring. Well, I don't expect everybody to be pro-Trump here, and that's fine with me. I don't mind who you support. I will try to make my case emphatically. I expect you to do the same. That's called a conversation, but we can do it peacefully, and we can come together as a country and stop with all of the fighting, because that is going to lead to the demise of our great nation, and we don't want that. Jordan says, I saw me defend me. Thanks, Crystal. Christine Marshall says, have we ever seen those two in the same room together at the same time? I'm just wondering. Crystal says, the institutions that didn't use Myers-Briggs 10 years ago have adopted it. I personally don't even believe in Myers-Briggs because I believe in Jesus, the Christ, and I am an INFJ, but I submitted my mindset. Well, I believe in Jesus too. But psychology can work if you know what you're doing. Colton says, yep, I voiced a few opinions. Okay, Colton. Well, if I missed them, I apologize. You're welcome to retype them, and I'll say them when I see them. Or you can super chat them, and I'll say them right now. Christine says, maybe sometime in the future I can break it all down for you, and then I can also prove that Jesus the Christ can outperform any of these personality types combined. Jesus will destroy any INFJ. Well, you don't have to prove that part to me. I know that. But I'd love for you to break it down for me, and I'm always interested in learning a new avenue of study, and I will definitely listen to that. Maybe we can make a video out of it for the members. That'd be nice. We'll see what happens. Get with me. Unicorn Ninja says, it's hard jumping back and forth from your alternate accounts. Crystal, Jordan, Crystal. Ader guy says, most abortion is by black people. That's true, to the tune of about 95%. That's terrifying, and I wish it wasn't that way, because black people deserve to live too. Direct your comments to Jake and be respectful, says Amanda. Ader guy says, can you see me? Yes, I can. Army says, let it go, Unicorn. Not worth it. John says, I didn't notice Colton. I hope he gets them in then. Me too. Did I get banned? No. Colton, you did not get banned. You're here. Unicorn says, I had to, Army. I'm done now. Jordan Scott says, Army Airborne. Truce, dude. I sincerely wasn't trying to troll you. I know I wasn't nice, and I get heated with stuff, but I didn't realize you were a bit older and should be more respectful. I'm sorry. Perfect. Thank you, Jordan. That's all we were asking for. Fantastic. Now we can have a conversation with one another. Amanda says, Colton comments were in the section where chat jumped. Okay. Well, I apologize. I did miss them then, Colton. I will try to get back to them. Army Airborne says, I blocked him, so it's over. Colton says, good night. Good night, Colton. Army says, night, Colton. Amanda says, night, Colton. And John says, good night. Colton says, how did you become a mod, Amanda? She's banging the owner. Christine Marshall says, good night, Colton. Breed Loaf, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Bread Loaf, sorry. Breed Love, Bread Loaf, whatever. Greetings, sir. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the show. Aussie HVAC says, sorry, guys, I don't agree with anti-abortion. What poor rape victims? They have no choice, so I believe women have the choice, as it's their body. That's what it's like down under. Okay. I sympathize with that statement, Aussie, and it's okay that you disagree. But my point of contention is that almost never happens. They use that as an excuse to have abortions. Well, what about the rape and incest? Well, can you point to any of those? Do you know any of those personally? And also, if a woman got taken, is it the baby's fault? Does the woman think it's the baby's fault? It's a baby. If you don't want the baby, give it up for adoption. There are plenty of people in the world that will take that baby and love it and never, ever bring up the fact that circumstances. I understand the sentiment there behind that, and I sympathize with that statement. But I disagree with that. But it's okay. That's what the world is about, disagreeing. It's fine. We can disagree and still be friends. I'm a guy. What do I know? Army says, too much work being a mod. It's pretty tough on this chat sometimes. She's got it handled. She's tough. Jordan says, yeah, but either way, I really wasn't trolling. I know I wasn't being nice, but I was being sincere, and I am sincere in the apology. I didn't know you were born in 55, and I try to respect my elders if I can. Well, thank you, Jordan, for being a big man about that. I don't know what was said. I missed that because it was in a part where it jumped. But I'm sure that if you two can have a conversation, a peaceful conversation, you can come together to some form of consensus, even if it's a disagreement like me and Ozzy just did. And still be nice. And Colton says, and Ukraine. And Ukraine what? Chris Batali. Chris Batali. I'm new. What's this show about? It's about you, Chris. We made this show just about you, and you stumbled into it. Congratulations. You found us. We've been hiding all over the internet, staying one step ahead of you the whole time, all your life, and you stumbled into us. You won the next $1 million. How you feel? Colton says, I feel you, Jordan. Chris Batali says, sweet. Colton says, they're gay people at school. There's gay people everywhere. Some folks should support the Fifth Amendment, says Chris. What is the Fifth Amendment, Chris? Ozzy says, Jordan, back for round 2 of shit stirring? Yep. Show some respect to your elders, cause they will always know more than you do. Cash Money says, Jesus loves you. Thank you, Cash Money. He does. He loves me a lot. And I've got a great show that's pushing 4,000 views tonight. So I appreciate you guys, every one of you. God's Will says, I picked up bags worth of peaches from my neighbor's yard and after our conversation the other day, because of them peaches, right? Me and a friend of mine were laughing about that after the show. God's Will's crying, laughing. Now I want a peach. Amanda says, nice, God's Will. I love peaches. Jordan Scott says, stop bullying Crystal for defending free speech. She said she doesn't agree with my opinions, but she did it. Actually, my mom's age. Be nice to her, seriously. Okay. Is it your mom? I kind of feel like it's either you or your mom. I might be wrong about that, but that's how I feel. Considering you already tried the multiple account thing, there's no reason why you shouldn't have another one. Either way, nobody's bullying Crystal. God's Will says, me too. Thank God for neighbors with green thumbs, right? A friend of mine has grown some tomatoes, and when they get done, I'm about to get a box full of big homegrown tomatoes with some tomato sandwiches, and I'm excited about that. It's going to be delicious. Chris says, well, this is fun so far. Well, it's been a blast. You should see it. All about politics. Bread Loaf says, what do you think of the Russian ships that were near Florida? I think it's a power move. I think it's saying, hey, look, we're very close to you, so pull back or we'll go forward. It's one of those kind of things. Look at what we can get to. I don't think they're actually armed with nuclear weapons, though they are nuclear subs, from what I understand. I don't know much about it, but that's what I've heard so far. Army Airborne says, I like peaches, just a little overripe. I like mine young and tasty. But, Good idea, Army. I'll have one. Says Chris. God's will says bread loaf. We know they're there. They lost the element of surprise, right? I don't think they were trying to surprise us. I think they were trying to show us that they're not scared of us and that we're on their territory and they can be on ours at the drop of a hat. So we'll see. Same for bananas, says Army. I don't care for bananas. If we're talking about the same as the peaches. There must be a hole in that cigarette. I can't get nothing out of it. 101st, says Chris. 101st? 82nd, says Army Airborne. Oh, you were asking him what platoon he was in. I got it. Or whatever you call it. 82nd Airborne. Army, my dad was 82nd Airborne, says Amanda. Check that out. We got some kindred spirits in the house. God's will says Army, chase that sliced up with some jalapenos and you got yourself a first-class snack. Peaches and jalapenos? Never had that before. I bet it's interesting. Army Airborne says never 101st puking buzzards. Hey, I got hit in the face with a buzzard the other day on my motorcycle. About 50 miles an hour, right in the face. Wham! Just about knocked me out. Buzzards are not fluffy, by the way. Unicorn says, subscribed. Thanks. Thank you, Unicorn. Welcome to the show. Mary Gary says, what is this Republican show? Who said it was a Republican show? I'm not a Republican. Are you a Republican? Where are these Republicans that you speak of? Maybe it's just me. Can't get nothing out of that one either. I think I'm just letting it sit too long. Airborne says, awesome, Amanda. The All-Americans. All-Americans, 82nd Airborne. That's cool. Amanda says, thanks, Ninja. Aussie says, Army, respect, brother. My dad is an Aussie Vietnam veteran. Full respect. Army says, yeah, I spent a few months in country. Wow. I missed all of that, thank God. Mary Grace says, oh, God forbid. I hope you don't forbid it. That would be mean. Kevin Teague says the trees of liberty from time to time must be replenished from the blood of patriots and tyrants. Thomas Jefferson. Interesting, Kevin. Thank you for the quote. God's will says, Army, since the Battle of the Bulge. Chris says, Army, I must ask you a question. Blake says, my grandfather died in the Battle of the Bulge. Mohammed Lamont says, Nikki Haley will be president after she beats Gavin Newsom. Yeah. That's going to happen. Bullshit. Thanks, Mohammed. I appreciate the joke. I needed a laugh today. Jordan Scott Mills says, I have just read a lot and am well studied, so I wanted to recommend books to Army. Army says, lay it on me, Chris. The question that he must ask. Christine thought that was funny. John says the Battle of the Bulge was 1944. A bit too early for Army. That is pretty a long time ago. This is what, 80 years ago, 85 years ago? Whew. Aussie says, Army, what country? Vietnam? John says, The Battle of the Bulge. Yeah, I got it. Chris says, I'll shave it for later. That's a good joke. I must ask you a question. I'll shave it later. Shave it for later. Army says, yeah, Vietnam. LOL, Chris. Jordan says, that's why I asked if he was knowledgeable about political ideology. I get how it came off as pretentious, but it's hard over text. That is true. It's hard to tell tone over text. It's hard to tell sarcasm, and it's hard to tell sincerity over text. So sometimes we got to work through that. I misread people all the time and have to go back and apologize because I took it the wrong way. Sometimes it's just hard to do. It's a tightrope trick, walking that tightrope. Army says, only there for 4 months. They recalled my unit. Bill Bennett says, good night. Oh, God bless. God bless, Bill Bennett. Thank you for being here, buddy. Amanda says, night, Bill. Army says, okay, totally unrelated. Any old timers remember Burma shave signs and Stuckies? I remember Stuckies if you're talking about the restaurant. And I use Burma shave cream, but I don't know about the sign. Christine Marshall says, let's get it right. Michelle Obama was born a hermaphrodite and got pressured by her father to have a surgery, which is transitioned into a little girl and lived that way. Is that true? I did not know that. All I know is I saw her on Ellen dancing, and there was definitely something flapping up against her skirt that was not attached in the way you think it would be if it was a female. I did see that. And plus her shoulders and her hands and her head to shoulder ratio, not female. Jordan says, genuinely sorry. Crystal, thank you for standing up for my free speech. But I was being a dick and an older guy, which wasn't cool, and just didn't know he was my elder. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Let it go already. Quit talking about it. It's like racism. If you keep talking about it, it'll still be a problem. Let it go. We've all said we're sorry. We all forgive you. Move on. And notice that Crystal hadn't said anything else, interestingly enough. Bill says, you got a longer fuse than I do, Jake. Not by much. The only reason I'm tolerating is because I'm getting, something out of it. I've made $7 so far, so yay. But thank you, Bill, for noticing. Army says, the mustache thing popped into my mind. Popped it in my mind. Christine says, I heard an Army general talk about hermaphrodites, and he said that the thing is, a man can carry a 120-pound duffel bag across the desert, and a woman cannot. Well, that's true, but that has nothing to do with sex. That has to do with being a male and growing up as a male and doing things that males do that women do not do. We have fast muscle fiber, fast twitch muscle fiber. We have denser bones and thicker muscles. We are stronger physically, and we are stouter. We're built for lifting things in a way that women are not. We are completely different animals for different reasons. Yes, a man can carry a 120-pound duffel bag across the desert. Yes, that would most likely kill most women. That's not saying all women, but the general masses cannot do that because they never spent their whole life lifting heavy things for money or to protect their woman. And when you do, you tend to grow things that you didn't have before. That's all. But I understand what you're getting at. I just don't know what that has to do with her being a hermaphrodite. But I don't doubt that she is one. Jordan says, there are known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. Obama being Kenyan Muslim is a known known, right? Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Muhammad Lamont says, if you have one American parent You are American. That's how it works. No, that is not how it works. If you are born within the confines of the borders of the United States, you are an American, whether you got American parents or not. If you come from Mexico pregnant into America and have a baby, that baby is American. Period. Citizen and all. And that's both parents not being an American. Who is Barry Santos? That would be Barack Obama's real name. Army says, by proof. I mean, there are no passages nor passport records of her being there. Meaning Obama's mother being in Kenya. I don't know. All I know is that Obama admitted to being born there at one time, and the people that live there that are part of his family say he was born there. And then there's this Hawaii thing. So who knows? I mean, I'm not a truther. I don't care either way. I'm just telling you what's been presented as evidence. And you can go to the Maricopa County Sheriff and watch a documentary that he made about that birth certificate, and you can see all the evidence that he provides forensically. This is real evidence, not made up stuff, not news stuff, real stuff that cops do, and he breaks it down in that video. Check it out. I forget the guy's name, but he's the sheriff of Maricopa County. And I believe that's Arizona. Chris says, Christine, there's only one talk in the Army about hermaphrodites. I don't know. I'm not in the Army. But Army Airborne might be able to tell you. And it's really a question, says Chris. Bill says, can't prove what I did 30 years ago, I swear. Right, I can't either. I can't prove what I did last week. Yet they have all of the answers, just conveniently. Amanda says, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and there is a super chat function in the chat box. If you want me to see your comment immediately, try super chatting it. I'll see it right there in front of my face immediately. Otherwise, you got to wait for me to get to it or risk me missing it when the chat jumps. But also subscribe and hit that like button, please. Finally, we got 33 people in chat and we got 33 likes. Awesome job, guys. Thank you very much. Army Airborne says, Christine, he was talking about women in SEAL training. Ah. Jordan says, Army Airborne, but it begs the question of why his own family would lie about it. You know, it's definitely not a closed issue. Right. It has not been proven that he was born in Hawaii. It has been said, but there's no proof of it either way. And there is at least anecdotal evidence that he was born in Kenya. Why it matters now is irrelevant because he's already been president for 8 years and can't be president again, except unless you count the Biden administration, which is most likely being puppeted by him. Whatever. It's just a topic of conversation. Christine says, yep, there's a setting where you can access top chat or all chats. You'll have to push it if you want to see all messages, guys. Right. Brian O'Connor says, I love everything you're saying. Thank you, Brian. I love everything you're saying, too. Jordan says, the best response to they, them thing is when you die in 1,000 years, if they dig you up, you'll be a man or a woman, LOL. That's it. No other options. Correct. Absolutely correct. There is no such thing as a they, them. And if you want me to call you a they, I'll say sure as soon as you produce more than one of you. Then I'll call you a they because that's what they means. And I'm not going to change my language to fit your dimension, your delusion. Muhammad Lamont says, you are an ally if you call someone dressed like a her. Thank you for being an ally. If you look feminine, I will call you her. If you look like a dude, I'm going to say, hey, man. I don't care what's hanging between your legs. It's none of my business. You do you, boo. But But I'm going to call you what I see you as. If that makes me an ally, then awesome. Christine says Barry Santos is Barack Obama. And if you don't believe me, just type in Barry Santos into Google and search it, and only Barack Obama comes up. But that's his name. Army says women should not be in combat units, in my opinion. I agree with you 100%, Army. And the reason I agree with you is not because I think women can't fight. Absolutely, women can fight. They can't pass the physical without lowering the standards, but if they could, and they were strong enough to get through that, now you have another thing to contend with. You see, men are hardwired in our DNA to protect women and to be sexually attracted to women. And if you put one of them in front of us, we're going to be spending all our time trying to make sure they're protected instead of fighting. We're going to spend all our time making small talk or trying to not be awkward around them or whatever we're made to do in their presence instead of what naturally happens in their presence. And it will end up hurting people. They will get people killed if you put them in the front lines. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. If you don't believe me, go ahead and do it and see what happens as a result. Women there's plenty of things in the Army they could do without being on the front lines. They can do communications, they can do Army medical stuff. They can do secretarial things. They can drive the general around. They should not be on the front lines shooting guns at people unless they are singularly qualified to do so, in which that is very rare. There are women that can do that. Most of them cannot and should not. Same thing with women cops. If you can't kick in a door, you shouldn't be a police officer. Sorry. If you can't wrestle a grown man to the ground, you should not be a police officer. And that goes for men too, by the way. It ain't just women. Chris says attack helicopter is on their approved list of genders as well as Death Star. You're welcome, people. Chris, you might have a point, buddy. It's getting a little crazy. Jordan says, Amanda, thank you for not timing me out for too long, by the way. And Army Airborne, finally, something we can agree on, 100%. Army says, yeah, that video got debunked. Which video got debunked? You talking about the thing from Maricopa County? Debunked by who? Snopes? If you have evidence that it was debunked, I'd like to see it. So if you could point me in the right direction, I'll go check it out. Amanda says, you're welcome, but I will not tolerate nonsense and disrespect. I am the banhammer, and I have spoken. Jordan says, like I said, I didn't know he was my elder. It seems like most of this chat is so I'll have to acclimate. Yeah. But I'm glad you could see that, and I appreciate your candor. John says, it was sent from the White House. That was that video that I showed. That simply means they were present in the White House when it was sent. It does not indicate who sent it. Correct. I never said who sent it other than it came from the White House. And what I mean by that is it came from the people who tweet out from the White House, meaning the press corps. Don't know who sent it, but I know where it came from because it's in the tweet. But that video has also been spread around both Democrat and Republican circles and all over the pundits everywhere, and all of them are presenting it as if it's true. That's the problem, not that it came from the White House, although that is auspicious. But you are correct. It doesn't say who sent it. It just came from the White House. And it looks to me like some form of misinformation. What is Vegemite, Aussie? Good gracious, this is a long chat. I may never get out of here alive. All right. Oh, by the way, it's 1:30 a.m. in the morning. Happy Father's Day, all you fathers out there. I forgot to mention that earlier, that today is Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. I love each and every one of you, and may your children cherish you, and may they all be at your side today. I pray that they are. Jordan says he showed the debunked video right now. He's being honest. Right, I showed both. I did show the video that they fooled, and I showed the real video with Harry Belafonte in it. John says, I've been researching since you showed us that while listening. Yes. And thank you for that, by the way. That's what I want you to do. The whole point of this chat and this show is to invoke thought. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to derive truth from chaos. I realize that's a random concept, but that's what the attempt is, and I'm glad that you're doing some research. Never listen to people that tell you not to read. Read. Chris says, I identify as an AH-64 Apache attack helicopter. Good gracious. You are one mean helicopter. Amanda says, regardless of age, we respect each other here. Talk shit, but be respectful. Yes, do talk shit, but do it respectfully. Rose says, I heard recently he pooped his pants in front of people. Yes, I mentioned that too. Also, not true. I don't think. Chris says, yeah, Rose, during the D-Day ceremony in Normandy. I think, and after watching the video, and I know all the pundits are saying he pooped his pants and all the news channels are laughing about it, I think he was just trying to sit down. That's what I think. But I watched the video, and it looked to me like he was just trying to find his seat. He was a little far in front of it than he thought he was when he bent over to sit down and had to regroup and bend over again. That's not to say that he's not a complete joke. He is, but for the right reasons, not because they're trying to make up things about him. I don't play that game. Army Airborne says, I guess I would definitely identify as a M551 Sheridan, Armored Reconnaissance Airborne Assault Vehicle, only because I spent 25 years on them. That's a pretty cool. I identify as a Hummer. Yeah, baby. Chris says, LOL, Army. Army says, let me be the first to say, however, prematurely, Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Army. Jeremy Olson says, Trump for king. I agree. Ozzy says, wasn't there a mass shooting at a water park in Detroit today or yesterday? Apparently so. Somebody earlier mentioned something about asking God to bless those that were victims of Detroit, and I haven't heard anything about it, but apparently there was something that went on there today or yesterday. Jordan says, that's like the old I identify as an AH-64 Apache attack helicopter with Hellfire missiles meme. LOL. Not bad. John says, see, all the nonsense comments did was push replies back over 30 minutes. Right. Ozzy says, RIP to any victims. Thank you, Ozzy, and appreciate that, and I agree. To any victims, may they rest in peace and may God bless their souls. Jordan says, two things we can agree about now, Army. Always appreciate fathers. Rose says, I identify as tired. I'm needing a nap. Rose, you and me both, sister. I'm tired too. What degree Mason are you? 32nd degree, Royal Arch Mason, past master, and I've been knighted. Chris says, I identify as a Pokemon master, and I will protest the LGBTQ community until they recognize us equally. Pokemon Master. Army says, John, they were pushed back before that. We just exacerbated the situation. True. Jeremy Olson says, will he be the last American president? No, not even close. Happy Father's Day to all fathers, says John. Thank you, John, and happy Father's Day to you, too. Jeremy Olson says, happy Father's Day in 1 minute. That was an hour and a half ago. So, wow. Still an hour away from me, says Jordan. And Amanda says, yes, happy Father's Day. And John says, 1 a.m. here, 1:36 where I'm at. Amanda says, 1 a.m. here. Army Airborne says, I got 5 kids myself. Everybody else, I have 2. If you count the ones that are mine, I have probably 4 that I've helped raise in some way. Jeremy Olson says, chaotic good. I'm chaotic neutral. I go both ways, baby. I'll be nice to you, and I'll freak out on you in the same breath, and then I'll be nice again. Don't call me late for dinner, says Chris. And call me whatever you want, just not late for dinner. Jordan says, not yet, but me and my fiance are hoping for one in a couple of years. Jordan, make life with your penis, buddy. Get out there and put somebody into the future. That's why you're here. If you've got a nice wife and you think she's of birthing size, get busy, boy, and make you a family. I support life. And I hope that you have a great time and enjoy it. And don't wait until you're ready. Number 1, there is no handbook that comes with children. And number 2, you'll never be ready, ever. Just have a baby and then deal with it as it comes. You'll never regret it. God bless you and your wife. Army says, 10 here in California. Wow. Time or kids? Dreamy Chipmunk XXX. Can you shout out Brandon Currington, the barber? Yes. Christine says, will the Freemasons, do you use Myers-Briggs? And I do not know how long they've been using them, but most institutions haven't been using them all that long, and I believe you're a Freemason. Well, I am a Freemason, and we don't use that, but I'm not a part of an institution of any kind. I'm just a normal, regular, everyday, go to the lodge Freemason, which I haven't done in quite some time because I've been busy with other things. But I got in there to learn the secrets, and I learned them, and then I was done with it. Simple as that. I'm a man of letters, so that was part of my journey. Amanda says, yes, Christine, he is a Mason. Army says, lots of Freemason lodges around here. There's one in every town in the world. Believe that. One in every major town in the world. There may not be any in some podunk rinky-dink towns, but in every big town in the world, there's a Freemason lodge. And there are many charters of Freemasons. They're not all the same thing, by the way. There are some that are Christian. There are some that are satanic. There are some that are agnostic. There are some that are God knows what. There's even some that are Muslim, believe it or not. Whenever someone says, what would Jesus do? Remember that cracking a bullwhip is an option, Chris. It was a cat of 9 tails, but you're absolutely correct. Jordan says, I'm not Crystal. All my alternates are Jordan, have Jordan in the name. I could have come back 25 times, but I decided to just sit in the timeout and try to respect the channel and apologize to Army later. You did the right thing, Jordan, and I appreciate that. And I was only half ribbing you about the crystal thing. I don't know who's who. Oh, April Rain for $9.99 super chat in the house. Hey, girl, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Late as always, but hey, I am winding down and we're getting there. We're almost to 4,000 views for tonight's episode. Almost. We're getting there. 39.39. Army says, bullwhip trivia. Did you know The crack you hear is the whip breaking the sound barrier. Yes, I did know that. And did you know that it hurts really bad when it hits you in the face? Christine says, I just believed you're old school and Master Masons would be the ones who control the information to place the best candidates or initiates. The buoy and fraternity use it also. Yeah, there are some. My lodge doesn't do that. And also, a Freemason does not have the power that they had in the 1800s. We're basically just a gentleman's club now. However, there have been 13 presidents that were Freemasons. And there is a big Masonic lodge in Washington, and I'm sure they get up to no good in that lodge around the people that are members of that lodge. But I've never met any of those people. I've been to that lodge and I visited it, but the only person I ever knew there was the guy at the door that let me in. And so, whatever that does. I hate to dispel that belief, but Masons can't very well decide whether or not they're going to have ham sandwiches or turkey sandwiches at the meeting. They're not running the world, I promise. And I am old school. Christine says, I have been trying to decide what I think you are. You would have to take the Myers-Briggs test, but I am very good at analyzing it. But eventually I will tell you what I think you are, and I would say INFJ. Is that good? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Is it good? Hey, Cemetery Baby. Long Noodle says, I missed the Lesbians in Space. We were talking about The Acolyte, a Star Wars show that came out, and the significance of it in comparison to the world that we live in the United States today, and how it compares. It was a clickbaity title, but it sounded good to me, so I went with it. Ozzy says, Jordan, respect, bro. You put your hand up and apologize. Great work, young man. Christine Marshall says, and that's why I like your show and your knowledge. It just reminds me of an INFJ personality type. And that's what originally caught my eye about you. And it's actually the most rarest of personalities. Well, thank you very much. I do have a rare personality. I have a split personality, but they're both aware of each other. And I do hear voices too, but they all speak Spanish, and I have no idea what they're saying. So I just ignore those. But thank you. Hold on, Long Noodle. He's almost there, says Amanda. I'm getting there, slowly but surely. Christine Marshall says, but you got Jesus the Christ already, and I will say it better than any Myers-Briggs test. It means nothing. I even can teach against Myers-Briggs at some point. Maybe I will. Maybe you should. Maybe if it's a problem, you need to set the record straight. That's kind of what I'm doing on my channel, trying to rectify an issue. Somebody in the world needs to be saying something that's true on this platform, and that's where I've taken up the mantle. Hopefully it'll work. Bill says, good night, kids. Night, Bill. Thanks for being here, buddy. Amanda says, good night, Bill. And Chris says, their argument is that it's still their body, and the baby isn't its own person. Much like an apple to a tree, the tree dies with old fruit on it. Chris? Does that child have individual, unique DNA that is not the same as the mother's DNA? Is that true? If that's true, then that is a person from conception, because at conception, its DNA is present. And it is a different life form than the one that is carrying it. Yes, for a little while they have a symbiotic relationship, but I got news for you. Anybody that's ever been a mother will tell you that even after the baby's born, all the way till that baby dies, they still have a symbiotic relationship, because that's the nature of mothers and children. But they are different people. That's a bad argument. And apples are clones of the tree that bore them. All trees are clones. There are no new trees. They're clones of each other. That's how trees work. All oak trees are related. Do you understand? Army says, I almost missed the Cold War. Jordan says, thanks, Ozzy. I appreciate it. I try to respect my elders even when I disagree. Life experience is important, and I agree that Zoomers mostly don't respect that, which is genuinely sad. Well, Zoomers mostly have no idea what it takes to make a Zoomer. That's why they don't respect it. They have no idea how they got the world that they find themselves living in. They didn't build it, but they inherited it, and they don't know where it came from, and that's the problem. Patrick James, mayo on your tomato sandwiches. Absolutely. Mayo, salt, and pepper. That's it. And tomatoes. That's a good sandwich. Jordan says, Lamau. Lamfowl. It's not my mom either. Nope. But she said she was born in 61, which is my mom's age, so I did imagine her doing it, and it made me feel bad, so she stood on principle, which I respect. I respect that too, which is why I didn't immediately have her kicked out. I gave her a chance, but she kept pushing it, so. And here you are, and there she goes. That's a sad turn of events. Amanda says, absolutely, Patrick. And John says, wait, what? Time zone is Bible study tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. It's 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that'd be New York time or Florida time, something like that. Whatever the East Coast time is. Thank you for it. It is in the title, by the way. It does say 8 p.m. EST. So, but thank you for pointing that out because I did not say that before. I keep forgetting that I'm talking to the whole world and there's people all over the place. Amanda says 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, John. Aussie says, Jordan, solid, brother. Good work, mate. And John says, thanks. And Army says, back in the South, they eat banana and mayonnaise sandwiches. True. Yuck. Although it ain't terrible. A little weird. Bread and bananas just don't mix. Unicorn says, my dad served on a nuclear submarine. It doesn't mean they carry nukes. It means they're powered by nuclear power. Correct. Patrick James says, toasted bread, tomato sandwiches with mayonnaise sounds amazing. It is. Amanda says, Army? South? Where in the South? Oh, yeah, right there in Florida. That's the first place I ever ate a banana sandwich. John says, or radio man, NCO. My dad served on a U.S. spy plane as the radio officer or radio man, NCO. I missed the first one, sorry. Jonathan, what do you think about 22,000 military-aged Chinese men that have been coming across the border the last 3 years? Are they part of the WHO Army, the World Health Organization Army? I think it's a possibility. A buzzard flyby, brutal. Yep. I was driving my motorcycle to work, and I come up on some buzzards. There was 4 of them, and they were eating a deer or something. And when they heard me coming, they all flew in 4 different directions, and one of them came right towards me. And I was like, well, there ain't much I can do about this, and I just ducked. I had enough time to put my head down, and he hit me right in the forehead. Pow! Everything went black, and I leaned back. One hand on the handlebars. And when I opened my eyes again, when I could see again, I was drifting towards the ditch. So I just leaned over that way real hard and pulled it back in. And then I spent the rest of the day with a sore head and a sore neck and 2 days with a headache. Buzzards are not fluffy. And I still have a knot. John says during the Cold Wars when he served on that airplane. Jordan Mills says, Army Airborne, I know you blocked me on my other account, but I figured I'd come back here and tell you on this one that I'm sorry, and I didn't realize you were my elder, or I would have respected you. Well, we've all covered that ground, and every time I have to read something like that, it makes it longer. So everybody knows you're sorry. Everybody knows he apologized, and everybody knows it's been accepted, and everybody's proud of you for doing so. So can we move forward, please? I'm in the South, Army, says Amanda. Well, that don't mean you know everything that's in the South. I'm in Utah, says Jordan. All right. You're up there in them salt flats, huh? What Mormons. That explains a lot. Amanda says, I'm from Florida. That don't mean you know everything that's in Florida. Bananas are from Florida, too. And so is mayonnaise and bread. They got all that in Florida. I don't know why I'm being snippy. I'm just in that mood. Army says, spy planes. 2 secret stuff. Top secret stuff. Yes, that is top secret stuff. That's like them SS Blackbirds and such. Jordan says, I'm originally from Los Angeles, but would not recommend it. And no, don't worry, I didn't bring any of that with me. Thank you. Appreciate that, Jordan. Long Noodle says, what's your current position on the current battle of the... I don't know what any of those words mean. Ozzy says, Battle of the Bulge. I have that every day down under. Me too, buddy. Me too. Us Aussies are packing heat downstairs. Ha! You go, Aussie. And Mr. S. Jog on bro. I don't know what that means. Army says, Aussie, do you eat Vegemite? Vegemite. What is Vegemite? I know what it is. It's a spread, but what does it taste like? I think like rotten vegetable oil. I don't know. I've never had it. I saw Vegemite on a stream, says John. Army says, what you don't eat, you can pave your driveway with, right? There's Crystal. You banned me. How can I talk? Don't even know if this will go through. Well, it went through. Apparently your ban has been lifted, so calm your little tail down. It's all been settled now, so we can move on. John says Vegemite is made from leftovers after the fermentation process, I guess. Christine says, all I was trying to make a point of is that hermaphrodites are considered men in the army because they can outperform the women. Oh, okay. I didn't grasp that, but I see what you're saying. Jordan says, just drop it, Crystal. It's fine. I'm sorry. I got you tied up in it. Army Airborne says, I am jumping from topic to topic too much. That's all right. No, you're not. Amanda says, I timed you out. I didn't ban you. Banning means you can't come back. And the fact that you're back means you're enjoying the content. So keep enjoying it. Stop making it worse. Jordan says, and yes, it went through. April Rain says, what's going on, everybody? And Amanda says, hi, April. And John says, very forgiving. Hi, April. Crystal says, that's the same as banning. It just banned with a timer. It's not the same as banning because if it banned you, you would not be back here ever again. And April says, hi, Amanda. And Jordan says, just drop it, Crystal, please. April says, John, everyone. Jordan says, FR. Asterix. Army says, April, Amanda is a heavy workload here. Good luck. Amanda has a heavy workload here. Yeah, it's been busy. We're at 4,042 views, everybody. Thank you so much for that tonight. And made $16.99. Appreciate you all. Ozzy says, Army, John, I effing love Vegemite. It is un-Australian not to. Have you guys tried it? I have not tried it, but I want to know what it is and what it tastes like. Can you describe it? Amanda says, banning stops you from ever being able to come back. Timed out means you can. Big difference. And Amanda says, I'm not going to argue with you. Be respectful and no problems. T-34. Explosion sounds. Oops, sorry. Army says, did you know Vegemite is made in a lab? Most things are made in a lab. T-34 says, hello. Hello, T-34. Explosive injury you had there. Amanda says, hi, T-34. April says, sorry, I'm back now. Hey, April. Good to see you, sweetheart. I'm busy. John says, I haven't tried it, Aussie. I hear little goes a long way, though. Mm-hmm. Crystal says, I was just lurking until I saw all that in the chat, and it wasn't right. You are a good lad for apologizing, though, Jordan, and please stop being a fascist. It's evil. All right, that's it. You're out. Forever. Goodbye. See how that worked? You just can't leave well enough alone, you hard-headed thing. Ozzy said, that's why my guts is black, bro. Ha ha. But no, I didn't actually. You got black guts? My skin is white, my eyes are blue, but there's black blood in my soul. And black blood you can't control. That's a poem. I didn't make that. April says, what is Vegemite? It's a spread that you put on stuff with a thing. It's Australian. It's got like spiders and crawfish and octopus in it or something. I don't know. John says, it's an Aussie spread. It's food. So they say. Army says, Vegemite is edible tar. Okay. Army says, LOL. Jordan says, no offense, genuinely, Crystal, and I thank you and I appreciate you, but I believe you have been misinformed about fascism. I can direct you to some reading if you are interested. It's free online. Most people are misinformed about fascism because the word fasci comes from a word that means a bundle of sticks, stronger together. Get it? Bundle of sticks. That means the collective is stronger than the individual. That's what fascist is. It's not always a bad thing to be a fascist. Army says, and I use the word edible loosely for Vegemite. LOL, Jake says, April. Aussie says, that's it. It's like tar, guys. Only Aussies like it. Probably why it hasn't gone global. Ha ha. I think you can buy it here. I think I've heard people talk about it in America. I've never seen it for sale, but I'm sure you can get it somewhere. You might can order it or whatever. It might be worth ordering it just to see what it tastes like. It's definitely one of those things that's a cross-cultural thing that we can't experience. Kind of like grits. I don't know if you guys have grits, but I know they don't up north and they don't even know what it is. But we eat it all the time down south. Is it sweet, asks April. That's a good question. Is it sweet or is it veggie tasting? Ozzy says, no, it's more savory, salty. You should give it a go, April. You should give it a try. Savory means it's more like, trying to think of what something we have that would be savory. Like chicken paste. Maybe. That was a question. I know it didn't sound like one, but it was. Interesting, says April. Christine says hermaphrodites are a result of generational sin, but they are capable of having a sound mind. The trans community actually are not sound-minded and have hijacked the hermaphrodites' issues as their own. Well, as far as I understand it, a hermaphrodite is makes up about 1% or 0.9% of our entire global population. They're very rare. And it is a genetic mutation. It is not an adaptation, and it is not normal, which means that you can't classify that as three sexes because it's not. It's both sexes. It's either male or female leaning, and you just happen to have both parts. And usually they make a decision at birth as to which part, and it usually errs on the side of female because it's easier to cut off than it is to add to. But, yeah, trans people are not sane. And if you talk to an intellectually honest trans person, they'll tell you they're not sane, like Blair White. Listen to her talk if you were interested in trans things. That girl knows that she's not a girl. Some people just have afflictions. Some people have things that they can't get past. Like, you know, Caitlyn Jenner. It's just the way the world is, man. It's the way people are, for sure. But you can't blame the actions of all people on the... You can't blame the results of all people on the actions of a few people. If that makes any sense. April says, hit that like button, everybody. Look at the likes we got. We got 26 people in chat, but we got 35 likes. You go. John says, I'm sorry for your loss, but I don't support Nazism, and they are not the same thing. I understand you don't want to read things on the computer, though, so I understand. Yeah, Nazism and fascism are not the same thing. Aussie says, bit like us Aussies, we're a bit salty, haha. I hear you, it's hot down there, right? Ain't mostly desert. And by the way, Aussie, I had a friend that was an Australian that was a pen pal of mine for a while. We started out arguing about politics, and we got in a knockdown, drag-out fight, and I don't give up very easily, so we fought for days. I'm talking threads like you wouldn't believe, fighting back and forth, the most vicious shit you could ever say to a person, back and forth. And I eventually won him over with respect. And he respected me because even though he disagreed with me, he saw that I wasn't lying to him and that I was actually arguing points, and that he earned respect. And we just kind of stopped fighting and started talking about, I guess we both got tired after about a week of just going back and forth all day long. And so we just kind of like started talking like we're talking here about different things and differences between Australia and here. And next thing you know, he's sending me packages, little bits of things he got from Australia. I got little Australian wood, like that red wood that y'all got down there. I'd love to make a guitar out of that stuff. And just different things. I would love to visit you guys. I think you got a fantastic country. I don't much care for your politics, but I think the people are awesome, especially old school Australians. And I'd love to, hang out with a kangaroo. But it's just interesting that here's another Australian, we're talking politics. See how that worked? It's a long way to say, nice to meet you. April says, does everything in Australia want to eat you? I can answer that. Yes, everything wants to kill you in Australia, including some of the Australians. Andrew Langlois. There's my brother. Good to see you. What up, up, da? My chat jumped. I got to find it again. Hang on. I found it. Ozzy said, thanks, brother, for showing the real Biden sleeping video. I thought it was legit. So did I. I mean, I fell for it too, buddy. But then I heard her say, this is your wake-up call, Harry, in her laughter. And I was like, wait a minute, that ain't right. So I went looking and digging, and I found that real video, and there you have it. April says, like animals, are there certain areas you shouldn't go if you have never been there? I don't know if it's anything like Crocodile Dundee or not, but yes, there are animals there that will eat you. But there are animals here that'll eat you too. Airborne says, Australia is truly a dangerous continent. Yeah, they got spiders that'll fight you back. The hunter spider, that's a terrifying animal. I don't want nothing to do with that. John says, stay strong. Thanks, John. Are you leaving us, buddy? Julia Cooley says, nobody care. Oh. Everybody cares, Julia. They just care about themselves. You should do that too. Christine says, when I went on a trip to Hawaii, I met the best couple from Australia. They were very cool. I like Australians. And Bishop Miramar. That's awesome. And Aussie says, just great white sharks and crocodiles. We have killer snakes and spiders, but they leave us alone. Just have to be aware of your surroundings. I understand that. We got black widows here that won't quite kill you. I mean, some of them can, but most of the time they won't kill you. They just make you a little sick. But especially in the South in the summertime or whatever, you got to really be careful when you're picking up old wood or whatever, because they'll be all over the place. And if one of them gets you, you're in for a bad day. April says, happy Father's Day to all daddies. Much love. Thank you, April. Army says, I'm not big on snakes and creepy crawlies, so Australia is not my bucket list. I understand that, but I'd love to see the people, and I'd love to hang out where something we can all agree. Mad Max was filmed there, among other places. The original Mad Max was filmed in Australia, though. Aussie says, Christine, yes, we are pretty cool and laid back. I bet you guys can party, though, can't you? I'd love to hear some Australian music. Y'all got like a version of country music there, don't you? There's like a cross between Irish music and folk music or something like that. I'd love to hear some of that stuff. And that's cool, Christine, says April. Army says, Gabriel Iglesias did a bit on Australia, and it was hilarious. Is that the comedian or the singer? I get their name confused. I'm guessing because you said bit, it must be the comedian. Yeah. Jordan says, I could tell you guys were honest. That's why I came back. Thank you, Jordan. Aussie says, Army, unless you go out into the bush on a stinking hot day and stay out of the water, you'll be fine. To be honest, Army, I'd be more worried if I came to the U.S. and seen people walking around with guns. Well, I understand that sentiment, Aussie, but let me assure you that if you walk into a city and everybody's got a gun, you are in the safest place you could ever be. Okay. I know that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I know that is a little bit weird to internalize, but trust me when I tell you, if everybody's armed, nobody is acting up, because everybody knows everybody else can shoot them, and nobody wants that. So you are in the safest place you could be around a bunch of people with guns. Believe that. April says, I agree, Army, but I've always thought about it, going to Australia, that is. Jordan says, are you in the UK? Just curious, because many of the books are banned in the UK. No, I'm in North Carolina, America. Army says, although this is out of time, I got a speeding ticket driving in Sheridan. You got a speeding ticket driving a Sheridan. Wow. Did you pay it? Were you speeding? April says, I heard that, Jordan. Broken Glass says, you look like the Lorax. Not gonna lie. Well, thank you. The Lorax is famous, so I'll take it. Army Airborne says, I have definitely thought about going, especially when I see pictures of women on those awesome beaches, but my wife would not like that. Well, Australia definitely has some gorgeous women, and probably some of the prettiest in the world, next to maybe Sweden. But they also have that kind of Australian country thing going on, like the Australian trailer park type. Man, that's incredibly attractive. I don't know why, but it is. Army says, plus, aren't there dangerous critters in the water there too? Yeah, there's dangerous critters in the land and in the water. Jordan says, unfortunately, it might literally be illegal for you to own them, Crystal. They won't be in the library, just showing their hypocrisy. But unfortunately, that's what your country has become. John says, make life. Hashtag make life. That's right, John. Beautiful. Hashtag make life with your penises. You got to use them things for something constructive. They're not just a dangly thing. Ozzy says, yeah, blue ring octopus and great whites and jellyfish. They are harmless, mate, unless you're in their space. They're like bulldogs. We got bulldogs. Everybody's scared of bulldogs, but they're the best dogs you could ever own unless you're in the wrong place. And then they will tear you apart and lock onto you and not let go. Don't be in the wrong place. It's very simple. Army says, my next big adventure, if I'm alive, will be going to Boston on 2030. It will be their 400th anniversary. I was there in 1980 for their 350th. Bigger than Mardi Gras. I've been to Mardi Gras twice. They don't do that anymore that I'm aware of. But I remember all the titties and beads. I was a little boy, but I went. John says, easy in the Church of LDS, Crystal. I must not be seeing Crystal because people are talking to her and I don't know what they're talking, what they're responding to. So I must not be seeing your chats. Christine says, I actually live in one of the biggest Freemason communities in the United States up here in Twin Lakes, Michigan. Unincorporated area. They told me to stay away. They just wanted my money. Well, I do know that Freemasons do fundraisers because I've attended a few of them. Like they'd cook fish and sell them at a flea market or whatever. Or a breezeway or something like that. So, yeah, they're probably trying to get money up. But you being a female, there'd be no reason for you to be around Masons anyway. It's a male club, so I don't think it would benefit you in any way. You might be interested in some of the secrets, but I don't see how it would benefit you. Are you a father, says the broke gamer? Yes, I am, and I love my children dearly. Thank you for asking. Amanda says, woohoo, April, thanks for that $9.99 super chat. April says, good to see you, love. Or good to see you and love you. And John says, April does make it rain. Yes, it does. April rains and April showers. Nice. $16.99 so far. That's what I got. That's what I made. April says, wowee, 100% gold. Is that gold or cool? Looks like gold. The broke gamer says, hey, is he a father? Yes, I am the broke gamer. I am a father. Amanda says, yes, gamer, he is. John says, IDK. I imagine so. I am. Yes. I father of two, a boy and a girl, and they're both very intelligent and very grown now. And I love them with all my heart. April says, John, smiley faces and hearts. The broke gamer says, well, if he is, happy Father's Day. Thank you, the broke gamer. I appreciate that. And happy Father's Day to you, too. System down. City says, Christ is king. You are absolutely right. April says, amen. Christine says, I've been trying to get someone to teach me the secret code, and no one ever will. The Freemason Bible I'm in possession of, but it has code. So I wish I paid for that information once upon a time. Well, I have a Freemason Bible too. Mine is a King James Freemason Bible. And for everything I've read in it, it's the exact same Bible as a King James Bible. There's just an extra book in it that has the Masonic stuff on it, like the symbols of what all the degrees are and that sort of thing. It's like index pages. And but the rest of it is King James Bible, and there's a few pictures in it too that aren't in regular Bibles. But as far as the codes go, I can show you the codes. I didn't swear an oath to keep those secret, although I do keep them secret because it wouldn't be a secret if I told everybody. But I can show you how to work that out. I'll give you a hint. In this paragraph, if the code was CMIBTTGS, TTMTSCANOEWTFB. See what I'm saying? You'd have to understand what that sentence was before you read it. And it would give you the first letter of the sentence. And then you would know what the sentence is by the letters that are in the sentence. The first letter of every sentence. And it's not always the first letter. It might be the second letter, depending on what code you're using. But that is the basic code book. There are more complicated codes, but that'll get you started. Brian O'Connor says, where are you from? I'm from Maine, and you look like a lot of us U.S. Mainers. Well, thank you, Brian. I'm from Georgia. I grew up in Florida, and I'm currently in North Carolina. But I spent most of my time between Georgia and Florida. Jordan says, amen. Praise the Lord. Amen. John says, broke gamer. He is apparently, I'm newer. I've only been on his lives 3 times, mostly lurking. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for now being a member, John. And yes, I am a father, and I do love my children. Army says, I was born in California, currently in Malibu. That's a lovely place to be. A lot of crazies up that way. April says, facts. And Amanda says, INFJ, intuitive, feeling, judging, personality type. Got it. Thank you, Amanda. Ah, thanks, Amanda, says John. That makes more sense. Christine says, you are saying that you have a split personality. Let's speak together. I know that's not ego talking, so that makes me believe that you use both sides of your brain pretty much. Only INFJs do that. Correct. I do have, ask anybody that knows me, I am 2 completely different people at the same time, if that makes any sense. Amanda says, good night, Bill. I didn't see you in, love. I hope you have a great Sunday and happy Father's Day. Yes. Happy Father's Day to all you people that are fathers and all of you that are aspiring fathers. I wish you well. Amanda says, you're welcome, John. And John says, the world sure made more sense back during the Cold War. Yes, it did. Andrew Langlewis, what's up, my brother? Long time no see. Demographics count. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Not only do they count, but they're demographically important. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm glad you're here, and I appreciate the input. John says, Amanda says, hi, Andrew. And April says, Andrew, how are you? T-Boy 2000, which pack you smoking? I make my own cigarettes. They're mine. These are Jake Johnson brand cigarettes. And they're delicious. Amanda says, T-Boy, he rolls his own. T-Boy's, and April says, T-Boy, good to see you. T-Boy says, thanks. Andrew says, I'm here and I'm alive. My proof is my profile. Well, I have to check out your profile, buddy. How you been? Long time no see. Jordan says, Crystal, I got your email. I'll reply in a second. April says, yes, with mayonnaise. Yummy. Sandwiches. Andrew says, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. And April says, I am so glad, Andrew. Much love. Mustang Mangler says, you're bananas. You're grapes. Next. Jordan says, you're 30 minutes behind, Jake. I'm not complaining, but I am over it. I'm over it. ECT or etc. already. It just seems like it is still going on your timeline. It is still going on my timeline, and the more I read, the more piles up. But that's okay. I'll keep going. And I don't care if it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'll get to the bottom. And when I do, when I finally get to where I'm going, you're going to see me fall asleep because that's where it's going. Christine says, and remember, Christine isn't a pro at grammar. I don't type my messages, I speak them, and then the autocorrect of the messaging gets it wrong a lot before I push send. I understand that, Christine, and I try very hard to make sense of what I'm reading, but sometimes it does help. Catherine says, hello. Hello, Catherine. And by the way, 4,222 views tonight. Thank you, guys. If anyone wants to talk privately, I do have my email on my channel. To get the chat going quicker, please no commercials, emails, only personal inquiries, says Jordan. Thank you. Christine says, Andrew, you have a powerful last name. I salute you. Just your name, sir. Langlois. That is a great name, isn't it? And bye, Crystal, says John. And Jordan says, no, Jake, don't ban her. I'm literally a fascist. I said it earlier. She wasn't being mean. It's the truthful thing to call me that. Okay. Whatever, dude. I'm so glad you know the original meaning of fascism. That's awesome, actually. And the best way to put it, you're stronger together. In some cases. In some cases, it's good to be an individual. That's what capitalism is. John says, I feel silly for adding this because I don't want to extend the chat. Vegemite is supposedly bitter and salty. Don't feel silly, man. And it's fine. You're not hurting my feelings. I'm loving every minute of this. I hope you guys are too. And by the way, I understand if you want to tip out. It's tough keeping on, but I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. And just type Untethered Live Bible Study in the search bar. I don't have a ton of experience with the Facebook stuff. Okay, well, it's not on Facebook. It's right here on YouTube. If you're watching me on Facebook, most likely that I don't even know how you'd be watching me live. You'd have to be on YouTube. So, I do put it on Facebook, but it's usually a link to the Spotify channel that's on Facebook. So that wouldn't be live. So if you're watching me live, you're on YouTube. So just hit the subscribe button, but you're already a member, so you've done that, and you should get a notification when I go live. But it is Untethered Live, all one word, Untethered Live. There's no space there, and it'll bring me right up. You could put that in Google, and you could put it in YouTube, Untethered Live, all one word, and it'll bring me right up. Just look for this beautiful face, look for the mustache of truth, and you'll find me. Wherever there's a lip in need, the mustache will be there. Army says, is it possible that hermaphroditism might be the next stage of evolution? No, because evolution is a positive thing, right? Well, hermaphrodites is a mutation. It's a degradation. It's a break in the typical code that tells you whether you're male or female. It is an error that is not evolution. Also, evolution isn't a real thing. Yeah, Amanda says the Bible study is right here too. You just keep this channel open and it'll be right here tomorrow at 8. And Jordan says, oh, I don't use Facebook, but I'd love to go to the Bible study. Is it on YouTube? Yes. Yeah, this channel that you're on right now is where Bible study is. Okay, great. Thanks, says John. Amanda says, all on the same channel, John. And Amanda says, you're welcome, John. See you there. And Jordan says, oh, all right. Awesome. I'll see you guys tomorrow. What time is it, Amanda? It's 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So you'd have to do the math. So if you're like in California, it'd probably be like, what, are you guys 3 hours ahead of us or behind us? So if it's 8 o'clock, it'd be 9, 10, 11 o'clock in California or 5 o'clock in California, depending on, I don't even know if you guys are ahead or behind. Yep, see you there, says John. It's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, says Amanda. And April says, you caught up yet? Not yet, but I'm getting close. Christine says, Lion Joe Gump is what they are calling Biden's story time, Biden. And Bible study nights is a zero tolerance policy, says Amanda. No trolling on Bible study nights. It's all about the Bible only. KK. Well, my chat jumped again. Where the hell is it? Oh, April says, Jordan, see you tomorrow at 8. And Jordan says, it's God's day, of course. And Amanda says,